I have made many requests to have a meeting with the subject. She agrees to meet many times, however, she only rarely agrees to an interview. When dealing with her, it's always best to be patient. She always answers questions, although sometimes her answer is she doesn't want to talk about it. So we usually spend our meetings baking, watching movies, reading books together, and even making art together. She loves being able to make the paint herself, and she paints with her fingers and hands. I think she has been treated as a god for so long that people often forget that she is still a little girl. She has a lot of wisdom and whimsy, a lot of joy and a lot of sorrow. Giving her the time to share her story at her own time has given her a chance to see me as a friend, not as a subject, not a worshipper, not a threat, not a heretic, a friend. Adansi is old, far older than humanity as we understand it. She remembers the time of Ash, and she has seen things. Things that would break any normal person. Things that have driven her insane, and things that have forced her to be sane. Even as we meet at an agreed time, the interviews are never agreed upon ahead of time. Giving her a time frame makes her feel forced. So I just wait, and sometimes while we are doing something like watching a movie or baking a cake, her face will change. No longer in the moment we are in, her mask falls away, and I can see the little girl underneath the goddess. The child who lost her mother, the one who wandered so far that she could not go home, the savior of humanity, and the creator of Lockhart. When that happens, she speaks and shares her story with me, sometimes allowing me to ask questions, but usually I just listen. The interview starts as we are mixing icing for the cake. When the powdered sugar is mixed with the heavy cream, she goes from smiling and laughing to sudden shock. Her smile drops and the sense of joy that surrounds her darkens, replaced with a sense of dread. As this happened, I grabbed my pen and paper as I wrote down her story. She continues to mix and pour without measuring. Her every action doesn't require it, even if it isn't strictly human, as she moves. Everyone has a story to tell. There is a time for them to tell it, and there is a time to share it. They aren't always the same time, though. Adansi has shared many stories with me, and it is now time for me to share this story. It occurred a long time ago, long before keeping track of time was a priority, so the location and the date is not fully understood, but I have made my best guess. What no one ever tells you about living through historical times is that you don't even know if it'll ever end. All you know is that there was a loud boom in the far distance, and then hours later the ground shakes, and then days later the sun grows weaker. Plants die, heavy ash falls from the sky with every rain, and the world grows colder. Not merely in temperature, but also in heart. The hearts of mortals, immortals, man, monster, macrocosm, microcosm, even the mud itself feels colder in heart. People get desperate. They do desperate things to stay alive. Sometimes when they do something desperate, they find out they enjoy being cruel. I traveled north as the sun grew weaker, and both ash and snow fell from the sky. There were regions that were once full of life, only to be left with collapsed trees and bones coated in ash. There was no one left to bury them, no one left to mourn them. I walked by so many that would never be mourned, never remembered. It was times like that I didn't know if the world was forever going to be ash, or if it too would fade like all of the seasons. I was so young then. I did not let the ash touch me, the cold did not slow me, and hunger did not know me. I still slept, I still walked, I still dreamed, I still feared, and I still despaired. I do not anymore, but I did then. I still wandered and I still hoped to find those who still lived. One year I found something new, a green bud in the snow. After so long, so many years with no summer, and with spring being barely more than a few full moons worth of fall, there was finally new life, new growth. The historical time was ending. I was young. I still thought that when one historical time ended, it meant that you would get a break before the next historical time. Animal tracks came from the south, new life started to thrive, and with it, old life returned. Following the animal tracks were other people. Some of them were like my old tribe, others were not. But they were people. They didn't have the specter of desperation behind their eyes. They had hope, determination, and they had faith that the world would get better. So I wandered with them, following the trails and tracking animal life. They saw me only as a lost child at first, but around the time my adopted sister's great-grandchildren died of old age, they began to suspect I was something else entirely. People traveled slowly, so much more slower than they do now. They could wander their entire lives and never move more than 20 kilometers from where they were born. The veil was different then. It was no further than the horizon, and it was never behind our eyes. We didn't distinguish between the natural and supernatural back then. A cave bear would be a fierce, unconquerable monster simply because she was new and she was mean. Your neighbors, who would turn into wolves during the full moon, only to return with fresh meat for the entire tribe, were merely your neighbors, because they were close and they were familiar. In some ways, we haven't changed much since the Age of Ash. We would share stories about where we had been before, and we would share stories about what we hoped we would go. Fiction existed, although the line between fiction and non-fiction were not as clear as it is now. Even tales with fantastic elements had lessons and truths in them, and even tales of the mundane had wonder and magic. I was happy to be one of them, although there came a time I could not be one of them anymore. We were in the steppes when we found the Acolytes of Ash. We thought that they were another tribe at first. We had encountered other tribes before, but the Acolytes were different. They spoke a different language from us, and I had to translate. They had a far stricter structure than we did. Our tribe had families, they had leaders, but the Acolytes had leaders among leaders, ranks, and even guards. We thought the guards were to keep scavengers from coming in. The chieftain welcomed us all. He was an old man who wore leather with a walking stick, and he also had a bird skull around his neck. They wanted to celebrate with a great feast. The meat was cooked far from us, and we had all gathered around a very large fire that burned both wood and bones. They told us that burning the bones would chase away the winter and lengthen the spring, something they learned when they came from the lands far to the west. The meat that was brought to us was on massive platters of wood. My tribe feasted, and I barely nibbled. Hunger did not touch me, but I could still taste, and it was one of the great joys I still love. The meat was Strange. I was sated only after a few bites, and I did not want any more of the meat. My tribe, on the other hand, gorged themselves on the meat. Mothers fed the fresh blood to their infants, children fought over the bones and the flesh, and still more was brought from the distant cooking fire to where we sat. Something was put in the fire, and the acolytes left us alone near the fire. Drunk off the blood and flesh as the smoke billowed over us, and we slowed and eventually stopped. I died that night, probably for the first time, so I was not expecting what happened. I was still aware what was happening around where I died, but I didn't care. I believe the term is dissociating. I noticed that my tribe was taken away to the cooking fire, and I did not care as the last of them died. I noticed as the chieftain had us cooked and he feasted on us. I did not care as he took my old body, and he carefully removed my flesh and bone, carefully making a new staff out of my bones and ligaments, when my body would not burn with all the others. It was a lot like playing a video game in the modern day. I was given a game over, and I was given a choice. I could keep playing, or I could simply watch as the game went on without me. If the game was too tough or too boring, I could simply wander away and never play again. But at that point, I only watched what was happening around where I died. The man who would be known as the Necromancer then took the ashes from the cooking fire, and then he shaped them into dimly human forms before he would drop human blood into their mouths, making for himself more ashen abominations to serve both himself and his tribe. They would bring prisoners from other tribes back, and he would feed them to his tribe and abominations. I do not know how long I was in that dissociative state. I have learned since then that Adansi doesn't die even if my body dies. But when my body dies, it's easy to simply fade away from the world. My power is still my own, and I can reform if I want to, but it's too simple to simply not want anything when you don't need anything. I could have kept fading away until I became no more than another nameless force of the universe, powerful but choiceless. It was only when one of the captives captured my attention did I begin to wake up from my disassociation. A little girl taken away from her mother. Usually the acolytes killed children, not bothering to bring them back because there wasn't enough food on them, and they weren't worth sparing a cage on them. But someone somewhere made an exception for her. Maybe someone who thought cannibalism was a mercy, or maybe someone who thought it was a better cruelty. The little girl cried because she was so alone and she knew what was coming for her. She used her tears to mix with the clay in her cage to make a simple paint that she used to paint on the inside of her bars of bone. Something about her action, an act of comforting herself with the paints, brought me back to myself. I had a new body, and I was hugging her close to my face. I was not a little girl, not in that body. The girl thought of me in a motherly way, and I whispered for her to close her eyes while I carried her. The cage simply did not exist for me as I walked forward through tents and the acolytes and flames alike. I had felt angry before. I was human before, though. In that moment, holding that little girl in my arms, I could feel the rage of everyone who was killed by the Acolytes of Ash. It was not a moment I am pleased with, however, it is not a moment I would ever take back. I do mean it was only a moment. In mere seconds, the tents were reduced to ash and the cages collapsed, allowing the captives a chance to escape. Every step I took forward brought more deaths to the Acolytes of Ash, Abomination, or Acolyte. I reduced them alike to ash, and I made my way to the chieftain's tent. Just outside the tent, I paused when I saw what the chieftain had left there. It had been many years, but I could still recognize my old body. It was misshapen, with the bones removed. The stitches were crude and made from ligament. Untouched by decay, the body still moving. The divine flesh was not normal, but it was touched by death, and I felt unsettled seeing my own corpse. Whatever the chieftain did brought the flesh back to life, even without the bone and the soul. It lunged towards me, and I dissolved it into ash. Whatever that doll of flesh was, I was certain that it didn't deserve to exist. As I stepped towards the chieftain's tent, it dissolved into ash, but the chieftain inside was untouched. I focused on him, trying to turn him specifically to dust, except he remained untouched. I called down lightning, falling stars, even death itself. Yet nothing could touch him. He held forth his staff of bones, my bones. He tried to focus on the bones to try and command me, only to realize he couldn't control me. Even as he shouted words of power and he focused esoteric energy aimed directly towards me, it could not touch me nor the girl in my arms. Both of us weren't able to hurt each other. That left us at an impasse. I couldn't hurt him and he couldn't hurt me. We stared at each other in the night as he dissolved into shadow, taking my bones with him. Beyond my reach, beyond my sight, and beyond my care. I took the prisoners to Lockhart, including the little girl in my arms. In time, my rage abated, and with it, my body changed back to a young girl, and I wandered through Lockhart, Earth, and the Sunless Lands, making friends, sharing stories, and helping the worlds. Although, as far and as long as I have wandered, I have not seen the chieftain since then. It has been so long since then. I still have not found him. He escaped my reach and the reach of all of my champions. I know he hasn't died. I have been a part of the judgment of every person who has died since that night. He still hasn't died. Wherever the Necromancer has gone, he isn't dead. He doesn't merely want to gain power. He is seeking power, but he doesn't want power over the earth. He had mastered necromancy, for humanity mastered the killing power of bone and stone. He had extended his lifetime beyond any normal limit before I was ever born. He had possessed the bones of a god tens of thousands of years before the first temple was ever built. He has eaten the flesh of friends, foes, and fiends alike, for humanity ever invented agriculture. If he merely wanted power over the earth, how easy would it have been for him to build an army of the dead to enslave every living thing? He is after a power that isn't of the earth. He stole my bones and he tried to use them to control me. He doesn't want to make himself a god. He wants to control the gods themselves. He has a lot of power. He has many different ways to fend off death. But that is not the same thing as true immortality, and he knows that. This race he is running may have a timer that seems never-ending, but it will end someday. Today, tomorrow, or even 100,000 years years from now, the time will run out, and he will either have that power or he will be dead. At that ominous ending, the timer dinged and the cake was pulled out, and Adansi was excited for the cake that was left to cool on the counter. As we started to watch a movie, when the cake is cooled, we ice the cake together and we decorate it with rabbits and carrots on the cake. A perfect addition for the carrot cake, and we enjoy the cake together. We watch the movie as we eat the cake before Adansi asks, "What do you think you will be able to do that beings like me weren't able to do?" I can keep track of his story, and I will keep him from escaping into anonymity. Nobody can remain uncatchable, but somebody can be caught. He leaves a story, and his story means he can be caught. No one is unbeatable. If he was, he would share his story willingly. He wouldn't be hiding himself. By revealing where he is, he will be caught. And he has many enemies, not just you. It is quiet as we watch the movie and we eat the cake before Adansi takes a slice of cake home, while I continue my work and I continue my study to find out where the Necromancer is hiding. Acropolis is the oldest known city on the history of the planet, predating even written language by thousands of years. While several temples and other structures predate even this city, Necropolis is vital to my project due to the recent discovery of carved bones, Necromancer sigils, and a very unusual discovery he uncovered in the city. Necromancy as a form of magic goes back thousands of years, but it is not quite known how far back. The schools of necromancy always refer to someone who taught necromancy to the school's founder, who then used this knowledge to start the school, or stories about how a necromancer used his power and influence to start up schools and build grand palaces, statues, and other ways to show his power and prestige. Except there is no evidence of these schools, palaces, nor statues. There are the schools of necromancy, however. Even the oldest of these are only little over 1,000 years old. And even the oldest of these schools refer to the necromancer as a powerful man who had monuments constructed to him, and even the recent schools, such as the School of the Falling Star, which was only founded 20 years ago, refers to the necromancer as a being powerful and who has monuments built to him. However, none of these monuments have been found. There's a few eyewitness accounts of these supposed monuments and references to an ancient grimoire that the necromancer supposedly created. This is what leads to what feels almost like a conspiracy. Either a conspiracy to keep the necromancer hidden from history, or a conspiracy to convince everyone that the necromancer did actually exist. It is difficult to distinguish which is true, especially since tales of the necromancer have gone back in oral tales at least as far back as 75,000 PUC, well before anything resembling civilization as we understand it today. What we are exploring today are several oral tales that have endured through the millennia, most of which were collected by the explorer around the year 1550 AUC. While tales of the explorer should be examined as a whole, that will be done at a later date. And while tales of the necromancer also appear in other regions, we are specifically focusing on those that occurred around the time Necropolis was still around. Since Necropolis was around during the Late Stone Age, there has likely been some cultural drift and change in the stories by the time the explorer wrote them down. We do know that there was a necromancer in Necropolis, and we know he predates written language. So these stories are the closest thing we have to a historical record of his existence at this time. 6747 PUC. The Necromancer came from the wildlands, and he came to where my grandfather lay underneath the hearth. We buried him underneath where we cooked our food, and the Necromancer drew something in the ashes of the hearth. The ashes glowed purple, and my grandfather dug his way out of the ashes. He smelled foul, but the ashes of the hearth healed his skin and his wounds. He coated himself in the ashes and swallowed it to heal his wounds inside his body. As my grandfather ate his own ashes, the Necromancer ordered me to get more ashes from other hearths and urns. I went to the homes that I knew were empty. The pestilence killed many of us. It comes every time there's many of us together. It causes us to void our stomachs and bowels, and we cannot drink nor eat enough to stay alive. We die of thirst as we drown in our own shit. We starve even as we shove food down our throats. We choke even as we hyperventilate. The pestilence brings death. We don't know how it spreads, but it occurs every time there's too many of us. I dug up the urns that were buried in the empty hearths. Their ashes long since turned cold. No one left to warm the hearth, no one left to live in the homes. But their ashes and death brings life back to my grandfather. As I bring 4 urns to my grandfather, he finally coats himself in enough ashes to fully heal. Finally, a young man, the same age as myself, I embraced my grandfather and he embraced me too. He was warm, his heart beating, but his breath still stinks of ashes, dust, earth, and death. The Necromancer tells me to keep my grandfather. I need to feed my grandfather an urn full of ashes from something that once lived every new moon and once every full moon. At first, it was easy. There were so many empty homes, and the ones that were not empty had bodies that needed to be burned, and there were thousands of hearths with urns in them. As I get older, my grandfather remained young, and the city is full of life and so little death. At first I sought out death beyond the walls, but it is difficult to hunt enough animals. The animals' paddocks are meant to be eaten by the living. They will not let me take them to burn, and they're very well guarded. As well guarded as the animals are, the farmers don't guard their families half as well. My first victims were children. It was easier to kill them, but they produced enough ashes to fill an urn. There's so many dead children in the city. They die easily, but it's hard to find their ashes. Easier to make my own. Easier to lie to their parents and tell them that a wolf took them. I am the wolf of the city. I am now an old man, older than my grandfather was when he died. I cannot hunt for him anymore. I don't know how many people I have killed to keep my grandfather alive. Not enough, it seems. The Necromancer still visits me sometimes. He's just as old as when he came to my home 2 generations ago. An old man, yet unaged. He must be ancient, even older than my grandfather. My grandfather lived here before the city was even a single home around a lake. The Necromancer offers me the same deal that he offered my grandfather. He tells me he can keep me living beyond death, but I will need to eat the ashes of death to keep the fires of life burning. I refused. Even as I stopped getting ashes from my grandfather, he still lives. He goes out every night, and he returns at dawn with a fresh urn. He hoards them, even on nights he doesn't need them. I can hear the footsteps above at night and during the day. The footsteps are louder at night than they are during the day. The Necromancer must have made the same deal with others, many others. I don't know how many, but from the footsteps, there are far more walking dead than there are walking living. How long until they exhaust their source of ash? How long until my own ashes are shoveled into my grandfather's maw? Will he wait for me to die first? Or will he burn me while I still live, letting me writhe, suffocate, and carbonize in the flames before I finally die, and he breaks my brittle bones and lets the fires burn even those? He has been feeding me and caring for me. However, a shepherd will feed and protect a sheep, but will just as cruelly cut the throat and eat the flesh when it is time to eat. I see the Necromancer in the corner, where my granddaughter cannot see. The same granddaughter who with her golden eyes can see my own grandfather, and who sees things that no one else can see, but who also misses what everyone else can see. I ask her to carry my story through the plains of Eden, and spread my tale with the villages and the temples of the earth. My own grandfather has not found ashes in days, and he has been staring at both me and my shadows, like we are fresh kills. I beg you, granddaughter, leave tonight. Tonight is the new moon, and leave the city while my grandfather sleeps in the hearth. Just as you cannot see the Necromancer, he cannot see you. You are the last living member of the city. Warn the world of those who eat ash on the new and full moons. Better that they know to avoid them, and to know to not trust the Necromancer. Not because he cannot keep his promise, but because he always does. The previous story is still widely shared in Anatolia, with many different versions and editions. The point remains: do not trust anyone who eats ashes to stay young. It is so prevalent that there are no accounts of the Hunters Guild dealing with these undead, known as devourers of dust. This tale is not the only tale from Necropolis telling about the undead. The later tales offer some insight of what the goals of the Necromancer are, although what happened to all of the Devourers of Dust in the intervening 300 years between these stories is unknown. Even stories did not survive whatever happened. 6430 PUC. We were chased from our homes to the east. We traveled west, unwelcome in any village, and even the temples turned us away. We barely found enough to eat and drink. The last of our animals were slaughtered a long time ago, when we found a miracle, a large village, larger than any we had seen before. It was larger than we could see. The homes were dug into the ground with ladders that reached below. Many of the homes were full of ashes that covered the floor, but there's no bodies, and we could finally rest. There's plenty of game in the forest, and we eat plentifully for the first time in many nights. Tonight we sleep close, and tomorrow we explore. There's nothing living in the village. No animals, no people, not even a rat, not even a weed. It's safe enough, so we start building fires in the hearths, and we cook the meat that we have caught. The ashes on the ground often coat the meat, but it's easy enough to brush off the ash before cooking, though some of the families were too impatient to brush it off before they start cooking. A few even started eating before the flesh is cooked, mixing ash with flesh, blood, and their own spit. Some of our clan prefer our meat raw. That is not unusual, though those who consume the ashes state it makes the meat much tastier. They even say the smoke from burning the ashes is pleasant for them to smell. I cannot smell anything. It feels unwise to me to eat the ashes with raw meat, but most of my clan has consumed at least some of the ash. Those who refuse to eat the ash refuse to even let it touch their lips. Even my golden-eyed father refuses to put it in his mouth, and he will chew on sticks, bark, and leather for no real reason but boredom. Most of the clan died that night. They simply stopped breathing, and dark spider webs formed underneath their faces, spreading from their mouths. No breath, no heartbeat, and no warmth in their bodies. We had to drag them out to the forest, and we covered their bodies in dirt and flowers. We bury our dead, and we care for them in all they did in life. That night, an old man came to our family home. He wore a black leather hooded robes with a long walking stick carved out of a large white bone. Around his neck was a bird's skull whose empty socket still glowed even in the darkness. He spoke with the golden-eyed father about what I do not know, but what he did share got him chased out of our home. We were all encouraged to throw rocks at him as he ran from us, moving quicker than how I expected an old man to move. The next day, the clan members we buried came back. We smelled them long before we saw them. They stank of death and rot. The carrion birds followed them, often trying to pluck pieces of their flesh. When the birds tried to get close, the haunted hungry tried to catch them out of the sky. Usually, they're too slow to grab the quick birds, but I did watch a young girl grab the hooded crow from the sky. Just a few days ago, I thought she had a beautiful smile and lovely eyes. And now I watched her faded bone-like eyes open wide at the crow, and her familiar smile return to her gray lips, as her teeth revealed a thin veneer of brown blood and dark yellow spit, as she bit down on the bird's head, desperately chewing on the entire bird, carefully avoiding to drop even a single crumb of the bird, or even a drop of blood. And still I could see starvation on her body and on all of our fallen clan members. Their stomachs were swollen, their limbs were thin, eyes wide, and they were struggling to even walk and move. Their gray faces with the spider webs underneath their skin, visible even from a distance. Our chief tried to approach them, and they tore into him. We watched in horror as the haunted hungry tore into him and chewed on him. Hair, bone, blood, flesh, viscera, and even entrails all stopped their advance as they tore into one of the only living members left of my clan. As they fed on him, my father finally spoke up. Apparently, the old man warned him about the haunted hungry. They ate ashes that were cursed and it killed them, but the hunger inside them was so strong they will keep eating anything that's alive to keep themselves going. But no matter how much they eat, they'll always be hungry. And if they aren't stopped, they will cover the earth and leave nothing alive. The old man also told my father how to stop them. We grabbed our knives, axes, and rocks from the homes as the hungry haunted ate our friend. As they ate, we approached the hungry and we were able to cut their cheeks, leaving them no way to open and close their jaws. As their jaws are no longer able to move, they sit slumped over. Unable to feed, they don't even attempt to eat the remnants of our friend. Even as we cut to their jaws, they didn't notice their compatriots who were unable to feed. So obsessed in their hunger that they don't even notice as we cut their friends. When the last of them were sliced open, we pushed them onto their backs, and we shoved the stones into their mouths, also keeping them from being unable to swallow or gurgle anymore. After we shoved the last stone into the last maw, our consumed friend began to sit up. He was barely more than a skeleton and a few bare muscle fibers, but he had enough to still snap his jaws at us. Whatever darkness infected the haunted hungry spread to our friend by them eating his flesh. We cut his cheek and shoved a stone down his throat as well. We watched as our friends starved more and more, their bodies consuming their own flesh faster than rot. Before the sun even set, the bodies were ashes, the same ashes that were in the homes before. That night the old man came to us again. He told us to mix a coarse white grain he called salt with the ashes of the haunted hungry. This would remove the curse and make it safe to live in the city. He called the large village a city. He also told us by mixing the salt into our foods, if there's any cursed ash, it will keep the curse from spreading to us. He also warned us that there were many more cursed dead out there, but if he listened to him, he could protect us. We welcomed him into our clan that night, and we eagerly listened to the old man, as we learned his wisdom. He called himself Necromancer. We called him our new chief, since we just got done mixing the salts into the ashes of our last chief. The haunted hungry do appear at random times in history. Similar to SAMD syndrome sufferers, however, they're not bacterial, but an esoteric curse that spreads through their flesh, even when it is burnt. The only known way to purify the remains is with salt. The haunted hungry don't merely eat human life, but anything that lives or once lived. They've been known to eat plants, animals, yogurt, and even things like dog food and sawdust. However, they will prioritize consuming living animals above anything else. Thankfully, the curse only applies to humans. Something else that is unique about this curse, unlike SAMD syndrome, is if the haunted hungry consumes something that comes off of a person, it will still spread to the person that they consumed from. I.e., if they eat a severed finger, the person the finger came from will be infected, even if they're thousands of miles away. Even if it's something like hair, blood, or nails, the haunted hungry consuming it will spread the curse. And the curse will spread whether the person is still living or dead and buried, making the haunted hungry a potential Megiddo monster. The lesson in this story is do not let the hungry eat your flesh, and never eat the flesh of the haunted, even if it is reduced to ash. At least, not without salt. 6,430 PUC to 56,047 PUC. At this point in history, the city finally takes the name Necropolis. The earliest school of necromancy, the School of the Skeleton, was founded and ruled the city. The Necromancer is described as an immortal leader of the necropolis, teaching necromancy and ruling with great wisdom and power, supposedly building many great monuments to himself and having statues built of himself. Except none of these relics were found. No statues, no monuments, nothing. The stories all reference the necromancer as being great and powerful. and yet no shrines are found to him. A few shrines are found to unknown deific figures before, during, and even after his reign, but for some reason there is no evidence that he even existed, let alone was important. All we have is this following story. The necropolis is alive. The dead dig our fields, fight our wars, raise our sheep, build our homes, and raise our children. Our leader is a god, and we are thankful for him. He has taught us much about necromancy, and with these gifts all fall before us. Any time a village angers us, we take them by force. We take their strongest warriors and we humiliate them with a powerful curse. The living can be so arrogant. They think because they're still alive that we cannot command them. What the living often forget is even the healthiest among us have death inside of them. Their meals are dead. The smallest living parts of them die and reproduce. Their very blood and bones carry death. What happens when a necromancer commands this death to live and to attack the healthy parts of the body? Call it the curse of corpse cancer. It's like a blasphemous blight, blisters, boils, black bile, burns the body while death overcomes the body. The pain is immediate, but death is far too slow. Their warriors writhe, being overcome with boils and bile. Their blood burns, their lungs drown, and their guts are digested by their own acids. Yet they do not die. Their own minds fill with thoughts, horrors, memories, and madness that is normally forgotten within a moment, as their own souls are overflowing with the torment of demons from the deepest depths of damnation. Yet they do not die. They turn their blades upon themselves. They fall upon their spears and swords, and their entrails drag behind them, still pulsing, bleeding, the dirt, stones, and even their own feet, tearing up their insides torn out, as it squirms like snakes, and their own lungs unable to gasp enough to scream as they suffocate from the air pressing on their own lungs. Yet they do not die. They do not die until we drag them back to their villages, on collars as we show them to their families. There may be enough of them left in their hollowed husks to whimper, as their own family and tribe is unable to recognize their greatest heroes and warriors, now begging for a death that will never come. Only when the last bits of hope has faded from their village do we let their warriors die. And when their warriors die, we order their bodies to slay their own village. We listen to the sweet music of children begging their parents to spare them, only to be slain by their heroes. We leave only the youngest and the oldest in the village alive from our purge, as we drag them back to Necropolis. The elderly are too feeble to serve us, but they still serve a purpose. We keep them from death, their bodies healing over and over as we take their flesh, bone, and blood and use it to fertilize our fields. The youngest children are raised as citizens of the Necropolis. They will learn our ways, and our city grows as all fall before us. Glory to the God in flesh who taught us how to harvest death to our ends. And the best part of it? Even after we die, we still serve the Necromancer. Our flesh is allowed to decay, and with it, our bones and soul serve him. Unlike the souls of those who serve us, we keep them in the bodies, aware of what we order them to do, but unable to resist us. Necromancer lets our flesh rot, and when we are but bones, our bones animate again, serving Necromancer even in death, just as we served him in life. Unlike the curse of corpse cancer that we cast upon the warriors and villages that we conquer, our blessings are taken willingly. When we become adults, we approach Necromancer, who sits on a step next to an empty throne. A throne made from the bones of a great and terrible beast from a distant world. A throne that no one sits on, not even Necromancer, not even a god is allowed to sit upon the empty throne. Necromancer asks us if we serve the empty throne with all of our body, he's both in life and in death. When we say yes, he takes a blade and cuts our left hand, and we smear our blood on the empty throne which drinks our blood. The empty throne has consumed the blood of millions, and yet the throne is as white and regal as it ever was. This next part of the story is presumed to take place in the final days of Necropolis. They came from all directions. They wore something that shone over their faces, reflecting our own faces back at us like it was a clear pond. Their bodies were nude and yet unblemished from even dust. Their feet do not touch the ground, and nothing we toss at them even touches their skin. Our curses do not slow them down. Calling down death does not even faze them. Their tattoos shine brightly and our skin burns just being near them. The citizens fall down to their knees, covering their eyes as they approach. These horrible beings from LCL carry white flames on their torches, and they burn all we've cursed. Relieved screams come from our cursed corpses as we watch their souls flee into the sky. They stole everything of value to us. They don't touch our food, water, weapons, nor jewelry. They instead attack our serving dead. They steal the children that we are raising. The children do not fear them, and they do not burn nor fall to their feet when they are near these invaders. Our arrows, spears, burning tar, stones, even our spit do not touch these beings. They float and we fall when they grow near. When I saw what happened, I ran to the throne room of Necromancer, only to find that he is nowhere to be seen. And in the light of the white flames outside, the empty throne does not appear regal. It looks like it is made of brittle white sticks. I pray to the Necromancer. I pray to our gods. I pray to our demons, and I even pray to death, to anyone who could listen and keep these invaders from breaching the throne room. All of my prayers are firmly answered no. I watched as the leader of the invaders float into the throne room. Their tattoos formed moving constellations and stars. Their feathered wings behind them were as black as the night, but every single point on the pinions shined bright silver. Their mask revealed my own face to me. I look so foul, so angry, so tired, so old, and so sick. I look like a monster in the eyes of this foul creature, and I hate them so much. I continue my prayer to death, and the being turns to face me. I continued my prayer as they stopped floating for a moment. Where their feet rested on the stone floor, cracks formed, and from within the cracks I could smell sulfur, fire, and death. It smelled like home. They took another step forward, and I fell to my hands and knees, forced to supplicate and humiliate myself before this monstrosity, as I continued my prayer to death. Even the stars and the empty throne itself feared death. If death listened for only a moment, I was certain I would win. As I continued my prayer, I saw their feet beneath my face, and I saw the cracks and the glow form beneath the feet, as their hands grabbed my cheek and they lifted my face to look at the mask. Up close I look even more hideous. My reflection is repeating empty mantras and blasphemous false prayers to a being that despised every breath that I took. But it was unable to harm me. Such false illusions from this mask and this angry angel only confirmed my prayer, as their fingers slid underneath my chin, as they forced me to look them in the face, as their other hand removed their reflective mask, and I finally saw what was underneath the angel's mask. Their one eye glowed golden, and their expression was unreadable to me. Their remaining hair looked tousled, almost a casual look you would see in the streets of Necropolis. The left part of their face was skeletal, bits of muscle stuck to the skull beyond the cut, and within their socket was a golden glow as the flames outside lit the skull. I have seen many hideous things in my life, especially among the cursed corpses. This face wouldn't even be special in the lowest gutter of Necropolis. And yet when I saw this angel's face, my words died in my throat and mind. Before the angel's true face, I couldn't even think. I couldn't even feel. All I could do was listen. I am Azrael. I hear your prayers to death, and I answer with silence. They pushed their index finger to my lips, and my mouth slammed shut. Unable to move as I watched the angel Azrael approach the empty throne, Death merely stepped towards the empty throne, and it crumbled to dust, unable to even stand before the approach of an angel. The angel of death, dreams, and children turned to me, and I listened to them speak. You are the last citizen living in the city. Everyone else faces judgment, but you are not so lucky. The one you swore your life and death to, your body and soul, is now less than ashes and dust. So I will give you a chance to live out your existence as a contracted corpse. You will live out your existence, sharing your story to all those who approach. Whether you understand it or not, you will share your story honestly, and your calls of praise will ring as condemnation to all who listen. Your invitations will be seen for the warning they are. Your calls for an end will be the beginning of a new story. Even as your body rots and Necropolis is forgotten, you will share your story. The day your Necromancer travels further west than the sun can set will be your last sunrise. Until that day, I give you the curse of a peaceful and long life. May your name rot on the tongue of any who dare speak it. The angel then turned, and I remained prostrating myself to where the angel left, the cracks in the earth my only company. I watched countless sunsets and sunrises as my body rotted away, and the cracks to hell stopped glowing. And yet I still lived. I watched as the necropolis was slowly buried by earth, stone, sand, and lost legends. And yet I still lived. My head rolled to where I could rest where the empty throne once sat, only to share my stories with shadows, shades, and spirits of the necropolis. I watched as even the cruelest overseer lived out their sentence and moved on from pandemonium to haven, leaving me truly alone, forgotten even by the forgone, forlorn, and phantoms. And yet, I still lived. Eventually, I was discovered by those who dig up the graves to find out the answers of the past. And to them, and to you, I share my story. I am sure you only care about inconsequential things like how we treated the dead so cruelly, how we conquered, how we enslaved, and how we cursed any who opposed us, and you will ignore the most important part of my story. The very fact that I remain means Necromancer is still out there. I have been loyal for thousands of years. The world has changed many times, and I am still loyal to the God in flesh who made Necropolis a great place. Join me in praising him. Not even the angry angel Azrael could kill him. What chance does something as insignificant as you have against such an amazing being? A cursed corpse and a contracted corpse are pretty similar. Both have to be bound in life to be brought back from death. Both bind the soul to the body and can only be released by complete destruction of the body, usually by decomposition, fire, salt water, or contact with a holy object or person. The main difference is a cursed corpse has no control over their actions after death, and their post-death actions are not included in their judgment. A contracted corpse sells their soul willingly, and they still control their actions after death, though they cannot harm their master. The idea just never occurs to them. And also, the contracted corpse is judged for their actions after death. Destroying a cursed corpse is often seen as a mercy, freeing the soul. Destroying a contracted corpse is seen as a righteous punishment, sending the soul to pandemonium. The story of Necropolis was collected from a talking skull that remained in the center of the necropolis. She speaks in a language that can be understood by anyone who is near her, even by those who cannot hear. She answers all of our questions, usually with praise for Necromancer, but even she does not know the name of Necromancer, nor where all of his relics and records went. Leave her skull where it lies, in the center of the sigil of Azrael. No one dares touch the sigil since the last person who tried to cross the edge died immediately. The skull does have a name, however, every time she tries to share it, she cannot speak it. It seems Azrael's curse endures even to her, and this is the earliest records I could find of the Necromancer. However, it is far from the last, and I am certain he still wanders the earth, and I suspect I know why he still lives, and why even Azrael cannot find him. Nobody escapes death. Nobody cheats death forever. Nobody has crimes greater than the empty throne. Nobody leaves no mark on history. Saltpan was a city-state in Europa that answered to the Scythian sovereign. In exchange for annual tribute, the city would be allowed to be independent and to enjoy a profitable form of trade in both salt and ice. Despite centuries of prosperity, the city emptied out one winter, with no warning and no survivors. When the Scythian sovereign received no news and no tributes, they sent a squadron of 40 Scythian soldiers to scrutinize the Saltpan city-state. Of the 40 soldiers sent to Saltpan, only 17 survived. While what transpired in Saltpan before the Scythians visited is unknown, what is known is what the Scythians saw. Some inferences can be made from what was discovered. However, with the destruction of Saltpan, what did happen to the 15,000 souls to the city? What is known for sure is what destroyed the city was destroyed by the Scythians. Springtime, 1700 AUC. We knew something was wrong long before we made it to the city proper. The border post we approached was an empty shack. No guard was inside, nor any note saying where they went. I had been to Saltpan a few times. There were always at least 3 guards in the guard post. They were barely more than toll collectors, but still proof of the princess's royal power. The guards collected tolls, the serfs farmed, the roads were kept clear, and Saltpan could keep on pretending to be a major city like Ream, Asylum, or Starfall. However, they missed the tribute that was supposed to be made in the autumn, right after harvest time. Winter came and went with no tribute, so our sovereign ordered us to investigate and collect tribute from Saltpan. As we passed through the land surrounding Saltpan, we only saw more evidence that something was terribly wrong. The farms we passed had rotting crops in the fields. The fields weren't harvested, and the wheat was left to rot on the stalk. The vineyards were overgrown with grapes rotting on the ground below and on the vine. The orchards were a bit better, but there was still far too much fallen fruit, and the branches were infested with birds that ate the overripe fruits, and the farms were empty of people. We went into a few farms. There were no people. We feared plague at first, except we found no graves, no bodies, no bones of those who would have died. Plague was something that was feared for good reason, but whatever swept through the countryside was definitely not suffering plague, nor famine. We found the grain stores. They were as rotten and rat-infested as the fields, but they weren't touched by humans. So whatever happened during the summer. If it happened during last spring, then nothing would have had time to be planted. If it happened during the winter or fall, then the stores would have been empty and no planting would have been done. Though curiously, it did not explain what did happen. It wasn't bandits, raiders, nor marauders. Plenty of valuables were left behind. The only thing gone was the people. Maybe we'd find answers in the city. We have been traveling for 3 days. We dare not camp inside any of the homes. It feels cursed and we dare not risk it. We can see the walls of Saltpan and we can see the surrounding sea that gives the city its name. Saltpan is built on the high point of an isthmus. During low tide, it can easily access the land, and so much salt is left behind that gives the city salt. When we arrived, it was still high tide, so Saltpan was still an island. From where we stood, we could see no lights within the city. No people moving. Whatever was affecting the countryside was also affecting the city. We had loaded some of the valuables and what little salt could be found in the countryside. However, it isn't going to be enough for the Scythian sovereign. When we head into the city tomorrow, we have to get enough tribute for the sovereign. However, they will not be happy to learn that they just lost a major source of tribute. If we find survivors, we can ask them what took everyone and what killed all of the animals. We passed by the farms, and what took us longer for us to realize was the fact that the farms had no livestock. They had rats, they had wild birds, wild cats, even wild dogs, and a few aurochs wandering around the farms. However, there were no livestock, and nor were there any bodies of the livestock either. Wherever the people went, they took their animals and left behind their grain and their gold. When the tide was low, we made it to the city gates. They were sealed shut. However, unusually, they were braced on the outside and not from the inside. Gates are designed to be sealed on the inside, not the outside. There were piled crates on the outside, all full of salt and gold. It was heavy, but it seems that the people of Saltpan used the sovereign's tribute to lock themselves into the city. Though it does raise the question, why did they lock themselves in the city? And what happened to those that were on the outside? We did get an answer to that last question when we found our first bodies. When we moved the crates and loaded them onto our wagons, one of the soldiers left to take a leak. He didn't make it 30 meters before he found the bodies hanging from the city walls. They were very old, more blue and purple than anything else. The winter preserved the bodies, and the springtime just now thawed them out again. Behind them on the wall was a long message inscribed in Osation. An interpreter read it for us, and I had it transcribed below, though I don't know what to make of the message. We couldn't burn them all. They came from the country. They consumed the city. We trapped them inside. This is not a place of honor. There is nothing of value here. There is a danger inside this place. The danger is to the body. We considered ourselves a powerful people. We could not stop it. The danger will spread among those who touch it. The danger is greatest at the center. The danger will be unleashed if this place is disturbed. It is best forgotten and shunned. The danger is still here. The lines were not familiar, but the way it was written, it was like it was from an old poem or a folk tale. Not like anything I've heard before, but the tone in the word choice definitely felt like it was made to last for a long time. Whatever happened here, they considered it dangerous enough to seal the city, carve a warning into the wall, and then kill themselves. Not merely themselves, but their children as well. Some of the bodies that were hung were small enough to be children, and the skulls on the rocks below were small enough to be infants. We collected plenty of salt and gold from the crates outside, though it came down to whether or not it was worth exploring the city proper to see what was inside Saltpan that drove the city to death. We moved the last of the crates, and we removed the ropes and pegs that were driven into the wooden gates to keep it closed. They never intended Saltpan to be entered. I asked 20 men to wait outside the gates to make sure no one and nothing else got out. I would go in with 19 other men, and we would make it to the princess's palace in the center of Saltpan, and we would learn why Saltpan is not a place of honor. The first thing we noticed was the smell of the city. Cities smell. That is simply a fact of life. So many people in such a small space leads to terrible smells. The smell of grease, fire, trash, shit, piss, miasma, life and death filled the cities. You adjust to the smell when you live in a city. However, the smell is always there. After the last few weeks in the countryside, we forgot what a city smelled like. And even now, Saltpan only smells like the countryside. The streets are empty, and so are the shops and homes. Like most civilized places, the shops are on the first floor and the homes are built just above them on the second floor. Just like the countryside, we find no one. There's plenty of weeds growing from the packed dirt streets and even in the homes. But there's no people. There's no animals, not even wild rats. The pantries are just as rotten as the granaries in the countryside, except there's no rats in the pantries. Something is deeply wrong in the city. As we wandered through, we got a sense that we were being watched. Even though there was no one around, we all felt like we were being followed. We kept our weapons at the ready as we got closer to the palace. The closer we get, the worse we feel. Something in the air chills us to the bones. It is like something inside our bodies were screaming while we wandered through the silent city. The palace is in the center of the city, and it is barely a palace. Starfall has a real palace, soaring columns, beautiful murals, golden leaf, and the palace was a sign of the sovereign's power. Banners of conquered cities and tribes hang from the walls, showing who the sovereign presides over. Palace in Saltpan is barely larger than a normal building. It did have a painted mural of a sunrise on it, and there were more carved words on the walls. If you can see these words, run. We turned to each other, and we came this far with no answers, so we entered the palace together. Unlike the rest of the city, there is evidence that there were people here. We can see there were deep cuts into the stone of the palace floor. They've been gouged out as they were dragged into the palace's treasure room. There are more gouges in the stone leading up to the vault doors. The doors were sealed and kept closed with heavy iron chains. There was only a single word carved into the stone in the front of the doors. Danger. The feeling of being watched is the heaviest here. Staring at that iron door, we turned to each other, and we all silently agreed. We would leave the city. There was plenty of tribute, and this was too haunting. As we left the palace, the feeling of being watched lessened some. But we did not make it far from the palace before we found something strange. It was an accident at first. One of the soldiers tripped over a strange ingot. It was yellow and it was softer than lead. The ingot was not there earlier, but the soldiers got curious and tested their blades on it. The blades were covered in the strange soft metal, and we continued to the edge of the city, where we found more and more of the strange metal. Except it was not just in ingots, but it was shaped into things like blades, necklaces, rings, and jewelry. They weren't there earlier. I ignored the strange jewelry, but the rest of the soldiers seemed practically mesmerized by it, putting it on themselves and dropping their own weapons. I tried to get their attention, but they wouldn't listen to me, even when I tried smacking them. They only piled more of the strange metal on their bodies, even scraping it off the ingots and rubbing it across their faces and arms like it was cosmetic. Wherever the metal touched flesh, the flesh bubbled and melted off the bone, like the metal was molten and our flesh was merely butter. It even smelled like melting butter and cooking pork, as I watched in horror as the flesh burned, revealing the muscle and wet bone underneath. Even as the flesh and muscle burned away, the bone remained, and it kept moving. Even as my men's eyes melted like candles and their flesh boiled away on the packed dirt, they kept moving. Their bones made a slick, wet noise as they kept moving, and they gurgled as they put the cursed metal on their skin. I was frozen in horror as they swallowed the metal curlings and they dissolved out of their throats and dropped down on the ground, covered in boiling, hissing blood only to be picked up and consumed again. It was like swallowing molten gold, except the metal was solid, and the gurgles from what was left of the bodies moaned in pleasure. They were poisoning themselves, and they were ecstatic about it. I turned to run from them, and I saw what was stalking us through the streets of Saltpan. They were nearly perfectly blended with the brick, stone, and wood of the buildings, so you couldn't see them while they stood still. Their bones were coated in the strange yellow metal, and it was the same shade as the brick and dirt. But when they moved, you could see that they were there. Fully skeletal with no flesh left. They stalked silently and they were completely coated in the metal so no bone was left exposed, but they still walked and they still stalked. I tried to run, only to keep running into more and more of the skeletal stalkers. They stalked silently and slowly, but they were relentless and they were endless. I drew my sword, and even as I swung it at them, I barely scratched the metal off their bones. And even when I knocked them down, my sword was dinged, and even as they were knocked down, the skeletal stalkers still followed me. No matter how many I knocked down, no matter where I ran, no matter what damage I did to them, they were not afraid, and they kept chasing me. They felt no fear. They did not grow tired. No matter what I did, I could not scare them away. Only when I made it to a quiet corner of the city did I think of something new to try. Based on the warning of the wall, fire must be what stopped this threat. I started a fire in the wooden structure, and I carried a torch across the city, which caused the stalkers to part away from me, fearing to get close to the flames. I started fires across the city as I made my way to the gate. The further I made it from the palace, the less stalkers there were, until I made it only a few blocks from the gate as they set fires in the city, leaving the stalkers behind before I made it through the gate. When there, I shared my story with the remaining soldiers. They didn't believe me, but they understood that I ordered them to burn Saltpan. The next day we traveled through the city, carrying torches and setting fire to everything that would burn. As we gathered up the metal, we dumped it into the fires, which attracted the silent skeletal stalkers into the flames. Whatever curse animated their bones forced them to follow the metal as much as they could. In the flames, the metal melted and boiled away, leaving metallic smoke which seemed harmless. The fires melted the metal from the bones of the stalkers, leaving them still and embraced in death. We destroyed every building we could and burned all the metal we could find, leaving only the palace itself standing. No matter what we tried, we could not break open the vault to burn the danger inside the vault. So we left it behind and watched as the structures collapsed. Even the stone and brick buildings had wooden support structures and collapsed in the inferno. Fires ravaged cities in the best of times. Our flames were meant to burn everything, and burn everything it did. 4 more of my men died trying to spread the flames, and now we take the tribute we've collected to the sovereign. I hope to convince them that Saltpan is better left shunned and forgotten. The captain would have their wishes honored. Saltpan was left to rot and be buried under the sand of time. Even the location of Saltpan is still unknown to this day. Considering the fact that we've not heard about these stalkers before or since the Saltpan incident over 1,000 years ago, that means either another incident has never happened, or when it has happened, it left no one behind to explain what happened. I know it may seem like the stalkers were an easy threat. After all, how hard is it to get fire to burn a skeleton and to burn the yellow metal? I think that is the wrong question to consider. Consider the fact that whenever was in the princess's treasure room, wiped out an entire city. And even with the captain burning the rest of the city, they couldn't even get close to whatever the danger is. We have almost no information about the stalkers since this is our only source on them. Also consider the fact about half of the captain's men just saw the metal and they started eating it and rubbing it across their skin for apparently no reason. There's many dangerous things in the world, but most dangerous things don't compel harm just by being seen. This story is an important reminder to me that there are things out there so dangerous that we never hear about it because there were no survivors. So be careful out there and avoid anywhere that's marked as not being a place of honor. A traditional legend from the Gothlands tells of the Palace of Bone. The earliest account predates the legends of the Winterman. For a long time, people have assumed that the tales of the dark sorcerer who lives in the Palace of Bone was just folded into the legend of the Winterman when the legend of the Winterman was introduced, similar to the natural fusion and syncretism of legends and stories. After recent evidence, it seems that we may have it backwards. They didn't replace the dark sorcerer with the Winterman. The Winterman and the dark sorcerer are one and the same. So collecting the legend as completely as I can is paramount. While I have many different sources for this legend, my main source of information is the secondary source known as the Children's and Household Tales, written by Jacob and Willem Grimm. Even with diffusion of the legends throughout the ages, I believe we may have something useful here for the assault upon the Winterman's workshop. Far to the north, beyond even the forest, is the storm. An eternal storm that has always been there and will always be there. If you survive the capricious cyclones, blistering blizzards, and even the hellish hail, you will face many more threats that live and kill within the storm. You may find a village in the darkness, a village that stays warm and bright even during the darkest winter night. You will be tempted to stay, but you have to keep pushing further north. Even as you move further north, you will see the village many more times. The homes will look so warm and comfortable. The lights will follow you like lantern bugs, and you must not be tempted to go into the village. If you decide to give in to your temptations and head into the village, you will find that the village is empty of people. But every single house will have a roaring fire, hot meals, and plenty to drink. Even if you ignore my warnings and you make your way into the village, you must not be tempted to eat nor drink anything that is offered to you. There will be hot meals on the tables, the pantries will be full of sweets, and there will be plentiful drinks. Wines, spiced ciders, meads, and even decadent drinks reserved for kings and popes. You cannot eat anything offered to you, and you should not drink anything from the village, and you absolutely cannot sleep on any of the beds in the village. Only eat and drink what you bring, only sleep on the floor, and do not take anything from the house. And when you leave, be sure to thank the empty house as you leave. However, if you disregard what I tell you, there will be consequences. If you eat and drink in the village, you will see the other residents of the village. They will be friendly, they will be everywhere, and you will wonder why you haven't seen them before. If you didn't eat their food, you may notice that they have too many teeth, too many fingers, and their faces aren't quite right. Their ears pointed, their skin too smooth, their smile sharp, and their nails claw-like. Once they have you eating, they will have you drinking as well. You will not remember when you started drinking, and you will not ever stop. Your mug will never empty, and they will have you trying every drink in the village as your mind grows addled, and in time you will grow tired, and they will take you to the warmest bed in the entire village. A bed that is outside, soft, warm, and gray. They will bring you there, and they will warm your bed with coals, flames, and brambles. You will be too far gone to realize that you are lying on a bed of ash, and that the elves of the storm are cooking you. In their eyes, they provided you a feast, and it's only fair that you do the same. If you manage to make it further north than even the elf villages dare to go, you will make it to the freezing sea. Here it is so cold that even seawater freezes. You will see towering frozen waves taller than any tree, frozen beasts older than Adam, and jewels more precious than a king's ransom. It will not be worth the effort to break the ice to get to the jewels. They will glitter and gleam, but the ice that protects them is stronger than steel, and you do not wish to remain in the freezing sea for long. Hungry beasts stalk the freezing sea. There are bears far larger than any that live in the northern forest, with fur as white as snow, who will blend with the snow and ice, and who dig beneath it to build their homes. As fierce as these beasts are, they will leave you if you leave them alone. However, if you make it to the freezing sea, it isn't the bears you should fear, but the snowman. You will find a single snowman made by ancient snow, and you should avoid it at all costs. You will need to push further and further north, and don't rest, which is harder than it sounds. The summer days are so long that the sun doesn't set. The winter nights are so dark that the sun doesn't rise. It is so cold that you will feel like you are burning, and there will be nothing to eat and nothing to drink. If you eat the snow, you will freeze quicker, and you will get so little water that death will come for you quickly. If you fall, rest, or sleep, the snowman will catch up with you. He follows from a distance. You will never see him move, and you will never see who moves him, but he will reach you if you pause for too long. If you start a fire, burning whatever you can find, he will reach you even quicker. If you disregard my warning and you make camp in the freezing sea, you will wake up covered in snow. Snow so cold that your clothes won't warm you. You can only peek out through two small holes, and you can only move at a glacial pace. Always seeking warmth and not able to be warmed by anything. The snow will be so thick that you can never peel it all off. It will refuse to be removed by you, and it won't ever melt. Now you are the snowman of the freezing sea, and you will have to find another to make your curse, if you ever wish to be free. Making it further north than the freezing sea, you will find the Palace of Bone, built in a massive crater of ice. The Palace of Bone is massive, larger than a city, built by the bones of those the sorcerer and his students had killed. Throughout the millennia, the sorcerer has killed many, and even if you make it to the Palace of Bone, he may still kill you. If you make it to the front doors, he will let you in, and you can make your way past the workshops that dark creations are built, and he will take you to a place where you can choose treasure or wisdom. If you choose his treasure room, he will take you to his treasure room, where the gold will cause your flesh to fall off your bones, and your bones will guard the gold. Your greed keeping your bones alive. If you choose wisdom, he will take you to his library. However, every book is blank, with not a single word written on any page. If you want some of the sorcerer's wisdom, it needs to be paid for in blood. You may start with your own blood as you smear it across the pages to see what is written on it, but you will always want more. Just another page, just another word of wisdom, just another drop of blood. However, you only have so much blood in your body, so you need to get blood from somewhere. The sorcerer will tell you how to get blood from others, and you will take from others to feed your growing need for wisdom. Your power will wax as your soul wanes and you sacrifice others for your desire for power. Their bones building more to the palace of bone. Your shadow will fade, your ears will grow pointed, your teeth sharp and plentiful, and your fingers will grow claw-like, as you become some of the sorcerer's helpers, not dissimilar to the exiles who made the elfin villages. If you ever disobey the sorcerer, you may be fortunate, and he will kill you. If you are unfortunate, he will banish you to live with the other exiles. The wisdom stripped from your mind by force and liquor, living in the villages, searching for something you will never understand, and always seeking to keep others from reaching for the treasure you cannot have. If you decide to brave all of the dangers to reach the Palace of Bone for power, you may think of the dangers as challenges you will need to overcome to reach power. That isn't the purpose of the storm, the elves, and the snowman. Their purpose isn't to challenge you. Their purpose is to protect you from becoming like the sorcerer. The pile of bodies of those who failed to join the sorcerer is a far smaller pile than those that have been killed by the sorcerer's pursuit for power. This story is unusual for not having a character that was being followed the entire time. However, the warning seems to imply that dying is better than actually making it to the Palace of Bone. It does raise a few questions, since no one has actually survived a trip beyond the Northern Vortex. Who told this story in the beginning? And who are the people who survived the trip to the Palace of Bone? This follows the pattern of too many legends of the Necromancer. A common legend that is shared by many, but there's no physical evidence that they were there. We don't have recent eyewitness accounts because no one survives the trek beyond the Northern Vortex. Satellite imagery only sees clouds, so all we have here is a legend, and all I can do is hope that the information in it is accurate enough for our plans. The following story was collected by The Explorer, a traveler who collected legends and stories, including their own experiences, from traveling across Europa, Mayquil, and Ottawa. Their collection, the Explorer's Encyclopedia, has formed the basis of many bestiaries, including the master bestiary used by the Hunters Guild. The stories collected by the Explorer are very detailed in the encounters of the creatures and legends. However, very little information about the Explorer is certain. No name is ever given, where they came from is uncertain, their goals unknown, even the reason why they were in the Northern Forest was never stated anywhere in the documents that survived. While the exact location of the cabins mentioned is not certain, Similar tales and customs have endured in many areas of the northern forest, especially during the winter and especially in the tundra. While the northern forest extends over Europa, Ottawa, and Vespucci, covering hundreds of distinct cultures, they all share the same story about the forest fiends. My hosts have escorted me through the forest. The days are short here, and we are soon approaching the solstice. The further north we go, the colder it gets. I have seen many strange, very hairy creatures this far north. Creatures that supposedly went extinct during the last ice age, and yet they are thriving within the northern forest. Saber-toothed cats, gigantic woolly mammoths are just a few of them. What interests me is that we are close to an invisible line in the forest, and my hosts grow far more cautious. Before this point, it was common for us to camp for the night wherever it was convenient, usually in the site of an old camp either carved out of a cliff, a clearing, or sometimes in a village or town. Even in the northern forest, towns are common. However, cities are not, and the roads are little more than trails. When we passed by the invisible line, now we are moving very differently. We only travel during daylight hours, not merely dawn until dusk, but we will not even leave until an hour after the sun has risen. We have to make it to our stop an hour before the sun has set. This part of the forest has very large cabins constructed from logs. 2-story tall cabins with no windows and very large fireplaces, and a chimney in the center of the cabin. When we arrive at the cabin, there is plenty of firewood, but still they have us immediately start cutting up firewood. When we finish chopping up the firewood, we leave it outside for the next travelers to make it here. When it is an hour before sunset, we all head into the cabin and we bar the door and we start the fire. My hosts take turns watching over the fire and keep it going, and we all keep close to the fire, staying warm. But it doesn't seem to be the cold that my hosts fear. They fear something else completely. When I ask my hosts about it, they tell me the story. In this part of the forest, the dead don't stay dead. Any body that isn't eaten, burned, or buried will come to life at night. Not just human bodies either. Animals, insects, birds, even the fish all come back to life. And they come back to life different from what they were in life. No longer peaceful, they are deadly predators that will seek out prey and consume their flesh. Even if it was something like a deer or a mosquito, it will seek out prey. That's why the cabins are built within a day of walking to each other, so that way people can get to the cabins safely and stay safe. The dead out there hunt living flesh, and they will do anything they can to claim it. The only thing known that will keep the fiends at bay is fire and sunlight. Any bodies that are discovered are usually burned, buried, or have parts of their body cut away, so they do not come back to life at night. The idea is that by doing so, or anyone or anything you come across, then someone else will have the same kindness for you. The exact same thought process of someone else cutting firewood that they will never use, but they leave it for the next person, for the next, and for the next person to cut firewood for others. The only warning of a fiend being nearby is by their whistling. For whatever reason, whatever curse, miracle, or phenomenon that brings them back to life also imbues them with a love of whistling. Even if they couldn't whistle in life, Whether it was a deer, spider, or even a man with a jaw removed, the dead will whistle when moving, only stopping their whistling when they are stopped or when they are actively hunting someone. Hence why in this part of the northern forest, whistling at night is forbidden. Whistling makes others think that you are one of the fiends of the night, and it is also feared that whistling will draw others from deeper in the forest. It cannot be certain, but it is believed that the whistling brings them in, and that's why they gather with each other at night. That night we watched the fire until we fell asleep, and we could hear them whistle and move through the grass. Once or twice they tried to open the door, but when they couldn't, they simply moved on. They aren't very intelligent predators. They should know by now that unboarded doors means that no one is in there. If they kept up at the doors, they could break it down, but thankfully they don't. The next few journal entries detail moving deeper into the northern forest. For the most part, it is more of the same and highly repetitive, but it is here that changes begin to occur. We could see the smoke leagues before we ever reached the cabin. When my host saw the smoke, we doubled our pace towards the smoke. Smoke means fire. An out-of-control fire could burn down the cabin and, most likely, a large part of the forest. The northern forest doesn't just belong to humanity, and those that live there will punish those who do not protect, just as much as they punish the ones who cause the harm. When we made it to the cabin, it was almost a relief that it was only the cabin that burned down. The fire was mostly out, leaving only smoldering ashes on the stone foundation and the chimney itself. A strange invention, I am sure would be popular in Europa, but also one that doesn't burn with the wood of the structure. We rushed to put out the last of the fire, and we found ourselves in trouble. Only a few hours before sunset, and there was no cabin to sleep in. All of the firewood was burned up in the fire, and we would be vulnerable to the fiends of the forest. We were broken up into groups. One would gather firewood, the other would clean up and start to rebuild the cabin. We are not going to finish today, and most likely not finish tomorrow either. However, there is no question with me or my hosts. We will not move on until the cabin has been rebuilt. It puts us at risk to rebuild the cabin, but having a complete cabin also keeps any other travelers who come after us safe. Just like chopping firewood for the next guests, we have a responsibility to those who came after us to rebuild, and offer safety to the strangers who came after us. It isn't a question of would someone else do the same for us. We aren't doing it to make someone else owe us. We are doing it because it is right. The northern forest is full of monuments of ash and dust, of those who had selfish motives. Some legends say that the reason the soil of the northern forest is so rich is because it is fertilized by everyone who has ever died in the forest. There is definitely some truth to this. More than a few of the trees we cut down, when you get through the outer levels of the tree, you can see branches and roots shaped like a skeleton. Tree roots will grow into the corpses of any animals that are nearby, including human beings. Usually by the time it is reached, there is only bone left, but it is terrifying to dig only a little and stare into the wooden sockets and a wooden smile of a wooden skull of a living skeleton. I think this may be why burying the dead keeps them from coming back. The trees grow into them and consume them before they are given the chance to come back. I bring this up because no matter where we dug, we found bodies. Step somewhere and kick up some dirt, and you will expose the milky white eye staring up at the sky, the roots not having a chance to grow into the body yet. The stench of death was everywhere. No weapons, no armor, and no clothes left on the bodies. Apparently all burned in the cabin fire. My hosts and I think that there was an attack at the cabin, but whoever was defending the cabin decided to bury the dead and then burn the cabin. Although we don't know why they burned the cabin. We don't even know if there is a logical reason for it, or if there isn't a logical reason, or if there is a reason at all. For all we know, they left the fireplace unattended, slow cooking a rodent, and then the fire spread through the cabin, and they fled in shame. Or maybe it was set by the attackers, and there was nothing the defenders could do. One of the hardest parts about doing what I do, collecting legends and sharing what I know and what I learn, is sometimes there is no answer. And even if there was an answer, it wouldn't change anything. Whether it was logical or illogical, planned or random, set by the attackers or by the defenders, it makes no difference. The cabin was on fire, and it needs to be rebuilt again. Assigning blame or trying to solve the mystery would only distract from the actual problem. I am a naturally curious person, and I cannot help my mind from wandering and wondering as I helped chop up firewood and make sure that none of the barely buried bodies are exposed. I wonder why so many people are attacking this single cabin, and who they were seeking to harm, and more importantly, why. While death and even murder aren't uncommon in the northern forest, there is usually a motive, especially for a large group of people to attack anyone or anything. No, this was definitely someone, not something. The animals of the northern forest don't set fires. They also don't strip weapons and armor from the bodies and then bury them. Whoever this was either one very powerful individual or a large group of people. And even though they buried the attackers in the soil, it doesn't mean the defenders were good people. For all I knew, the attackers were pursuing a murderer, or maybe it was just two groups of murderers who found each other. And the more I think about it, I realized something. The very fact that my host thought the people buried were attackers and not defenders. The only evidence that they were attackers was the fact they were all facing the cabin. Wherever they were buried, their faces would be facing the cabin if they were still standing. They were all buried face up with no apparent wounds, but very easily the defenders could have been trying to fight attackers who reached the cabin. So who knows if they were really attackers or defenders? Thoughts of conspiracy and criminal espionage plagued my thoughts when we were all gathered. The cabin barely had short walls, and we built our fire in the fireplace, lighting it while we all sat with our backs towards the fire, gripping our axes and knives, preparing for a possible fight. The fiends aren't supposed to get close to the flames, though there is always a possibility that we misunderstand the legend, or maybe they will try something else. As the sun set and the last sliver of light faded from the west, we could hear the whistling. It came from beyond the clearing, and it started as a single, lonely whistle. And soon it was joined by another, and another, and another, and far more. Seemingly, hundreds of whistles joined into the night as the fiends came from the forest. In the dim light of the moon and stars above, I could barely see their shapes. In the dark, the animal corpses and the human corpses looked exactly the same. Misshapen abominations whose eyes could only dimly reflect the fire's light as they shambled towards us. In some of their hands I could see weapons. Axes, pickaxes, shovels, hammers, knives, carved bone, stone, and even weapons of ice held in equally frozen hands. They kept whistling as they got closer and closer to the cabin's short walls. A frightening and fearsome form of forewarning, our final frozen finish. But the only thing worse than the whistling was their silence. They gathered just beyond an arm's reach beyond our reach. They stopped whistling, standing there in silence. Those frozen fiends of the forest stood there and stared at us, unblinking in the darkness. The light of the flames flickered off their faces, but they dared not get closer. If they got closer, then they were at risk of our arms, and we did not dare reach out for them, because if we miss, we will be torn apart by the crowd. So we waited at an impasse. Our fearsome, frightful, fiendful friends focus forever frozen on our fickle flame flashes, fading from the flurries falling from the formidable floating fog. The living's breath formed fog in front of us, but the dead did not breathe, producing no steam of life, and only silence instead of breath. Even with our best efforts, the fire was still exposed to the winds of the foggy night. Every time the flames weakened, the shadows surrounding the fiends swooped, like predatory birds eager to strike and pounce upon us for not being able to keep them at bay. And when the flames grew stronger, the shadows retreated, but in place of the shadows, we saw the truth in the weak glow of the fire. Fire is a lot like the truth. It can reveal the world around you. It keeps you out of the darkness and ignorance, replacing the worst fears in your mind with what is actually around you. It can render something impossible to consume into something delicious, and something you would enjoy even the scent of. But fire can also spread, and it can burn. Those who plunge directly into it are consumed by it and will feel great pain beyond anything that lies in the darkness of the abyss. If not properly treated, it will spread, suffocating, burning, melting, and incinerating everything in its path, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Many people see this, and they think it means hiding the truth is the best thing to do. I don't agree with them. To me, it means it needs to be respected and understood, but never feared. Suffocating it leaves you cold, and leaves you in a place so dark and cold you may never find your way out. But you also need to keep yourself safe from being exposed to too much of it. Tonight, the fire revealed the truth of what the fiends looked like. I could see a lot of what I thought was carved bone weapons was partially true, but it would be more accurate to say they turned their injured and shattered arms into weapons. The radius and ulna bones sharpened to a point making them into violent weapons that could reduce a human to meat in seconds. I saw them slack-jawed with their mouths open, no saliva left in their bodies, no fluids, no humors, and no life left in their bodies. At least, I thought at first there was no life in them. I watched on as I was proven wrong. I saw movement beneath the clothing, wriggling and squirming. I watched as they dripped from the corpse's clothes onto the ground, soon freezing to death, but not before I saw what they were. Maggots. The fiends were infested with life, scavengers that crawled, consumed, and cultivated the corpses, practically a biome unto themselves, and that made them only more horrifying. Frozen bodies that stood there doing nothing would be disturbing and unnatural, but it was firmly unnatural. Instead, we watched as life grew and continued from these frozen fiends. They were a natural part of the northern forest, as much a part of the forest as the squirrels, trees, butterflies, and rabbits, as much a part of the forest as I was. The animals were harder to see in the light, standing behind the humans, but I could see more of the same. I watched deer standing perfectly still on legs that were broken, with bleached white bones sticking out of the fur. I saw tigers with claws coated in black blood, long since dried, dead, and disgusting, their skeletons peeking out from the cuts in their fur and skin, revealing gray, rotten muscle that still functioned in the frozen night. And that was nothing to say about the ice forming on our fiendish friends. As the flames waxed and waned each time it waxed, we watched as more and more ice formed over them, their eyes freezing first, long icicles forming from their eyes like tears, following the wrinkles, cracks, and wounds of the face. Their extremities blackened, the little body left water left in their body, freezing and turning frostbitten. If they still lived, they would have tossed off their clothes to avoid the burning sensation before passing out and dying. But the fiends were already dead, so their skin froze and ice coated their bodies. By the time the sun rose, all of the bodies were still standing, but coated in ice, unable to move away from us, and unable to move away from the purifying light of the sun. They stood in silence still, a dead vigil, hoping to wait us out in the cold, only for the cold to turn on them first, giving us what we most desperately desired: a chance. We didn't wait an hour after dawn today. Once the sunlight reached us, we went to work. Some of us chopping firewood, some cutting down the trees to rebuild the cabin, and a few of us worked on the bodies. I got to learn up close how dismembered the bodies have to get for them not to return back to life. When it was first described, I imagined it was like removing every piece until it was down to pieces too small to move anymore. Turns out it was a lot simpler than that, and also a lot more disgusting than I thought. They had to remove the feet of the dead from the rest of the body. The idea is to keep the bodies from being able to move, and when they're not able to move, the forest will consume them before they can hurt anyone else. Although the process of removing the feet from the legs is a lot harder than it sounds. The bodies are frozen, so you cannot cut it so much as you have to shatter the legs. While I cut the firewood, some of my hosts took heavy hammers to broke the frozen legs. The sound was like ice breaking, but far more unsettling because I knew what the sound meant. Once the legs are shattered, they have to be twisted and pulled. The noise was disturbing, and once the feet were removed, they were dragged into the forest. Not buried or burned, just let out to rot. When I asked why they weren't burned or buried, one of the hosts took me over to the pile we were at yesterday, where I disturbed a body less than 24 hours ago. Grass was already growing over the mess of dirt, and some of the grass had to be cut away just to dust the dirt away from the corpse's face. Already, the roots of the grass were deep and protecting what lies underneath. Maybe it's more accurate to say that the roots were protecting us from what lies underneath the dirt. As the roots were cut away like a net from the ocean, we saw what the roots dug up from the abyss underneath our feet. Body that just yesterday was still whole was little more than bones. The roots dug deep through the flesh and tangled in the bones, leaving much of the body roots surrounding bones, as the roots began to snake their way into the bones. The forest reclaims the dead very quickly. When the fiends are unable to stand, the roots of the forest will claim them in hours, leaving not enough for them to move, let alone attack when the sun sets. We managed to rebuild the cabin tonight, and we have enough firewood for tonight and for whoever comes after us. It did not take us long to rebuild the cabin. That night there were no whistles in the woods. All of the fiends now lie resting on the ground. Tomorrow we will make our way to town, and from there we can rest in safety. The trail is carved deep into the grass and the forest, cut through walls of thorns, carved into frozen rock, and even through the trunks of trees. There were walkways carved through the trunks of living trees that were practically tunnels in themselves. A lot of the trees were massive, taller than any building I've seen, and so crowded above that if it wasn't winter, the canopy would have blocked out the sun on the forest floor. And then we made it to the town itself. In the middle of a large clearing, it was built on the banks of a large river that flowed from the mountains. Where we were, the town was a collection of wooden structures built behind a large log wall. The lookouts on the wall had braziers and torches that burned even during the day. They didn't burn coal, wood, charcoal, fat, nor any substance I was familiar with. What I learned from our host was that these fires were carried by their ancestors centuries ago when they first came here, and those fires have never gone out even once during that entire time. The fires of Pangloss, they called them. They're supposed to burn with the fire of intelligence and growth. Essentially, the more curious people are, the brighter they burn. They burn bright enough that the town is always in light, even in the middle of the night. We came to town just in time. The travelers from further north are passing through on their way to their winter homes further south. If you travel much further north in this town, then the forest becomes tundra, and then winter and summer have odd effects on the sun. During the summer, the sun doesn't set for days, weeks, or in some cases, months at a time, giving them plenty of time to live their lives and avoid the fiends. During the summer, at least. When winter comes, the sun rises less and less, leaving parts of the northern circle in darkness for days, weeks, or even months. There's even rumors of parts of the northern circle that the sun has never risen on at all. Dangerous conditions in the best of times. Beautiful with the aurora borealis, but very dangerous. The fiends that live in the tundra are very different from those that live in the forest. So different, in fact, that they may not even be the same fiends that live in the northern forest at all. The fiends of the tundra function for centuries, and more than a few are rumored to be thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. I will have much to explore in the tundra, but for now, I remain in town, and I will be sure to share what I learned about these frozen fiends. While the explorer would eventually make it to the tundra of the Northern Circle and learn more about how the fiends are different, it would take them over a month to leave for the tundra, and it would take 5 years to return. I am still looking for those writings, but thankfully I'll be able to check out that book in a few weeks from the halls of time. Content warning. The following story contains descriptions of animal abuse, gore, violence, occult activity, death, and cannibalism, including towards children. Albion always had troubles. Numerous conquerors came from Gaul from the south, Hibernia from the northwest, Caledonia from the north, Kimru from the west, and Norager from the east. Invasions were a regular occurrence, usually creating small kingdoms which often war with each other, leaving distinct marks on the island nation. Coventry is sat near the center of Albion, and it is reflected in the barony of Coventry, led at the time by Baron Chester Seagrave. Coventry was enjoying relative peace 181 years after the failed invasion from Normandy and 99 years before the first cases of Red Death. Barony had for the most part enjoyed being a large part of the wool and lumber trades. However, living in an era free of war was not the same as living in an era free of conflict. The first church in Coventry was built just recently, and with it the first graveyard in the town. While burial was done on occasion in Coventry before the church was built, some of the town's residents practiced excarnation, leaving the dead to the elements until only the bones remained, or cremation, incinerating the body until only ashes remained. When the Baron outlawed such practices, it also came with enforcement that was not very popular. It was not uncommon for feudal knights to invade homes, taking away both the urns and bones from the grieving families, only to have these remains buried in the city graveyard, often in unmarked graves, as punishment to the families who disobeyed the Baron. Soon afterwards, the Baron's knights and the bishop's priests dug into the town's burial mounds, taking the gold and weapons back into the Baron's treasury and reliquary, dumping the bodies into the ever-growing graveyard. It is likely this conflict the living had over death spilled over into the sunless lands, leading something back to the land of the living. The following account was taken from journals left from an unnamed priest and from Knight Sir James. Sir James' work in dealing with monsters in Coventry and beyond led to the formation of Albion's first chapter of the Hunters Guild, the Benefactors. March 2nd, 2000 AUC. The serfs were unhappy to be digging in the old burial mound. The gold and treasures were taken long ago, and the graveyard is full, so we have to expand it. They keep telling me it's disrespectful to Dawn, to Hell, to Eid. I tell them that it doesn't matter and to dig. There's over a dozen bodies to bury, and tomorrow is Sunday. We cannot do it then. As we dug, I saw an odd sight. In the distance, there were 4 animals who watched as we worked. A massive white Shire horse. It looked almost skeletal in the distance, with a very long white mane, almost long enough to reach its knees. There was a pair of ravens who watched us from the empty branches of a dead tree, their eyes staring and judging us, and it almost looked like they had an extra eye in the middle of their heads. And the final beast was the strangest. A large black dog almost the size of a horse. It looked similar to the dogs that the Baron brought for hunting bears, but even bigger. This beast approached several times, and it was friendly towards me, but it growled when one of the serfs tried to pet it. Apparently, it only trusts me, even though it didn't take any of the food I offered it. I wonder if the dog knows. We dug our graves in the early afternoon, and as is traditional, I prepared the burial of one of the Baron's dogs. In a graveyard, the first thing you bury will come back to protect the graveyard. If you bury a man, then the man will not rest, and he will spend eternity guarding the graveyard in the form of a shambling sexton. Quite honestly, the living sexton of the cemetery was already a handful, and I didn't need another one. So instead, we would have a grim to guard this graveyard. The trick to getting a dog to become a grim is that it has to be buried while it is still alive. Baron's dog bit and snarled towards me and the others, who kept it on long iron chains, while we pulled it down into the open grave. The chains held it down, reminding me of Fenrir in chains. That wolf in the myth chewed the hand off of someone to get it captured. Fortunately, we were not so unlucky. Dog's howls were mournful as we piled dirt on it. The beast had run off when the first howls echoed through the mound. The howls continued even as it was covered in dirt. Unable to move anymore, and when it was piled over, we placed a stone over the dog's grave, sealing it to be our grim guardian of the graveyard. More than a few serfs were disturbed by this. Apparently their beliefs had completely different ways of getting grave guardians. It isn't my fault they don't believe in the right God the right way. They will learn, or they will be joining the Baron's favorite dog soon enough. We buried the other bodies, and we went home to prepare for church tomorrow. Meals have to be prepared ahead of time. No cooking, no cleaning, no work allowed on Sunday, except for my work. Even the Baron's knights and the Baron himself attended service. Usually, at least. This following entry was made by Sir James only a few days after the new expansion to the graveyard was added. March 6, 2000 AUC. The priests will no longer leave the rectory. There have been 3 dead priests in the last 2 days, and now the priests will not leave the church grounds that the rectory is on. Food is brought to them, and people come to them for advice. While the sheriff believes that it is a serial killer leaving the priests in bloody piles on the streets of Coventry, the priests themselves are insistent that it is a Barghest that is after them. A few different priests reported seeing a large black dog with shaggy hair, sharp fangs, and tearing claws following them around at night. Normally, I would dismiss it, just like most similar reports that are made to the sheriff. Except it isn't just the priest who saw it. There have been over a dozen witnesses who reported the Barghest. All of them are using the same description. A very large black dog with shaggy hair, sharp fangs, and claws. And at the scene of each murder, there are claw marks on the stones surrounding the bodies. The bodies themselves are little more than torn up pieces of meat and shattered bone where they're found. They're not so much buried as they are dumped into the graves. Their coins aren't taken, any food or valuables they are carrying are untouched. The only thing taken from them are their crosses and rosaries. It is specific enough to feel like a wolf. However, Coventry hasn't seen wolves that walk among men in centuries. So we follow the patterns, and it seems that the Barghest appears at night, and whatever it is, it's a physical being and not an ethereal one. I've seen plenty of things in my travels. When I fought east of here against the Danes, I watched their dead men pick up axes and join the fray. To the south, I fought against strange men who breathed fire with every word and who could only be silenced by drowning them. To the north, I fought against horsemen who rode without heads and who could only be stopped by a golden crucifix. And to the west, I had seen wailing spirits who would have slayed me just by screaming at me, if I did not have wax in my ears keeping out the noise. Whatever this Barghest is, it is a physical being, and it can be killed. Presumably, the following entry was written later that night, or maybe the next day. We found the Barghest. As soon as the sun set, I found a large dog even larger than a wolf. If it wasn't for the fact that it barked and howled, I would have thought it was an abnormally large wolf. The hair was shaggy, practically dragging behind the beast's steps. The claws were so long that just walking on the stones dug gouges into the stones. The thing no one mentioned before was the dog's eyes. They were bright red, filled with the fires of hell. Theophania and Richard were with me when we found the Barghest. The priests warned us when we saw the beast that we had to slay it in the name of Jesus Christ, otherwise the creature would not fall to its wounds. It would take an honest, honorable prayer to take down such a creature. We watched the Barghest, and it watched us right back. Behind the creature, there was the church, but it looked like the creature would not cross the boundary into sanctuary. Was it unable to enter holy ground, or was it respecting sanctuary like everything else? Theophania finished her prayer first and drew her sword. Her sword drawn, the Barghest growled at her as she approached. She carefully circled around the creature, her sword drawn, while Richard and myself finished our prayers. I would later learn that Theophania saved our lives. Richard finished his prayer and he lunged towards the Barghest, stabbing his sword into the Barghest's side, stabbing clean through the fur and into the creature's belly, drawing it along the spine, slicing through flesh and fur that emptied onto the street below the Barghest. Except the Barghest didn't even notice what Richard had done. Its entrails dragged behind it, coating the shaggy fur. And I could see its cold, dead heart on the ground, not pumping any life. And yet the Barghest still stood, not even carrying that half of it was dragging behind it. Maybe I need to do more, Richard said as he slashed through the creature's spine. I could hear the sound of bone on metal, sounding like the butcher's knife slamming into meat. It severed something, but the Barghest still dragged itself forward, trying to reach Theophania, who now took her mace and slammed it into the Barghest's skull, cracking it open and leaving the poor monstrosity's brains on the ground. That finally stopped the beast. I was frozen the entire time, too scared to lift my sword in the defense of my compatriots. I'm so sorry. I do not know why I froze. I began only for Theophania to raise her hand. That didn't work the way the priest said it would. What do you mean? I asked her, and Richard turned to me like I was stupid, his golden eyes shining in the night, identical to the eyes under Theophania's helmet. Is it not obvious? I prayed to Jesus Christ and it did not stop the beast. Theophania prayed to Freya and she was able to take it out. I don't think it was the prayer, I think it was where the beast was struck. It lost its heart on the ground and the flesh isn't warm. But the brains broke into the ground, took it down. If we encounter more like this, then we need to break the skull and get to the brains, Richard said, only for Theophania to laugh. That isn't why my mace worked where your sword failed. I prayed to Freya, but my prayer was genuine. Your prayer was not, Richard. Prayer has to be genuine. A prayer to a god you do not believe in is like applying for favor from a lord that you do not serve. If you strike these creatures down, keep your oath honest, Sir James, Theophania advised me as we left the body for the corpse cart. There had been no other odd deaths for weeks, which led to everyone relaxing, only for new strange things to occur, as recorded by the priest. April 1st, 2000 AUC. We are preparing for the feast of Saint Selic, Saint of Hibernaria. After the knights took down the Barghest, everything was quiet in Coventry. We haven't even had a single death in weeks. The feast is important, and we will have many visitors from all over the barony, including pilgrims all the way from the countryside. We prepare the roasted pheasant, boar, and even salted fish from Oceanus. This is going to be a glorious feast. We even had quiet volunteers from the Baron's castle. They must be servants who worked deep in the castle, because they were as pale as geists, but they listen without talking back, and they work hard without complaint. Perfect Christian folk. This feast is going to be amazing. Even the cooks were these pale castlemen, but the food smells amazing. The mouth-watering smell of delicious salted pork. I snuck a piece for myself. Practically melted in my mouth with how much fat remained on the still red muscle, and the way blood had dribbled down my throat felt like communion. I don't normally enjoy meat that is still bleeding. However, the way these cooks made it, it just tastes amazing. Nothing even comes close to it. The wafers we passed out taste like sawdust, and it sucks the life from our tongues. Fortunately, the wine we drink tastes incredibly salty and rejuvenating, still warm from wherever they got the wine from. It wasn't from the church's stockpile. That was untouched when we saw it. However, wherever they got the wine from, I love it. I am considering replacing my stockpile with this salty wine. Wine is wine, and I can bless it all the same. I just have to say my prayers to someone. Yeshi? No, that's not quite. Joshi? No. Christina. They lived in heaven, right? No, not heaven. Haven? No, that definitely didn't sound like the right place. LCL? No, that's definitely not right. The thought of all those faceless angels wearing those creepy mirror masks frightened me. Pandemonium? That was certainly closer. No clouds, no sun, no faceless abomination, and fires to warm the old bones. Hell? No, not hell. Hell. Yes, that was it. The empty throne in hell. I just had to say the prayer to hell while the cooks prepared the feast. The Baron and his knights left to go hunting for boar, those silly goats. We had plenty of boar here. The priests had to dig the boar up from the graveyard. There was plenty of tasty salty pork from those dusty graves. Fresher the grave, the fresher the pork. I don't know why I'm craving pork so badly. I used to find the flesh unappetizing, but ever since I nicked my hand on the Bargis's tooth when I drug it into the pyre, it has been all I craved. The best pork I found out doesn't come from pig, but from the serfs around me. It was so joyous I had to share my joy with my fellow priests. I prayed to hell, and I would leave a single drop of my blood in each bottle of wine. It doesn't say that in any of our holy books, but the empty throne tells me that it is the right thing to do. I fed pieces of my flesh and drip drops of blood to my brothers, and now we are all holy in hell too. We replaced that nasty cross with a carving of an empty throne, Better the throne than the cross, better to take than give, better to gain than sacrifice. In time, the church ground stopped burning us, and we had the chance to finally make it our own. The blood and the flesh spread amongst all of Coventry, except the body barren and the nasty knights. They refuse to eat at the church, but that's fine. We have plenty of pork from the graveyard. The very best pork is from the shredded corpses. They're still quivering and not quite dead, just yet. The Hellhound brought us the very best. We just didn't understand its blessing yet. When the feast is finished, the Church of the Empty Throne will be full, and we will spread across Albion, and then in time Europa, until every knee bows before an empty throne, and no one even remembers any of those petty princes and princesses that infest the world. I have to help the cooks. They have run out of pork, and the last of the priests have been used up. It is my great honor to be served in the name of hell. This is the last entry of the priest's journal. It was coated in what was later proven to be blood, wine, and candle wax made from human fat, which served to preserve it as it was completely covered in the wax. The Baron's boar hunt went on for days. By the time the Baron and the knights returned to Coventry, it was a completely different place. April 5th, 2000 AUC. When we returned on Thursday, it was like Coventry saw battle and pestilence at the same time. I had seen war. I knew what war smelled like, and we could smell it even leagues away from Coventry. It was odd, though, because there were no ravens and there were no crows in the air. We rushed as quickly as we could, and when we saw the town, I could feel my heart break, and we could only ride in silence as we searched the town. The doors and shutters of all the homes banged in the wind. Their homes empty with no one inside. All of their hearths were empty and cold and had been for days. We had seen plenty of brown stains on the cement, but the blood was cleaned away, apparently licked away by wild dogs. At least, I hoped it was wild dogs. The burning pork smell and the smoke we found was the church. And it was where everyone left in Coventry stood. We found no bodies in Coventry, and when we made it to the burning church, we found out why. The bodies were chopped up like it was in a butcher shop. Instead of clean cuts and strips of flesh, however, everything was piled up into twitching gore piles. The entrails, organs, and flesh still moved in apparent animation as they were roasted over the flames of the burning church. Even as the flesh cooked and burned, it was still moving, as the residents of Coventry consumed the cursed meat. Even the residents who were still standing, still chewing, still eating one another, were dead. I could see the blood underneath their skin forming bruises on the bottom of their limbs as they tore at each other, tearing flesh. I saw the holes in their throats, their chests, and even their hanging entrails, where the food they consumed simply fell out of their bodies, only for others to eat the fallen flesh. Any of the residents who were no longer able to move or unable to defend themselves were torn apart and butchered by the ones who could still move, many of them still wielding knives. None were spared the harsh treatment of this horde of hellions. And by none, I mean none. Coventry had many children. Once. It had many children. Children not equipped to defend themselves. Children unable to protect themselves, let alone their younger siblings. Some barely older than infants, and most of them still infants. Their flesh was eaten with everyone else's, and they were torn apart easily. But they still moved, and when I saw the eyes of an infant, who was barely more than a head and a spine, snap its toothless maw my way, I lost my lunch. At this point, even though we surrounded the burning bonfire, we were not targeted by the Hellions. Yet. Either they didn't consider us a threat, or they were more interested in the food that was already on hand. The Baron ordered us to draw our arms and strike at the crowd, bringing them all into the fire. We drew our swords, shields, spears, spades, spetums, and scythes as we pushed the bodies into the flames together. They did not fight back. They did not care about us. They didn't even notice what we were doing. They just kept eating as they were pushed into the flames, as we pushed them and watched them both burn and melt in the flames. We watched as eyes melted into screaming, steaming piles in their sockets, and yet they kept eating. We watched as flesh burned and peeled away from the bone that blackened and cracked from how hot the fire burned. And yet they kept eating. We watched as the flesh was ash and charcoal, the bone little more than brittle, cracked sticks, while the flames danced across the bones like pandemonium's flames. And yet they kept eating. They were bones, ash, and dust. And still the bones, ash, and dust kept consuming bones, ash, and dust. There was nothing left to destroy, and as the fire waned, we watched in horror as the ash kept moving slowly, constantly consuming itself, never gaining sustenance but always drawing joy from its own consumption. Feeling lost at that point, I felt I had no other choice. I removed my sword, and I pointed it at the weak flames and the moving ash. For what Theophania said, that it didn't have to be a prayer to any specific god, it just had to be a genuine honor, something I held in high regard, something greater than myself. So I recited my knight's oath while pointing my sword at the ashes. I will defend the frail and the weak. I will uphold honor at all costs. I will never bring harm to one who has not harmed me first. As I recited it, the ashes started to stop moving so much, and for the first time I could hear a whisper from the bones, ash, and dust. Stop this. You can't stop us. The empty throne will rise. I ignored their words. If they were trying to stop me, then that meant I was on the right path. I will never slay what I can instead maim. I will never maim what I can instead disarm. And now some of the other knights were joining me in reciting their oaths. My Christian compatriots instead said the Lord's Prayer, while others prayed for favor from Dawn or Odin. Their words echoed along with mine as the whispers grew louder. You'll only send their souls to burn. You cannot rescue them. We will swallow them for all eternity. The voices echoed in all directions, including behind us, but we stayed strong in our united words. Many different words in many different faiths, asking for the same thing, to end the hellish horde that took over our town. I will never disarm what I can instead fatigue, and I will never fatigue what I can instead speak with, and I will never raise my hand without first reaching out first. I recited, finishing the oath as the echoes became screams. We are eternal. We are the ones who will destroy all of Albion. We cannot be stopped. I repeated my oath again. I will defend the frail and the weak. I will uphold honor at all costs. I will never bring harm to one who has not harmed me first. I will never slay what I can instead maim. I will never maim what I can instead disarm. I will never disarm what I can instead fatigue. I will never fatigue what I can instead speak with. and I will never raise my hand without first reaching out first. I finished, and my compatriots finished as well, leaving the ashes only ashes. The last of the bones broke into dust, and it was now still and quiet. Beyond the church I could see a white horse, 2 ravens perched on a rocky hill, and a large black dog. The old guardians of the old burial mounds. They protected the dead from desecration from the living, but they also protected the living from things that crawled out from the graveyards. And when the town broke their covenant with the guardians, their guardians broke their covenant as well. If I was to guess, the priest did not create a grim when he buried that dog alive. Instead, he summoned a hellhound, and the evil inside the hellhound spread among the priests unchecked, then through the town. How it went unnoticed, I don't know yet. If this evil spread unchecked in my own town that I am supposed to protect, then how many other similar beasts live out there? How many broken covenants were there? How many beasts? How many unprotected people to protect? That night I swore I would leave the Baron's employ, and I would find like-minded knights to help others, to uphold the covenants, and to save those who cannot save themselves. But first I had a new covenant to make with the old graveyard guardians. It is not known what the exact details of the covenant he made with the graveyard guardians. What is known is that the modern city of Coventry has over 100 different graveyards and one of the most diverse forms of keeping their dead. Everything from excarnation, donating organs, cremation, tombs, graveyard burials, taxidermy, burial at sea, and even endo-cannibalism. The old church grounds are barely a foundation. As for what happened to the ashes of the hellish Hellion horde, it is not stated in any document as far as I can find. As for the graveyard guardians, they are still seen throughout the city to this day. Content warning: the following story contains body horror, depictions of human experimentation, implied sexual assault, and child marriage. Discretion is advised.
Dearest friend, I have heard of your project and I decided to provide some aid. From what I hear, your sources are at best secondary, with the exception of the talking skull. I figured it may help your project to provide a first-hand account of what happened in Macromania, so I'll provide a bit of background before I explain my story on how I escaped 32 years ago. Macromania is a small Roman province in Europa, with beautiful castles, forests, mountains, and kind people. It was, and still is, led by the influential Bathory and Nadazdi families. The families were powerful leading up to 2313, and afterwards they exploded in power and influence. In less than 30 years, they went from local senators to serving as the Roman consul, from being in debt to numerous banks to owning banks, from being a part of high society to dictating the cost of gold. Historians will tell you the success came from the Asylum of ancient ancestors. The discovery of immortal humans led to an explosion of medical science, and it clarified that the sunless lands had a lot more truth than humanity initially thought. However, in many things where some people see a chance to learn, others see a chance to profit. When the asylum closed in 2744, the last of the prisoners finally died. When there were no more immortals to experiment on, Senator Bathory ordered it to be shut down and the bodies thrown out. Hundreds of years of experimentation, esoteric rituals, dozens of lifetimes, endless blood and tissue samples, and we're all thrown into a pit like we were garbage. What I am offering to you is a primary source. I am the last surviving patient of Bathory's asylum, and I'm also Bathory's first warden of the asylum. I'm not ready for the Charnel house yet. I do think my story needs to be shared.
Immemorial. I wasn't so much born as I just woke up one day. I wasn't young, but I wasn't fully grown. It was more like I was partially formed, and the same with those in my family and in the families beyond ours. The world was different then. The ancient was new, and anything new quickly became ancient. There were hundreds of us, split into the four families. It wasn't so much a family as it was dividing ourselves by who we were close to. We weren't siblings, and yet we weren't strangers either. The words to describe us wouldn't come until much later. Things simply were, or they weren't. The four families, the Cadmon, Halcyon, the Elion, and the Harishan. In time, we found out how to couple with each other and create new ones of us, and one of our descendants, a child from all four families, traveled further west than the sun could set. And she lost her face, and when she returned, she brought a shadow with her. And when she brought people from our families back, she cast the shadow upon all who entered the Sunless Lands, and upon all of their future descendants. That shadow would mean that our lives would end with death. Though many went further west than the sun could set, many more enjoyed our lives in the light. Why wouldn't we? Life was so simple and so beautiful. We watched the oceans fill with life. We watched the plains become mountains and those mountains begin to wash away. We could sit at the same place for millions of years and watch the changes while our mortal children would live, with a shadow of death over all of them. That shadow, you can only ever see that shadow if you're one of the ancient immortals. We were around before the shadow was there, so we could see it, while everyone else was born seeing nothing but that shadow. Their lives were fragile, and their forms were slow to change, but time would shape them in unique ways. The immortals could change in any way we wanted, shaping our bodies like clay, restoring ourselves from damage, changing our faces, our bodies, ourselves, easier than mortals could change clothes. And it was like that until the time of Ash. 75,000 PUC. Before the sky turned to ash, there were two clans, the mortals and the immortals. Any child of two immortals would also be immortal, but any descendant of a mortal would be mortal. So even though the clan of mortals would die a lot more, they had so many more in their clan. But when the sky turned to ash and our sister clan began to die off, we saw many strange things. I watched as a young girl crawled into a rabbit hole and brought her entire tribe to Lockhart, leaving her shadow behind on Earth. We watched when the first paths were discovered and when the mortal clan sought to escape Earth. Some went to heaven to climb above the clouds of ash. Others went to hell to escape the flames. Some climbed into the serpent's mouth to escape the fangs of the earth. Others traveled to a world with the dark sun to stay away from the sunless lands. And even after all of that, some of the clan of mortals both stayed and survived. At that time, there were far less mortals on Earth than immortals. 10,000 mortals, at the most, at the time. But not only did they survive, they repopulated and grew in strength. And when they became plentiful enough, the clan of immortals learned to blend and live among them. As time passed, more and more of the immortals decided they had enough of the earth, and they traveled further west than the sun could set. We did not fear death, nor being wiped away from history. It was rare for immortals to couple up, but they did on occasion, and our population, though small, was stable. Until I met George and Anna Bathory. They were both royalty of Marcomannia. whose close relatives were two different voids of Transylvania. At the time, I was working with the Hunters Guild as the unkillable warrior. I would take any job as long as it paid well. I thought the Hunters Guild was a good thing to support, and the money was my means to support them. The Bathories hired me to hunt and capture immortals from my own clan. I was willing because the money was good, and attacking other immortals was not much of a crime. Death wasn't a risk, and time was always on our side. It was not uncommon for us to feud for centuries or even millennia and then just get over it overnight. Life was a never-ending game for us. Your allies today could be enemies tomorrow, and the only thing you cared about was the score you made today. I assumed that was the way mortals thought also. While Anna and George celebrated the birth of their daughter, Elizabeth, I was out in the world hunting down the members of the Immortal Clan. At that time we blended with humanity, and oftentimes we could go centuries without even seeing another member of our clan. Our faces, bodies, and names, who we were, changing as easily as wet clay being reshaped on the potter's wheel. If you know what to look for, it's easy to spot the immortal among mortals. Even without looking for the shadow, you notice it. The eyes of wisdom from a very old soul filling a body that knows no struggle. Whether sitting on a golden throne or struggling under the weight of the world, they will have the same look in their eyes. It did not take me long to find the first prisoners of the Asylum of Ancient Ancestors. It was converted from an old concrete fortress built back in the days of the early Roman Republic. The rooms were built with iron doors, small windows, and even smaller beds. Perfect for the new asylum. The first few were simply kept prisoner, while Anna and George were busy raising their daughter. As the asylum was filled and Elizabeth was a young girl, so began our first need for a warden, and the very first experiments upon the immortals were performed. The first experiments were crude, especially compared to what Bathory came up with later. They first tried starving the immortals. It did not kill them, nor even slow them down. We had all faced starvation. We were born with empty stomachs, and it took a long time for us to learn how to eat and what hunger was. Then Anna Bathory's experiments went further. The patients were drained of blood, and it was found that blood doesn't clot. It stayed liquid. It stayed warm. It stayed delicious. The young Elizabeth Bathory had fits and seizures, bad ones that would cause her to collapse and have the court worry she was possessed. Treatment of seizures back then was to rub the blood of one who didn't suffer seizures on the lips. So since the blood of immortals remained liquid and warm, it was immortal blood she rubbed on her lips. The same blood that kept her from seizing, and that also slowed her aging. In time, the craving for a taste became a desire to sip, and then to drink, and to eventually bathe in the blood of immortals to keep herself young and strong. She was 13 years old when she gave birth for the first time. A bastard child with a peasant boy father. The baby was given away to another peasant to raise. A hidden history that was well known in rumors, but both the name of the baby and where he ended up was unknown. In hindsight, they should have kept a better eye on him. However, at the time no one knew what immortal blood would do to a mortal girl, nor what it would do to her children. We know better now, but that bloodline escaped, and I still have no way to find the child. Less than a year after she gave birth, she was married to her husband, Ferenc Nadazdi. an arranged marriage between the two families, where she was 14 and he was 20 years old. She would still taste the blood of immortals, but it slowed for a time, letting herself age and enjoy growing up, something that she would later to deny to some of her own children. They lived in Ferenc Castle, and she kept me as the warden of the asylum. They tried, for many years, to have children. At least they tried until the unfortunate death of her husband Ferenc. She was only 19 years old and he was 25 when he died from an unknown disease, or from what some thought was poison. However, Elizabeth refused to let death take her husband away. Some say it was love that inspired Elizabeth to defy the natural laws of the universe. Others say it was spite, that her desire to keep the man who stole her childhood away alive long enough for her to steal everything else from him. And a few others said it was because she was so much under his control that even in death he controlled her. Whatever the truth was, our experiments accelerated. She preserved Ferenc's body in the deepest, coldest part of the castle, practically frozen and untouched by decay. Even as his soul was judged, his body remained, where she would often sleep her nights away in his frozen embrace. While that happened, she had us remove the organs from immortals and transplant them to the living. While such experiments had been attempted with mortal organs before, it had never been attempted with immortal organs. Where a mortal organ could be attacked by the body and torn apart by the immune system, an immortal organ would be accepted without difficulty, strengthening the body that held it, and the immortal would, eventually, form their own organ again. Though unlike hunger or even exsanguination, this wasn't an emptiness that plagued us. It was like our organs were replaced by sharp blades and we had to heal through the sharp pain. Elizabeth did not care. She only cared to bring her husband back from death. She was warned away from the dark arts of necromancy and the dark books like the Kitab al-Azif or the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. So instead, Elizabeth decided to make her own dark magic, using the blood, body, and bile of immortals. She took our organs, our blood, and placed it in the corpse skin of Ferenc Nadazdi. It reminded me of how the priests of Kemet would remove the organs from their dead pharaohs to prepare them for the afterlife. Except Elizabeth was not preparing her husband for the afterlife. She was preparing him for a return to his first life. When all of the organs in his abdomen were removed, I was set to task to replace the lost organs with organs taken from my own clan. I had done many cruel things to my clan before. Life was just a game to us. Harm never lasted. Pain was a temporary wounding of pride. Death was barely more than something you can consider if you wanted, but if you ignored it, it never touched you. As I removed the still moving organs from my own clan, I could see true pain in their eyes. Eyes that had pain not just of the body, but deep into the heart and soul. When you remove the heart from a mortal, they die quickly. When you remove it from an immortal, the heart still beats. The blood stays warm. They struggle to breathe, to move. But you can see them struggle, and you know no matter how bad the pain is, the relief of death, or even unconsciousness, is something we do not experience. Eventually, the heart and organs removed do return, but it takes a long time. but the pain of healing compares nothing to the betrayal in those eyes. By that point, my clan stopped thinking of it as a temporary game, something we did for a few decades before stopping. They now consider their immortality and the idea of being in a permanent pact in the asylum. Never leaving, never escaping, and always stuck being healed, butchered, and fed on. We were all so many parasites. I did feel guilt, but I did not dare stop, nor even slow down, listening to the Bathory family. Just because I was their warden did not make me less of a prisoner. Being the warden of the Asylum of Ancient Ancestors just meant I had the biggest cell. Sometimes I was allowed outside under guard. I was still paid, but the money practically meant nothing. I was in the asylum so long that anyone I once knew outside the asylum was either dead or now trapped in the asylum as well. I got into this situation by listening to the Bathory and Nadazdi families. And I could only think to keep listening. As bad as it wasn't as bad as it could be. I wonder if that's what everyone who's trapped in purgatory tells themselves when they hear the screams of the damned below them. The organs taken from an immortal squirm a lot when you grip them. They're still warm and delicate, no more durable than mortal organs. Back in those days, we didn't have latex and rubber gloves. We weren't allowed to wear leather gloves because it was thought the leather would hurt the organs. So I had to hold the organs while they still squirmed, squished, and squelched between my fingers. We sewed these living organs into Ferenc's frozen corpse, a puzzle made from pieces from many different sets, replacing most of the picture and leaving only the edge of the original piece. By the end of the week-long surgery, there was almost nothing left of the original Ferenc in his own skin. Organs were replaced, and even with our best efforts, the muscles were cut to get to the organs, and the bones had to be broken to access the chest cavity. Every immortal organ, bone, and muscle grew into each other and continued to function without living. Not truly, at least. The heart beat without having any blood in the vessels, only pumping vile pus, infection, and foul-smelling corruption that would kill any mortal who dared touch it. The stomach produced acid, eager to digest and eat, even without having eaten anything in that entire time. But it was eager to consume before Ferenc ever opened his eyes. His tongue rotted away, even in the deep, cold, and had to be replaced. And as I sewed his organs into his body, he opened his eyes long before the surgery ever finished. His jaundiced eyes watched me, bored as I cut corruption away from his body and replaced it with immortal parts. Even when I replaced his blood and filled his body with immortal blood, a single syringe at a time, he only watched with disinterest. Even when I tried to speak to him, he did not respond. His lungs simply inflated and deflated, but I wasn't sure if he was still functional. Ferenc was a bunch of barely stitched together different organs that would survive but not truly function together. When he was sewn together, he towered over me. Replaced bones forced him to walk with a heavy step. He was taller after the surgery was performed on him. He was fed immortal blood, the only thing his body would consume. When we tried to feed him food or water, no matter how fine, he would refuse to swallow, leaving it in his mouth until it decayed and fell out, or when it simply dropped out of his mouth. He no longer spoke, wrote, and I was not sure if he could read. He showed no interest in any of the subjects that used to interest him. Once he was a successful military leader, a teller of jokes, and a polyglot who enjoyed learning new things and teaching these things with his friends. But this Pantagruel before me had no interest in anything. Well, almost no interest in anything. Sometimes Ferenc would stand or sit somewhere for hours or even days and stare at the same place, eyes unblinking and not even breathing. One could easily confuse him with someone who was dead. If it wasn't for the fact that his skin was still warm and supple, one could have easily buried him again. No one could figure out why he loved staring so much. Sometimes it would make sense, like staring out over the countryside or staring at a painting. Other times it was simply disturbing, like he would often be caught staring at the servants as they slept, and since it disturbed them so much, Elizabeth ordered all of the servants to simply put up with it. He did carry over one interest from his previous life, one that Elizabeth was all too eager to satiate. He still had his sexual organs from when he was alive, untouched by us by the order of Elizabeth. Most of Fenric was replaced. We were ordered to leave 3 things intact: his skin, his brain, and his genitalia. Elizabeth ordered that we leave his brain intact, even with the traces of rot. We could only wash it in immortal blood and hoped that it would preserve the seat of consciousness. She also ordered us to leave his skin intact and to sew it back together wherever we cut it. The sutures and cuts did heal. They healed into rough scars. His face was especially torn up. The scars beneath his eyes were especially hard to look at because his old eyes were so dried up and milky. If he kept them, he would have been blind when he came back. The eyes given to him were the most beautiful in the asylum, but they came from different immortals. One green, one golden. No matter how much he soaked in blood, his scars would never heal. And now looking back at it, I don't think he wanted them healed. And as for his genitals, they had rot in them, even after he was restored. He carried disease from life and it worsened after death. Elizabeth ordered us to soak it in the blood, which did restore it from venereal disease, but we did not promise her it would give her heirs. Looking back at it, I wish I sterilized the Pantagruel. After he was restored to life, Elizabeth took him around the castle, her silent escort. He would only speak to her, and only in whispers no one else could hear. He wandered around listlessly, appearing at the parties, not recognizing anyone else, not noticing anything except immortal blood and his ageless wife by his side. All of the royals in Europa were willing to pay top price for the Bathory's ageless blood. It brought Bathory wealth. Her husband back to life brought her power, because now she had a man with her at all times, and her husband also brought her what she wanted: an heir. Not just one heir, but several heirs. Elizabeth's first child was Anna, named after her grandmother. When she was born, she was a ravenous child, tearing into the breasts of the wet nurses, drawing blood to drink. It did not take long for Elizabeth to start having the wet nurses drink the immortal blood, usually mixed with their wine, so young Anna could drink the blood through the milk. What no one expected to happen was for Anna to develop a taste for wine and to be a drunkard at only 11 years old. Elizabeth would fund Anna's tastes and keep her drunk on both wine and blood, keeping the young heiress forever young, forever drunk, forever irresponsible, forever under Elizabeth's heel. Her next children were something else entirely. Something went wrong. The next children were stillbirths, but stillbirths that kept moving, kept eating, kept growing. They crawled out of Elizabeth's pregnant womb, eating their way out and attempting to eat the midwives and doctors, trying to help Elizabeth. Even only partially formed with weak arms and legs, they had a full set of sharp teeth and no eyes. They howled with their first breath, and they killed over a dozen people before they were stopped. Not killed, stopped. The Poronets were not to be killed under order of Elizabeth Bathory. We had to capture them in iron cages and keep them deep in the dungeons. The Poronets would not feed on immortal blood nor flesh. It repulsed them. They would not eat nor drink human food. They would only consume the blood and flesh of very young girls. The Poronets were even pickier than their mother in that way. Every time she gave birth to a Poronets, she would have to drink immortal blood nearly constantly, and she would have to be sewn back together. High on medieval morphine while she slowly healed. No matter how many times she gave birth to a Poronets, she would keep trying to have children. She had 3 anthropomorphic children, and she gave birth to a Poronets over a dozen times before finally she couldn't conceive anymore. And even though she wouldn't allow her ravenous children out of the dungeons, she would visit them, and she would speak to them, and she would often confide in me that they would speak back to her, the only her. Rumors of the Poronets hunting young girls in the countryside were common for centuries, but I always hoped they were only rumors. But now, I'm not so sure. Her first surviving son was Andras, a well-learned and quiet boy. He lived to be 7 when he was about to die. He would bleed easily and his wound would not clot because his blood was so thin. Elizabeth had him drink the immortal blood. It stopped his aging, it stopped his bleeding, and it stopped his death. However, he cannot stop drinking the blood. He was on his deathbed before he drank the blood, and though the immortal blood keeps him alive, it does not have the ability to make him strong, or even the ability to heal. So Andres remained stuck in bed, drinking blood through an apparatus that feeds blood to him, even while he sleeps, surviving with wounds that never heal, even if it never bleeds. He lives his life in bed, writing plenty and reading plenty more. A young scholar who has learned more in his lifetime than anyone else, and in the same 7-year-old body. Most of his books having to be published under pseudonyms and personas. Even after nearly 5 centuries, few adults will consider the thoughts of a 7-year-old as wise. And then there was Bathory's final surviving son, Paul Bathory, the perfect hero in Europa at that time. A senator, poet, a general, a wealthy businessman, loved by all and far crueler than even the bloodiest Poronets. A man who relished bloodletting the immortals, whose smile was widest when hurting the immortal. He brought wisdom about the human body by cutting into immortal bodies. and when he was away from the asylum, his cruelty was just as intense, leading armies into battle personally, kept young and strong by immortal blood. He relished causing death in battle. He was considered a hero by those who followed him, and he was a terror to all who faced him. A general so cruel that if the enemy knew they were fighting him, they would know there was no point in surrender. He never accepted surrender. He never accepted consequences. He never accepted mercy. And when there was no war to fight, he would turn his appetites onto the people, stalking, hunting, and butchering in the streets. Across the centuries, he was the wolf of Europa, a killer with 1,000 names, 1,000 methods, 1,000 weapons, and one smile. He pleased his mother a lot. He took a lot after her. 2667 AUC. The centuries before the Great War just blended into each other. New assistants, new changes to the asylum, new guards, constant changes that all felt the same. We never lost any patience, and we would only rarely get a new one. I would sometimes visit Andres, and he would teach me something new, or he recommended that I try something new with the Immortals. The Great War changed all of that. The Great War began with the assassination of a relative of Elizabeth Bathory. All had many children throughout the years who achieved local success and had successful families of their own. Anna had been betrothed and married many times by Elizabeth's request. But despite her mother's efforts, Anna would never conceive, and more often than not her newlywed husband would be dead during the honeymoon. Poor Annette's, on the other hand, turns out they could have children with each other, and the first dozen grew into hundreds and then thousands, and they were kept in dungeons across Europa and Vespucci. Bathory had a massive family, and when any of them were hurt, she would do anything to protect them. The assassination of a distant nephew led Bathory to have Rome declare war on Anatolia. Anatolia's ally Scythia declared war on Marcomannia, which led to the Gothic kingdom to declare war on Scythia. Albion, then in alliance with the Goths and the Scythians, led them to declare war on both of them. And then the 7 cities declared war on someone. They kind of just declared war all the time back then. I couldn't keep track. The Great War led to many horrifying advancements in technology, magic, cruelty, and even in the darkness of the world. I know people love to lament about the old days, or about how the old ways were even more dangerous, and in some ways it was true. With the Great War we had new ways to kill, most of them more horrible than the last. There was poisonous gas that would seep low into the trenches and poison people where they slept. Machine guns that would fire hundreds of rounds capable of tearing a grown person to shreds, reduced to cooling meat quicker than they could die. Invisible fires that would burn flesh, melt metal, and scorch the very earth. But it would leave no smoke and no light, reducing cities to cinders before anyone knew what was going on. Dark magic that used to be done only by exiles and murderers were now encouraged by the governments to turn their rage and madness towards an enemy. Necromancers raised armies of the damned to keep fighting through the poison gas and machine gun fire, tearing the living to shreds shoved down the undead maws. Werewolves, vampires, and even coronets went from hidden in the forest and dungeons to being deployed like they were soldiers. Bathory's children tore through resistance, and everyone was desperate for an edge over one another. Science, magic, divine blessing, damned curses, monster, man, bullets and blades were all thrown into the meat grinder that was the Great War. And as the warden, I was asked to do even more. Organs were needed, organs that could replace what was lost. Lost skin, lost blood, and even lost limbs all had to come from somewhere. And in all of the world, only the Asylum of the Ancient Ancestors had a renewable source of human body parts. Ally or enemy, Elizabeth didn't care. She would sell the organs and blood to anyone who could afford it. Doctors from the Great War would try their experiments and theories on us first. By that time, there were no immortals left outside the asylum. The last had been captured decades ago, and it left the doctors nearly 1,000 subjects to experiment on. Early reconstructive surgery had some successes and some failures. Our skin was like marble to them, carved and reshaped over and over again until it was reduced down to barely scrap. And then we would have to reshape our faces, only to be prodded and harmed all over again. As the war got darker, so did the tests done on us and our bodies. Being the warden did not afford me immunity, only an occasional respite from the tests. Esoteric torturers tried new and terrible rituals to see how twisted the body can be made before its heart could stop. Turns out, far too much. Demons were conjured into our bodies, tearing up our flesh and soul into pieces, while they communed before they finally let the demon go, forcing us to reform from our own broken pieces. New poisons and toxins were tested so that they could see what was happening, and we could describe what was happening to our captors. The torture was immense, but we were helping the war effort. Though at that point, I no longer knew who we were at war with, just that we have been at war. 2772 AUC. When the war ended with the Treaty of Asylum, we thought we had found peace. Only it turned out we didn't. Elizabeth had grown to enjoy her new level of power in the modern age, and with no more war, she had to make her money in other ways. The modern age had corporations, medical experimentations, and the Mad Scientist Union, all of whom were eager to get their hands on us, and the experiments only grew worse. We had done tests about removing organs from us and putting them in a healthy mortal body, but they haven't tried removing mortal organs and putting it in our bodies. Living, dead, or even rotten organs. The cruelty was here because it was done with scientific intent. It was not merely to be cruel or to see what would happen, but they had to measure it over and over and over, just to make sure the same results happened each time. Even a slight difference in a few tests would mean the tests would be done again. They removed my heart over 1,000 times, replacing it with a corpse's heart, testing it each time to see if changing the blood type would make the corpse's heart beat any faster in my chest. Our bodies would accept organs from mortals, even if they were long dead, forcing the rotten heart to beat and pump again, healing it slowly. Every heartbeat was agony, an agony that only grew worse as the healing continued. Scar tissue, fresh cardiac muscle, and even the cords of the heart were painful to regrow when there was something there. Even more painful than there being nothing. They also tested our immortality and tried to figure out what would work or what wouldn't work. They removed our brains from our skulls, cutting from the nape of the neck all the way to the forehead, opening the flesh and slicing open the skull, removing our brains to see if our bodies regrew them or if our brains grow new bodies. Turns out our bodies grew new brains. They also tried swapping brains with different bodies. It turned out that our minds changed places, and when the body would regrow the new brain that matched the most recent one in the skull. They also had us change our faces in our bodies, and they tested to see if our DNA changed. Interestingly, not only did it change, but it also changed in all of the body parts that disconnected from our body, whether it was blood, tissue, or bone. If we changed our bodies, our DNA would change even in the body parts we no longer had. There was a connection between our body parts, even if they were separate. And there were so many more experiments. Many I dare not to think about. I learned more about myself and how immortality worked in those 17 years than in the rest of my countless years on Earth. That was far worse than any pain they could put us through. Removing the veil from our own existence, forcing us into an easily definable mundane. 2744 AUC. That night was another night to me. The asylum, by that point, was more like a hospital than a prison. Medical equipment, sterile rooms, locked cells, and fluorescent lights. I walked down the halls, checking on the patients. There wasn't much of a point. No one could be hurt, and no one tried to escape in decades. But it gave me something to do other than watching television static. I first noticed something was wrong when I went to check on the cell of Sarah Halcyon. She was someone I knew very well. We first woke up near each other, and she changed many times, but every time she chose the form of a girl, aging in time to an old woman before starting the cycle over again. Unique because most immortals changed sex and gender often. Sarah was odd for choosing the same one every time. That night, she was lying on the bed, lying still. She had been rocking back and forth on her bed for over a century now. Even when she slept, she was rocking. I had not seen her still ever before. Went to her bed and checked on her. Body was cold and she was rigid. She had a smile on her face. I forgot what she looked like when she smiled. It was beautiful, almost enough to distract me from the fact that she was dead. Not resting, actually dead. I took the radio from my waist and called it to my supervisor, telling them to tell Elizabeth Bathory that we had our first fatality. While there was panic on the other end, I ran to check on the other patients. All of them were dead. Every single patient I checked on was dead, and I had no idea why. There were no marks on their bodies, and they were all lying on their backs, with smiles on their faces. As I ran through the halls trying to get back to my room, I saw what, or rather who, killed them. He was an old man, dressed in a dark leather robe, with a bird skull on a necklace. He carried a staff with him, and he had the shadow of death over him. Not a shadow like a mortal. It was much darker, much bigger, and much thicker form of shadow. It was like he had died a million deaths, and he had a million more deaths following him, and yet he walked with no fear of death at all. I was frozen in fear of his presence. This immortal mortal walked right by me, and I could feel his shadow enveloping me as he passed. It was cold, like a frozen blanket that seeped deep into my bones, freezing everything inside of me. Every sin I ever committed weighed down on me. I saw the bridge of trials, and I saw it collapsing under my weight, and the weight of everything wrong I ever did. Death would get me, and it would pay for all the cruelty I thought I had escaped from. And just as suddenly, it passed as the Necromancer passed by. I wanted to ask him why, to ask him who he was, but all I could do was stand there in fear. He still spoke to me, the only thing he ever said to me. "If they think you're alive, they'll never let you go," the Necromancer said as he wandered deep into the shadows from whence he came. I realized he was right, so in desperation, I took a knife and cut up my own chest, leaving me to bleed out as I laid on the floor. Not long afterwards, we were removed in body bags. They didn't bother to check me when so many others were dead. They dumped us all into a big body pit and buried us like garbage. I dug my way out, and for the first time in centuries, I saw the night sky. In tears at the fact I was free, I made myself a promise to make up for all of my sins. I had to stay out of Bathory's grasp. I eventually learned the reason why Bathory took so long. Respond was Faring was the first one to die. His organs failed, and the man with no soul finally died again. By the time she learned only a single immortal remained, I was already in the 7 cities. I've changed my face many times, but I know I need to be careful. Every time I change my body, my blood's DNA changes also, even if it's in Bathory's possession, so she can keep tracking me. Now it is a race to see who can outlast whom. If I could stay out of her grasp long enough, her blood will run out, and she will age and eventually die. If she finds me first, she will never give me a chance to escape again.
When the patients died, the Bathory and Nedazdi families thought the stored blood across the decades would last them for centuries. No one knew that when the patients were made mortal, that all of their blood was made mortal too. Centuries of stored immortality made mortal in a single night. And of course, they never learned this until after they dumped all of us into the pit. It took me 3 weeks to dig my way out. And by the time I dug myself out, most of the blood stores were burnt, until they finally found out the blood stores from me were still immortal. Not a lot, enough to last a few decades, but enough for my former overseers to try and find me. As long as I am alive, my blood has value to them, and they know I'm alive. The blood stops aging and stops death. But when the blood finally runs out, time will catch up with the Bathory and the Nedazdi like it catches everyone else. They were immortal for centuries. What do you think they'll do to stay immortal? How far will the damned go to stay out of hell? How many fortunes, how many lives, how many souls do you sell to Satan to keep the flames off yourself? And can you truly stay out of hell forever? Or are you only preheating your own hell for when your time does eventually come? That is why I'm not ready to join the others in the Sunless Lands, not yet. My sins weigh on me heavily, and I have a lot to lighten my load before I cross the bridge of trials. But when my sins no longer weigh on me, I promise to join my family. But I have a lot to do. But thank you, my dearest friend, for listening to my story and making sure it's heard by others. Hopefully it lightens my sins enough before Elizabeth Bathory finds me.
The following story is collected from archived diary entries, letters, postcards, and newspaper articles from the Imperial City Archives. At the time, I was doing historical research for my article about local legends when I found these articles. They were so unremarkable that the Vigiles Urbani completely missed them when they went through the archives last year. Now curious, I am wondering how many similar accounts that have been removed have managed to escape the long arm of the Emperor. If this journal and newspaper survived then, what else survived the purges? I have many connections across the Empire, the Kingdom, the Republic, the Alliance, and even across the Forest. I wonder if these connections will lead me to some answers that I've been seeking for a long time. The veil affects me just as much as everyone else. There's things in the world beyond my knowledge, but it doesn't mean I won't stop trying. I have compiled the journal and newspaper articles to create a cohesive narrative. Anywhere where I need to create clarification, I will. And at the end of this article, I will share my theory on what was living on the farm in the northern forest. February 15th, 2593 AUC. It has been many days since I last saw Theodore. Last I saw, he was sick with a bad cough, and he was so feverish he couldn't leave his bed. Still, I showed him the newest page of the Imperial Occurrences. It was a story about a haunted snowman. The occurrences always had the best stories, and I was always happy to spend the 2 centi on the weekly copy. Even though Theodore's mom thought it was a waste to read fiction instead of investing into the Serf's Almanac or the Burn catalog. Still, it was fun to read the story to him, and I think I saw him smile when he heard about the snowman. Though that was 2 days ago. I wasn't allowed to see him afterwards. When I asked Mom and Dad why, they told me Theodore needed time to rest before he could choose his cognomen. That's so lucky he gets to turn 13 in just a week, and he'll get to choose his third name, while I'm stuck as Little Angel Smithson for another year. And Theodore will go from Theodore Lumberson to some wonderful third name. Ah well, hopefully I'll get to see him at his naming party. February 16th, 2593 AUC. I saw Mrs. Lumberson at the market today. She was wearing all black and a strange covering that covered her face, but I recognized her by the way she walked. She was the only one in town who walked by dragging her left foot. I saw her buying lilies and carnations. When I saw her, I broke away from my mom's grip and I ran up to her to ask if those flowers were for Theodore's naming party. When I asked, she stopped what she was doing and she just started crying. Right there, in public. And I don't know why. No one tried to shush her either, like when I cried in public. If anything, everyone around her was looking at her sadly. Everyone only looks at me like they're angry with me when I cry. It was weird. My mom grabbed my hand and took me away. She told me that there wasn't going to be a naming party, and that was why Mrs. Lumberson was sad. When I asked Mom why it was cancelled, she told me that Theodore had to move to a farm in the northern forest, so he could get better. When I asked if I could visit him, she said we still had too much work to do in the smith shop. And when I asked if Theodore could visit us, she said he's very sick, so it's probably going to be a very long time until he's well enough to see anyone ever again. So then I asked my mom if I could write him a letter. I learned about letters recently when I saw my mom was sending letters to her aunt in the Republic of Sunset. She told me about writing letters, including how they were very secret and only the person who got the letters was supposed to talk about them. This seemed perfect for me and Theodore. We were both very good at keeping secrets, like how we have a secret cave deep in the woods, just for the both of us. Mom agreed to let us do that, but only if I gave the letters to her, so she could send it. She also told me not to talk about Theodore with anyone, because they're all sad they can't go to his party. So it's better to just not talk about it, because it will make them upset. Just like when she told me it was rude to tell people that they're ugly or they smell, it was just as rude to bring up Theodore or his party. So, for now, I have to just ignore it until he gets back from the farm. Then we can have the naming party together. I can't wait. There's another new story in the Imperial Occurrences, so maybe I can mail it to him. The following letter was never sent. It was addressed to Theodore Lumberson, Northern Forest, February 29th, 2593 AUC. Happy Leap Year, Theodore, your favorite holiday. I don't get why the adults don't celebrate it every year. We get to have cinnamon beer and cinnamon snacks. All of the adults were drinking even heavier this year than when they did 4 years ago. You would have loved it. My dad got so drunk he tried to get into a fight with Gertrude the goat. He lost. Badly. You think he would have learned last time when he lost the fist fight with Old Man L's farm. Your mom was drinking too. I never saw her drink before, not even when your dad ran away to Houston. When she was drinking, she was smiling, even if she cried while she smiled. I had seen many grown-ups do many silly things when drunk, but this didn't feel silly. It was sad to see her drinking so much and still crying, even while she was laughing. Something wasn't right about it, but no one would say what it was. When I asked Mom and Dad about it, they said it was rude to ask and to leave it alone. If they drink this hard during leap year, I don't know how hard they're going to drink during Feralia, or Saturnalia for that matter. I miss you, Theodore. I hope you're getting better. I saw your bed and things dumped outside your house today. Just dumped outside. Wasn't too long before someone took it away, but I don't like the fact your mom threw away your things today. What are you going to do when you get back? We'll have to make or buy everything again for you. I tried taking back your toy hedgehog. You know, the blue one with red wheels? The one we played with growing up? When I took it home, Mom took it out of my hands. She said it wasn't nice to take it. When I explained that Mrs. Lumberson left it all outside and everyone else was taking something, she said that it was not nice for me to take it. So she burned the hedgehog in the fire. That also made me sad, but she hit me when she saw me sad. She said that everyone else in town was already sad, so I couldn't be sad too. I guess we take turns on being sad now? I don't get it, but grown-ups are weird. I really miss you and I hope you get better soon. Write back as soon as you can. This letter was also never sent. It did have a clipping of the Imperial Occurrences included inside of it. July 15th, 2593 AUC. It's been a very long time, Theodore. Mom says you're still sick, so I should give you time to respond. I know the Northern Forest is a big place and the mail can take a long time, but surely 5 months is enough time, right? I still miss you, but no one mentions you anymore. It's almost like no one even remembers you anymore. Your mom moved away. I'm not sure where to exactly. When I asked how you would find her when you got better, she told me that your mom will come and get you. So I guess expect a visit from your mom soon? No one in town looks sad anymore. I still feel sad sometimes, but I learned not to let mom see it. She doesn't let me be sad, or she will smack me if she sees me crying or frowning. I can't help being sad sometimes. I miss you. I can't help but feel like my memories are fading. I can't remember the color of your hair or your favorite food, or quite what your voice sounds like. I guess it's normal to forget, but I don't want to forget too much. What if I forget what you look like when you come back? We'll have to start over at being friends, and that might take a long time. We would have to carve you a new hedgehog, new toys, and a new bed. But I will still be your friend. You are my only friend in town, and I promise that I will always make sure you have at least one friend in town, even if it's just me. Oh, you'll love this week's edition of the Imperial Occurrences. It tells a hilarious story about a gardener's garden deciding to start eating the gardener. It was so gruesome to read about how the roses were growing out of the skull's eyes, with the thorns scraping the inside, while the flowers covered the eyes so no one would notice the skeleton in the garden. They would only ooh and ah over how beautiful the sunflowers were, while completely ignoring the skeletons that made up every single flower and every single bush. Can you imagine a complete town ignoring death just because they liked the way the flowers looked? I hope you like the story. Sincerely, Angel Smithson. The following letter was sent from somewhere. However, the return address is only listed as Theodore Lumberson as the return address, and the sent address is only Angel Smithson. The stamp in the upper right-hand corner has a key overlaid with a torch, likely drawing a connection to Vanth, though that is just conjecture without further evidence. August 16th, 2593, AUC. My dear heart, Angel Smithson, I have gotten all of your letters. I have just been able to respond today, of all days. Things are well on the farm. I am no longer sick, and I will never be sick again. All of us here are always healthy. There's no illness, no pain. We only have happiness and joy. Always playing underneath a perpetual twilight in the land that the sun doesn't rise, more than a dim sliver to the far east. I have missed you too, more than you can ever know. It was like the heart was ripped out of my chest and left so far behind. And Angel, you are my heart. I want to visit you, but alas, where I am now is far from where you live. Though I am certain you will join me some day, it doesn't make the ache any easier, nor the pain any simpler. There is no pain here except what I have left behind. If you want to join me, I am sure that can be arranged. On August 26th, I can briefly visit you and bring you to the farm. There we can be together forever. If you want to join me even sooner than tomorrow, all you have to do is sit in the river just before noon, and an emissary will bring you to where I am. The following journal entry was waterlogged and had to be restored with careful effort. August 17th, 2593, EUC. I don't know what I did wrong. I went to our favorite spot on the river, and when we were there, I was able to see where we left our handprints on a stone in the middle of the river. During the winter, the mountains were mostly frozen, and the river was barely a stream, easy to cross and fun to play in. During the summer, the snow in the mountains melted, and the river was a lot higher. I could barely see our handprints on the rock, but I thought I could see it. And the best part? On the other side of the river, I could see Theodore. He was paler than I thought, but when I saw him, I remembered what he looked like. He has brown hair and brown eyes, and he has a crooked smile that was smiling wide, as he gestured for me to join him. All I had to do was cross the river, and I would get to be with him. Taking my diary with me, I tried wading across the water. It was hard to keep my steps in the cold, rushing water, but I did my best. When I was halfway across, I put my hand on the stone, and I reached out to Theodore's hand. But even as I reached for it, seemingly only a lunge away, I lost my footing, and I slid into the river. I could see Theodore smiling even wider as I fell into the water, dragged downstream. Thankfully, I was able to swim. Dad gave me lessons after Theodore went to live on the farm. He was very insistent. But when I swam to the side of the river, where Theodore was on, I couldn't see him anymore. Where he was standing, there were wet footprints on the ground, leading to the part of the forest we're not supposed to go into. I disobeyed Mother and Father's wishes and headed to the part of the forest where children aren't supposed to be. Following his wet footprints, I found numerous stones in rows on the ground. On each stone was carved a name and a year. It was weird. I had never seen anything like it before. I thought graveyards were things that only existed in the pages of imperial occurrences. Even then, this didn't look like how they looked in the imperial occurrences. In that magazine, a graveyard had tall stones with names, birthdays, and dates of death. These stones were not carved into an oval. They looked like the famine stones kept in the river during the years of drought. Smooth, small, and made out of all kinds of rocks. And the dates, I wasn't sure if it was a birthday or a death day. What I did know was that Theodore's footprints led me deeper into the field of stones. I followed the footsteps even deeper, and on the far edge I found a stone that had a single name on it. Theodore Lumberson. Unlike every other stone in this field, there was no date on it. This was where Theodore's footprints led, to the dirt. I was just now starting to grow grass over it. There was no way to disturb it without digging, but a piece of me thought he was down there, in the dirt. Only dead things get buried. My friend has to be dead. I will talk to Mom about this tomorrow. August 18th, 2593. AUC. Theodore isn't dead. He can't be. I asked Mom and Dad about it at breakfast. They kept telling me he wasn't dead. Even when I asked about the field of stones, they told me it was for people who left the town. The date on top is when they come back. When I asked about seeing Theodore, they told me it was either a boy who looked like him or my imagination. Theodore was in the northern forest, hundreds of leagues away from us. They must be right. My parents would never lie to me. If he was dead, he would tell me that they wouldn't keep a secret like that from me. I know that. And today I found another note from Theodore. This note was not in the archives. It told me that if I want to see him, I have to head to the coal mine today during lunchtime. Theodore found a special place for us to play where no one would ever find us. That sounds amazing! Just like the cave in the woods we have that no one else has ever found. We can spend all of our time playing and it will truly be a lot of fun. And Theodore said once we are done playing, I can join him on his farm in the northern forest. I don't know if Mom and Dad will let me go, but I will ask them after I meet Theodore. This will be so much fun. I can't wait to tell you all about it. This is the last entry in Angel Smithson's diary. What evidence we have comes from two different sources. An article in the Central Hill Gazette and a letter sent to his parents from Angel Smithson in the form of a postcard. August 26, 2593 AUC. The search for young Angel Smithson came to a close this Wednesday when a body believed to belong to the young child was uncovered by coal miners in the Central Hill coal mine. The child went missing on Thursday, August 18th, when the young child was last seen heading into the coal mine for unknown reasons. Search parties were sent out late that night when he did not return in time for supper. By the time coal miners uncovered his body, he was believed to have been dead for hours. Evidence shows that he was in a hidden chamber of the coal mine and when rescuers got close, he was dragged deeper into the mine by an unknown assailant, judging by the scratch marks made on the tunnel walls. Coroner also found rotten meat and foul blood in his stomach. That was believed to have been what he had consumed over the past 8 days he was gone. What makes this especially odd was the chamber he was found in was half flooded, and another bloated body was found with him. The body could not be identified, but is presumably a young boy likely 12 to 13 years of age upon his death. What makes this case particularly disturbing was this body had large chunks of flesh chewed and bitten out of it. This is most likely the poor boy's only source of sustenance for his missing 8 days. In a cruel twist of fate, even if Angel was rescued for breaking the Empress's laws regarding cannibalism, he would have been put to death for his crimes against humanity. Instead, his body will be kept in a charnel house in Vinland, where it will rot for all eternity, with all of the other filth and scum, per the laws of our great Empress. The following letter has the return address of 1559 Hell Street in Vinland. The exact location is a charnel house that is still standing today. This is believed by some to be a hoax. And as for me, I don't think it's a fake. February 15th, 2594, AUC. Dear Mother and Father, do you even miss me? Do you even care that I am gone? The fact that I remain tells me that you will not accept the fact that I am gone. So maybe you do care about me. Or maybe you never noticed, and that's why I'm still here. Still, there is little other warmth in this cold place, so I keep what I have here. It was Theodore in the forest, and it was Theodore in the mine, and it also turns out he was dead. Terrible liars you both are. A piece of me knew this when I couldn't see him anymore, but I wished you would have let me mourn him. Did you know that mourning is a natural part of life? That most children have to mourn at some point? Did you also know that if you don't let yourself mourn, you can't truly heal? Did you know that life has to move on past death? And that if you don't move on from death, then life cannot move on past death. Theodore knew this when I couldn't let him go. He had hoped I would eventually learn and I would mourn him, but in time, he decided he would rather have me to play with him forever. When you are like what he is, you want the ones who still mourn you to join you. You lose all patience. You can't wait a lifetime for your friends and family to join you. Your heart is cold. Your breath brings no life and no joy. You learn to stop breathing because it brings you nothing. Food only rots in your mouth, and water freezes long before it reaches down your stomach. Music is only noise to me, and the stories I read only bring shadows to my mind. You feel so lonely. Among the dead, you're the only one who still moves, and no one even notices you. Among the living, I am even lonelier than I am among the dead. I have nothing in common with them anymore. But I feel the gnawing pain inside of me. The feeling that if I just had you with me, that it would no longer hurt. If you just joined me in death. Even when I try to resist it, I get no respite. I do not sleep, I do not tire, I do not rejuvenate. I am forever fading without lessening. I have tried to end my existence many times, but when your heart stops beating, removing it does nothing. The kind visitor offered to hammer iron nails through my wrists and ankles. It does not stop me from hurting, and after a few days, my limbs are ruined but free. Even standing in fire does nothing to me. I do not breathe, so the smoke does not suffocate me. Even when my eyes melt, I still see. Even as my flesh burns and my bones crack, I remained. The only reason why I stopped is because I feared what it would be like to be ashes and still not faded. So I tried to follow the cruel words that tell me to drag you both into death with me. However, the ones who built this charnel house built it well. The bars are iron that my body cannot break nor reach through. There are sigils and prayers written on the windows and doors that keep me from crossing. The people in Vinland fear this charnel house because I am still walking around, but I cannot harm them, even if I wanted to. The reason why I'm writing to you, instead of seeking new ways to hurt you, is because I was asked by the woman in black to write to you. She is an odd woman, dressed in a black dress, and she carries a key that opens every door in the charnel house, even the doors that are supposed to be locked forever. And when she saw me curled in a corner, she carried a torch, and when she saw who I was, she sat with me, lying her torch down between us. She asked me to tell her my story, and that was what I did in the light of her torch. I told her the story of my life, from birth to death. Every embarrassing moment, every joyful moment, every secret, and every shameful tear. In the light of her torch, I could feel everything again, and I felt warm when I was near her. I would have called her an angel because of her wings of white feather, but she's not like the angels in your stories. She doesn't cover her face. When I finished, she told me that she could carry me to what comes after. What she describes sounds scary. Journey further west than the sun can set. Then I would stop at the mausoleum just before the sunless lands, where I would face judgment, and when I faced judgment, I would go to where I was supposed to. However, Vanth, the woman in black's name, told me that my pain would end, and I wanted to refuse. She asked me what I was waiting for here, and that was when I realized the only thing keeping me here is the fact you aren't willing to mourn me and let me go. Theodore had a similar choice once upon a time, and he chose to stay and to drag me into death with him. I have no anger towards him. I am where he is now, and I understand why that is so tempting. However, I am going to be strong, and I will make the choices that you could never make. You won't let me go, so I will still move on. I asked Vance to carry my letter to you. Apparently that is a role she plays, delivering letters to places they cannot normally reach. I hope you both can mourn and let me go, but this Lourn will linger no more. Signed, Angel Smithson Mortis. The creature that both Theodore and Angel became after death is known as the Lingering Lourn, a lonely type of undead with the soul stuck in the remains after death, when the loved ones of the Lourn refuse to mourn or accept the death. Since the soul is trapped in the body for months before the Lourn relearns how to move, Most bodies decay into something unable to harm others. Modern embalming techniques may cause the bodies to remain whole long enough for the bodies to become lingering Lourn. Since they are kept in the land of the living by loved ones who refuse to mourn them and move on, they usually target those who still remember them. With the death of their loved ones, they can move on to judgment. They're fully aware and intelligent. However, months of pain and paralysis can change their personality into something that is barely recognizable as who they were when they were alive. They are vulnerable to holy sites, regardless of faith, as long as it is genuine. Prayers and holy relics, they are unable to cross them. Iron is also very effective in keeping them contained. However, destroying their bodies will not cause them to move on to judgment. It only leaves you with ashes that will seek out their victims. The only way to destroy them is to mourn them, kill their loved ones who refuse to mourn, give them a proper funeral according to their faith or culture, or a psychopomp takes them to judgment directly. Nova is a city of mixed identities. A former Roman fort turned into a Gothic town before switching between the Romans, the Galli, the Goths, and even the Danes a time or two. It is reflected in the architecture, the food, the art, the language, and even the way people celebrate their holidays. In Nova, you can buy Saturnalia wine before going down the street to pick up a tree, and then get pictures with Yule cats, elves, Tomte, Father Christmas, Saturn, Odin, and Jesus of Nazareth, Mary Lloyd, or even Odin's horse. Or at least costumed actors pretending to be them, but the spirit lived on, and it is enjoyed in modern Nova traditions mingling with each other, so families may be celebrating in unique ways that they don't think about the source of where it comes from. Nova looked very different a century and a quarter ago. At that time, it was an industrial city of growing industrial strength and also growing danger. At that time, the snow that fell was gray with coal, the factories worked 6 days a week, and holidays were an extreme rarity for anyone, so many traditions were left behind. Not forgotten, but put away as families did their best to make through the harsh industrial winters. During these times, industry was king. Full-time work was for the whole family. It was a rough time to be a child. Infant mortality skyrocketed, working while pregnant around dangerous chemicals, industrial accidents, or even good old-fashioned dangerous people could wipe out entire families during the industrial age. Nova at this time had a lot of disappearances leading up to the new year. After the new year, deaths dropped dramatically. Factories often shut down for weekends, and people had reason for cheer again. What led to this? New labor laws certainly helped. Union membership had a hand, new technology that was safer, and even mandatory schooling for everyone below the age of 17 had a large part of improving the situation in Nova. However, there is a common urban legend in Nova that the locals attribute to the sudden drop of death in Nova. While the urban legend certainly has roots in what did happen, it was proven difficult to untangle truth from legend. So here I have a story collected from newspaper archives, modern urban legends, or even variations of the legend throughout the decades. What it is the core of it all, that a mixture of traditions and legends have created something new, while also being something very old at the same time, which is in a way how all stories like these work. Henry Krauser was a very wealthy factory owner. He owned 3 different factories in Nova and had his own ship. The son of a minor Goth noble and a swamp city industrialist, hence his unique name, he brought wealth from both sides of Oceanus to his factories. He bought the greatest of machines, and he paid the best out of all the factory owners in Nova. He would, however, prove to be as cruel as he was clever. pushing both his machines and his employees harder than anyone else. He would lock all the doors during work hours so employees wouldn't leave on smoke breaks. When a fire broke out in one of his factories, since no one could leave due to all the doors being locked, it was said he would send guards to the neighboring factories to keep them working. Even as those workers heard the screams of the dying, he would refuse to call the fire brigade and force employees to keep working, even as they feared for their lives. After the initial factory fire, there was a large strike until he improved the safety of his factories, and Krauser took immediate action by employing only orphans and widows for his most dangerous tasks. He believed that if he only employed people that had no family left for dangerous tasks, there would be no complaint about their inevitable injury or fatality. He believed in his right to money and the right to endless growth. As December started to come to a close, his workers begged to have the 25th off. Quite a few of his orphans and widowed workers were Christian or lived in Christian orphanages and workhouses. They wanted the day off to celebrate and rest. While Krauser, ostensibly, celebrated Saturnalia, he gave his employees no days off with the exception of Sunday. He didn't even give himself a day off from counting his capital and his coins. Both Christmas Eve and Christmas both fell on a Friday and Saturday that year respectively, so while most of Nova stopped, or at least slowed down from December 21st to January 1st, Krauser's factories only sped up as he wanted to increase his inventory. His sales to Albion, the Seven Cities, the Middle Kingdom, and even Gaul all had proven very profitable that year, and he knew that demand would surge again after January 1st, so even by his standards, he took shortcuts. He had children fix machines while they kept working. He had people work through their lunches and supper, working nearly to the bone, oftentimes letting blood mix with the fiber, letting human bones smelt it with the steel, and letting human tears brine the pork. Anything, as long as he made his money. One night, on Christmas Eve, he had 2 deaths in his factory. A young boy and a young girl, both suffocated in an oven. In some stories they are siblings, in others they are friends. But the earliest story doesn't mention any relationship, just a mention that they both possessed a single golden eye each, a fact that is not repeated in modern retellings. They were orphans, and no one was responsible for them, except the orphanage itself, which was the property of Krauser. Ah yes, that was another cruelty of Krauser. He didn't merely employ widows and orphans from workhouses and orphanages, he owned those very houses. He owned the soup kitchens in the city, he owned the charities, he owned the homeless shelters, and he owned the factories. This gave him a place to find new workers, but also meant he knew how to quietly make people disappear. If someone who lived in a homeless shelter 5 days in a row and on the 6th day in the row disappears, they may have been killed, or they may have quit, or may have found a home. If an orphan disappeared, and if anyone did ask about it, was really easy to produce paperwork showing they got adopted by a distant relative or even a friendly family. Someone got ill, he owned the factory, and it was either his charity that would foot the bill, or he would stick them with unpayable debt. The churches and temples, he patronized them all, and his donations kept them open. So even if they weren't directly controlled by him, they did not want to bite the hand that fed them. He was practically untouchable, and these deaths were going to be more of the same. He could give and take away at will, and he would often take, and he would only give when giving would cause more pain than taking. However, because it was Christmas Eve, Henry Krauser could not get rid of the children's body in a normal manner. In that day and age, physicians, doctors, and medical students needed fresh bodies to study. Medical science was not new. but anatomy certainly was still an infant science. Rarer bodies like children, those were worth even more, especially if they could get it without legal trouble. However, even those morbid services took pause for the winter holiday, so Krauser could not find a grim man to sell the corpses for, and he was not willing to pay a single copper to send them to the pauper's graveyard. He could still make money from their corpses. He would just be clever. He stored their bodies in large casks, then stored those casks inside large ice boxes used in the meat packing factory, so they could still be fresh. On the 27th, when the grim men would take the corpses away. However, there was a mix-up at the meatpacking plant. Some say it was a genuine mistake, others say that it was done on purpose, but regardless of which was true, what was known was that the casks were emptied into a large grinder to be made into sausage. How it was not noticed was not known. Some say that the workers were too tired to notice. Others say the workers had disposed of human bodies like this before, and the earliest version of the story said that it was done that way because no one bothered to ever check to see how the sausage was made. That night on Christmas Eve, mere hours after the children were suffocated, their bodies were salted and then ground into sausage, the very same sausage that was fed to Krauser's employees that night, including Krauser himself. No one knew of Krauser's crimes, but as midnight approached, people waited with bated breath for the stroke of midnight and the hope of a midnight visitor. Even as an adult, the traditions and hopes and dreams that shape you have an impact as an adult. Some workers still did find small things out of hope of a miracle. They left shoes out, hoping to find new coins in them. They hoped for gifts underneath their trees, or that their drying stockings would have gifts in them. Even in places as dark and grim as this factory, hope persisted and it was fed. In the workhouses, small gifts were often exchanged and small items made their way in. Sometimes it was from the others, but it was still a great kindness. Sometimes it was a gift from a church or a charity who wanted to bring happiness to Nova. And sometimes no one knew where the gifts came from, truly. But everyone had their hopes and hearts still lit by that flicker of proof in their hard lives. What no one expected was for something to visit the factories. All of the factories on the same night, all within the same few hours between midnight and 4 a.m. During those 4 hours, power, steam, and heat was no longer available to the factory. No matter how hard people tried to shovel coal into the fire wouldn't burn. No one could leave the factory because the blizzard outside got so bad that anyone who tried to leave would freeze solid mere steps away from the doors. The telegram and the newly added telephones didn't get any useful responses. The telegram would only tap in a tune of a hymn. The telephone would only ask them questions like, "Have you been nice or have you been naughty? I see you. I know what you've done." And most disturbingly, "He's coming to town." No answers seemed to get any useful response. The machines couldn't work, no matter how much Krauser's men tried to make them work. People grew cold, being unable to start fires, and huddled up in the darkness as the next part of their nightmare began. The tales vary. Some stories tell of small elves hopping from shadow to shadow, clad in haunting masks that looked like twisted variations of the 13 Yule brothers. These elves would haul random people into the darkness, screaming, never to be found again. Not even a body left behind. Others tell of 8 skeletal horses with many bells and ribbons that rode through the blizzard, circling the factory and speaking with the voices of seductive women with Kimru accents. And they would speak in rhyming couplets. The night is cold, lonely, and with blown. Let us in, and we will warm our bones. Would be a common one that was said, and if a horse was brought in, sometimes they would open their mouths and drop small trinkets into a worker's hands, and other times they would knock ash onto the worker. Those that were ashed would soon die. None of them survived to see the new year. Others still told of hearing boots on the roof and a heavy sled with bells and reindeer hoofs. And after hearing those steps, soon someone would descend from the industrial chimney, even if they had no way to possibly enter. And even in the tales that tell of the Christmas man, they vary wildly. Some tell of a jovial, rosy-cheeked man dressed as in a warm red cloak, with a fat belly, white bushy beard, and a large sack behind him, giving small wrapped presents to the workers and to the factory guards. He would leave them only a small piece of coal, the only coal that would burn that night to keep them warm. Others tell of a Christmas man dressed in blue, and he too was bearded, and he smiled. However, he was not fat, but well muscled as a warrior, carrying with him a spear and 2 crows that spoke in tongues that dared anyone to get close. One eye was covered, and the other was as cold as the blizzard outside. He too left gifts for the workers, gifts that would bring joy to those that it was given to, and it would bring grief to those that took them. And yet others told of a Christmas man that wasn't a man at all, but far closer to a bipedal goat, nearly 3 meters tall, yellow goat eyes, a mouth that bleated often, and whose fur stank like a barnyard, a cruel creature that carried a cage on its back and a bundle of sticks in its right hand, which it would use to inflict red marks on some, and for others they were stuck inside the cage on its back. When it took enough, it dragged them away as it crawled up the chimney. The oldest story, the story shared by the secretary of Krauser mere days after the event, and the one I am inclined to believe differed the furthest from everyone else's in every telling. The secretary told of a man walking in from the blizzard, a man with a white beard, black leather, and with a cane of bone, and a leather necklace with a bird's skull on it. When the man walked in from the storm, he grabbed the workers by the necks, one by one, and he would smell their breath. If he didn't like what he smelled, he would let them go. If, however, he liked what he smelled, he would smile, a smile that was as cruel as it was wide, and the Winterman would produce a knife and slice at the stomach of the one he smelled, and he would store their stomach in a sack he carried behind him. Nothing anyone tried to do to kill the man would work. Any who tried to stab him, bludgeon him, or even shoot him would be grabbed by him, and they would have their necks slit whether or not he took their stomach. Those who ran froze in the blizzard, and he would take their stomachs anyway. Even those who hid he was able to find. Any lucky blow or trap that managed to hit him didn't so much as slow down this old winter man. By the time he made his way to my office, he smelled my breath and tossed me aside. I faced the office doors as he opened them, and Mr. Krauser fired a blunderbuss directly at the old man. The old man didn't even blink. He stepped forward as Mr. Krauser struggled to reload, and the old man smelled Mr. Krauser's breath before he slashed Mr. Krauser's stomach and removed it. Satisfied with his sack, the old man took some of Mr. Krauser's blood as he inscribed a rune of dark magic on the ground. I have seen many dark things in my life. I have seen people appeal to Hades, Pluto's, Hell, Pandemonium, Loki, Odin, even appeal to the demons themselves in darkness. And this was darker still. Runes that didn't match anything I knew, and he laid his sack in the middle as he spoke, not caring about this witness. On this dark day we bring light. On this night of death we bring life. In this place of suffering we bring joy, he said as the sack shook, and from the sack 2 young children arose. Children covered in blood, brine, and bile, but they lived. Children who looked a little similar, but only because they both had one golden eye. The girl had her golden eye on the left, and the boy on his right. The cruel winter man laid his staff down, and he reached out both of his hands, removing both of the children's golden eyes. Not thinking, I ran forward to tackle him to the ground. He fell, but not before taking the children's eyes. When he grabbed his staff, he vanished into snow and ash, leaving me alone with the children as power was restored to the factories. Mr. Krauser was dead, and I was now left alone to care for 2 young children. Thankfully, I was able to take care of them until help could arrive, and I am already in the process of adopting them. The boy is Dexter, and the girl is Sinestra. They shared their story with me about how they suffocated in the ovens, and how they remembered their bodies being moved into dark casks that grew cold, before being filled with brine and then ground up and eaten. They were aware of it all, feeling all of that pain, and they suffered because of it. Mr. Krauser was cold and cruel to them, and I am certain of. However, with all of the tales going around town, people believed that there was some kind of justice done here. People saying that the Christmas man brought these children back to life as a kindness. People saying Odin brought them back and took an eye as payment, and even a few who said Krampus brought them back. However, they are all quite certain that whatever happened, it was done as a cosmic balance of naughty and nice. However, that man from the blizzard was not a good man. He did not leave some alive out of kindness. He didn't only gut the naughty ones, he gut those that had children's sausages inside of them. It just happened to mostly be Krauser's guards, because the guards get the best food. He didn't kill Krauser for being cruel, and he didn't bring the children back because he was kind. There's hundreds of dead employees every year, and no one stood up for them. He didn't bring everyone back. He brought back these 2. He killed anyone who was in his way. He only brought them back because he needed their eyes. What for, I do not know. What I do know is that people are sharing the tale as a tale of cosmic justice and not seeing it for what it is. Someone wanted something, and they got it. They didn't care about naughty nor nice. They didn't care about goodness for goodness sakes. They didn't care about bad nor good. They wanted, so they took. It was a lot like Krauser himself. Krauser didn't care about whether his actions were right or wrong. He only cared about his own benefit. If that hurt or helped others, he didn't spare a single second of thought towards it. This Necromancer was the same, and that is what scares me. There is so much good and evil in the world, and sometimes things happen for no reason at all. So although I wasn't in every factory and I don't know everything that happened to everyone, I do know that I fear a world ruled by people like Krauser, people who only care for their own personal benefit and who do not care for kindness nor cruelty, who will do whatever it takes for their own benefit. I wouldn't know how to appeal to such a mindset, and last night I saw what that very mindset is taken to its logical conclusion. Both Dexter and Sinestra would live long lives, and they would share their own story to anyone who listens, and it is widely agreed that ultimately justice was done that night. However, it is important not just to look at the modern tales of Father Christmas bringing children to life, and to also look at the oldest part of the tale and realize that justice was provided by someone who couldn't care less about the concept of justice. The Necromancer has done good and has done bad. Ultimately, he doesn't care about such concepts. He doesn't bother with higher concepts like balance, chaos, order, or death. There is his benefits and his detriment. A powerful man who was practically a villain to everyone in the city of Nova. He didn't know, and he didn't care. He would have just as easily cut out the stomach of a saint or a powerless homeless man if it had what he wanted. It is important to understand things like this, because some of the worst villains in the world aren't out there to do evil. They care about what they care about, and nothing else. They care about their benefits and their detriment. They do not care about what harm they do to others. They see people as objects, and because of that, they see no sin in their actions. When people like this do something good for someone else, even if it looks kind or just, it doesn't make them a kind person, regardless of a single action. Remember this, not everyone who gives gifts are saints, nor are they necessarily even a good person. Consider who is giving the gift and where it came from, especially since not every gift given was ever meant to be a gift. At this point in history, the Great War had raged for 36 years, and Sunset had managed to stay neutral in the war, despite the fact Sunset's neighbors to the south and east were at war with each other during the entire war. Neutrality allowed Sunset to enjoy peace, technological advancement, and, at this time, was one of the first nations to allow asylum for scientists and engineers to escape the war, forming the beginning of what would now be known as the Mad Scientists Union. Sunset's neutrality, however, would not be honored forever. The kingdom of Vespucci invaded the border city of Hummingbird, triggering the 7-day war between the kingdom and the Republic. Hummingbird was a major city with over 1 million people in it, a thriving economy, and it bordered the Sunset Republic, the Triple Alliance, and the Kingdom of Vespucci, a ripe target for any conquering army. Our story doesn't come from someone from Hummingbird, but someone from the small town of Rise, a town nestled into the Grey Mountains only 10 kilometers from the city limits of Hummingbird, one that, despite being so close to Hummingbird, would not be a target for the Kingdom of Vespucci. It was a small town in a series of small towns following the rail line, routing up and down the mountains for hundreds of kilometers, before ever finding another town with a population over 10,000. However, even though Rise was not important to the Kingdom of Vespucci, it would prove important to Sunset. The following records were obtained from a safe in the Rise radio station, a mixture of journal entries and a few audio recordings from the radio host. Very few records survived from Rise during the 7-day war, though from the records recovered, it makes sense why this may be the case. December 1st, 2702, from audio recording. Good morning, Rise! This is Revenant Robert, and I'm just wishing you all a happy Friday. The weather is going to be a perfect 12 degrees all weekend with only light clouds, meaning it's a perfect weekend to go camping in the Grey Mountains, or you can catch a quick train ride to Hummingbird if you're in the mood for Saturnalia shopping. After all, it's already December 1st, and if you haven't already started shopping, then you're already behind. Bellathor's General Store currently has a 3-week backlog on all of the most popular toys of the season. Even rounder balls are on back order. So, at this rate, if you don't have your toys yet, you either need to head to Hummingbird or you can head to the North City to the far west. As crazy as it sounds, I actually had a letter written to me from a long-term listener of Rise Revenant Radio. I will be reading it out loud because it appealed to me with the lengths people will go to for their loved ones. Dear Robert, I am a husband and a new father. My baby will be celebrating her 1-year birthday in February. Last year, just a few days before Saturnalia, my wife got intense pregnancy cravings for fresh watermelon. Naturally, I drove down to Gale's grocery to see if they had any. Turns out they were completely out, so I drove down to Hummingbird to see if they had any watermelon. I went to 5 different grocery stores and they were all completely out of watermelon. So there I was at the payphone in Hummingbird, telling my wife I couldn't find watermelon anywhere. She told me she understood, but I could tell from how heartbroken she was over the phone. So I told her I would see her the next day because it was already dark. So, instead of finding a motel for that night, I drove down to a local farm I knew in the Triple Alliance, about an additional 10 kilometers south of the border. By the time I made it to the farm, it was almost midnight, but the farmer was still out. Thankfully, I bought 20 kilograms of watermelon from the farmer, and I made my way back to the border, only to be randomly stopped by Border Patrol. So there I am, with watermelons in the trunk, and the soldier is shining a flashlight in my face, while she tries to figure out if I'm a spy for the Triple Alliance. She's asking why I'm going to the Triple Alliance in the night, and why I'm returning the same night. I try to explain that I'm only getting my wife watermelons. So she stares me down and I stare back before she finally takes her flashlight away and says, "Yeah, that's stupid enough to be true. You're free to pass." And I go on my way to Hummingbird, where I get pulled over again by a police officer, asking what I was doing out so late at 2 a.m. So I had to explain again to another officer that I was just buying watermelons for my wife. This officer did not believe me until I showed him that in my trunk were bags full of watermelons. He then let me go on my way as I drove the rest of the way. So there I am, pulling into my neighborhood, and I pulled into my driveway just as another police officer pulled up behind me. So there I am, ready to explain why I'm out so late to the officer, as the officer told me I was being arrested for violating curfew, and one of my neighbors called the police on me. So I left the keys in the car, and I was taken to the police station. And by the time I was done with all of the paperwork, it was 8 a.m. the next day, and I was given one phone call. So naturally, I called my home, and my wife picked up. And the first thing I told her, I have good news and bad news. The good news is I have watermelons for you in the driveway in the car, and the car is unlocked. She was so excited and happy it took her a minute before she realized I hadn't said what the bad news was. What's the bad news? I'm down at the police station and I need you to pick me up. Well, this year for Saturnalia, I'm getting my wife a watermelon for Saturnalia. I'm going to try and avoid getting arrested for bringing watermelons to my wife. Well, my longtime listener, that is one of the funniest stories I've ever heard of, and I'm just glad that in the end, everything worked out and that your wife got the watermelon she needed. And yeah, sorry about the curfew. That's still in effect. No driving after 3 a.m. and Rise. But yeah, I definitely understand what it is like to go to great lengths for your wife. Jacob Stoff Rad invented sugar cubes because his wife was injured breaking sugar off the cob, and he didn't want her to be injured anymore. There's also William Stewart Halstead, who invented rubber gloves because he saw that his wife's hands were getting injured and chapped from performing surgery every day. And if you want to talk about a husband going to great lengths, there was a chef in the Roman Republic who created a brand new pasta and pasta sauce to help his wife eat after giving birth to their child. That chef's name? Alfredo di Lilio. He shares his name with the dish that he invented specifically for his wife. So, there's no shame in going out of your way for your wife, and even though you are arrested for it, I'm sure she appreciates what you did for her. And as for the news, I'm afraid there's not much news to share from Sunset. Prime Minister is moving troops to border towns such as Boulder, Hummingbird, and Bullhead. War isn't expected to be declared anytime soon, with 89% of people polled opposing joining the Great War. Of the 4% who want to join the war, 90% want to join with the Triple Alliance against the Kingdom of Vespucci. However, it is highly unlikely for war to be declared, since it has been 36 years since the Great War began, and about 2/3 of the population of Sunset were born after the war began. In more local news, it is expected to snow next week, and there will be the winter festivities. There is the Snowboy Contest, the Snow Angel Art Show, and the Candlelight Path. Everyone is looking forward to it, especially me. The Candlelight Path is a long tradition where every household brings candles to the main street, where the candles light the road and line up the path from the road to their driveways, acting as a guiding path for the Yule lads leading up to Saturnalia. December 8th, we set out the candles and light them to lead first of the Yule lads to our houses, and every night we relight the candles to guide the lads to our houses, and on December 2nd, we turn out the candles and lights and hope we avoid the wrath of beings like Grayla, Krampus, Mary Lloyd, and even the Yule lads themselves. A wonderful tradition we have celebrated for years, and I am looking forward to the lighting candles for the Yule lads. So, stock up on Saturnalia gifts, get plenty of candles. We only have 1 week until the first of the Yule lads come to town. December 2nd, 2702, AUC. Recovered Government Audio.
It is with a heavy heart I have to announce that the Kingdom of Vespucci has launched an attack on the city of Hummingbird. Prime Minister Matthias has declared martial law in the provinces of Aztlan, Boulder, and Grey Mountain. There is a nationwide curfew. All external lights are to be turned off at 4 p.m. Any business declared not essential to the war effort is to close by 3 p.m. Anyone caught outside after 5 p.m. will be arrested for violating curfew. Curfew lifts promptly at 7:30 a.m. Curfew will stand for the time being. Updates will play over the radio at 7 p.m. Out of many, one.
From a journal in the safe. The moment martial law was declared, I got a phone call an hour before I was supposed to start my radio show. I was told by someone claiming to be a secretary of General Rogers that now the Revenant Robert radio show was now officially property of the Republic of Sunset. So now I would be faxed over messages they would want me to say to the good residents of Rise. The faxes were long, but very thorough, and yet also completely useless. A list of what businesses are or not declared essential, new job openings at the train station, some military colonel no one had ever heard of is now in charge of the town, and the weird part? They had records they wanted me to play to the town. Some were in white packages delivered by a military courier for me to play this morning. And also a record in a black sleeve. The white text on it read, "Do not play except when ordered by Colonel Coulomb." So that's filed away where I keep my very special records that I only play on very special times on very special stations for my very special paying listeners. How long were they prepared for this? It takes up to 6 months just to make a single vinyl record. And there's over a dozen different records here, all with different dates and times they want me to play it. Do they just have blank records and then they record the announcement on it? If so, then why do they have so many ready so quickly? Did the Prime Minister somehow know about the invasion of Hummingbird beforehand? Or was it just a planned eventuality? Do they have hundreds or even thousands of different records recorded ahead of time for every eventuality? Recorded months or even years ahead of time and they just ship them across the Republic when they're needed? That seems like a lot of work and it doesn't seem very practical. The other option is that the Republic of Sunset recorded the news as it was happening, and somehow that feels even less practical. Even recording onto magnetic tape can take hours, and they had it delivered to me in minutes. I got the news of the invasion when the courier came, and I am the first one with the news. Though with all of the records in white sleeves with dates ahead of time, I worry about how much the military has planned for us. All I can do is reassure everyone outside that the government has things under control, and they certainly seem to have the vinyl, so surely they know what they're doing with the military intelligence. Audio recording with Robert's voice. Hello, Rise. It's Revenant Robert with news from the Prime Minister. As you know, war has been declared, and I am here to clarify a few things. All schools have been closed for the time being. Starting Monday, all school staff are asked to prepare the schools into a medical center for Sunset citizens evacuating from Hummingbird. Any and all able-bodied volunteers should report to Lieutenant Tracy in City Hall, who is in charge of repurposing the school into a medical center. Curfew is from 5 p.m. until 7:30 a.m., and any non-military personnel are to be in their homes or they will be arrested by military police for imprisonment for a minimum of 6 months. A special exception will be made for essential workers, which at this time are all staff at Rise Hospital, Rise Revenant Radio Station, all staff at Rise Train Station, all staff at Asylum Sheriff's Department, all staff at Asylum and Fire Department, and all staff at Petunia's Public House, and any vanguard efforts per League of Nations mandate. Emergency powers have been granted to Colonel Coulomb, who is now the military commander of Atslan Province. As such, many civil services and courtesies are now either managed by the military or are suspended until further notice, and they are as follows. Right to civil court is suspended. Right to protest is suspended. Right to civil grievance is suspended. Right to strike is suspended. Right to moral objection to military action is suspended. Right to fishing and hunting in public land is suspended. Right to use public space and land is suspended. Right to contact, write, or speak to leadership is suspended. The elected office of Rise Municipal Mayor is suspended. City Council is suspended. The right to unrestricted media, including books, pamphlets, radio, television, and spoken word, is suspended, and restricted media will be dictated by Colonel Coulomb. The right to election is suspended. The right to abdication is suspended. The right to quit is suspended. The right to impeachment is suspended. The right to private property is suspended within all territory of the Asylum province declared military eminent domain. The right against asset forfeiture by the Republic of Sunset has been suspended. The right to avoid quartering soldiers without compensation has been suspended. The following services are now under the direct authority of Colonel Coulomb and Lieutenant Tracy. Medical services, electricity, water, asset distribution, telephone services, rail line, real estate, engineering, immigration, and law enforcement. The following services are still considered the responsibility of the suspended civilian government: garbage collection, road maintenance, tax collection, hunting licenses, fishing licenses, and any building permits that do not affect the war effort. The following legal changes have also been introduced by Colonel Coulomb. Interference with the war effort in any way is considered treason. Any non-essential worker in Rise may be asked to aid in the war effort by any military personnel. Refusal to comply with military order will be considered treason. Food will be distributed by military personnel promptly at 10 a.m. every day. Any food that is kept within your homes may be seized at any time. But at this time, Colonel Coulomb is not seizing assets at houses if laws are not broken. These services are considered temporary until such time that the war is over. Out of many, one. December 5th, 2702 AUC. Collected journal entry. Those motherfuckers in National City really fucking did it. We get attacked from the east by the Kingdom of Vespucci, and here we are under occupation from our own military. In mere hours, they came from the train station, and next thing we know, there's soldiers everywhere we look on the street. Every God's damn corner, there they are, staring at us like they're all expecting a fight, and everyone is just trying not to act scared, because then the soldiers take it like a threat. On Saturday, when I went down to City Hall to pick up my rations, I was expecting protesters, or even an angry grandma yelling at the soldiers' faces. Instead, it was a very quiet line, and anxiety and tension so high that you could cut it with a knife. I didn't know what it was until I was close to the front of the line, and I could see on the City Hall steps was blood being washed away by some kids who were crying from their task, while the soldiers watched over them with their rifles at the ready. I learned later that one of the angry mothers of the town approached City Hall, trying to get an audience with Colonel Coulomb. When the soldiers refused her, she screamed at their faces with her kids at her side. The soldiers didn't even hesitate. They only lifted their guns and fired once at her. And to add insult to injury, they fired at 3 different people who tried to run up to help her. Now, with 4 dead people on the steps, the soldiers ordered the bodies dragged away, and then they ordered her kids to clean the blood and gore from the steps. They killed a mother, and then they ordered her children to clean up the mess left behind by her body. So after that, everyone got really serious really quickly about following Colonel Coulomb's orders. By 5 p.m., everyone was in their homes, and I was back in the radio station. It was also my home, and unlike everyone else, I was given just a little bit more freedom than others. The courier gave me a message from Colonel Coulomb. I would only share the news he gave me. No more radio shows, no more local news. I can't even share people's letters or phone calls. I can still play music, thank goodness, but otherwise I cannot share anything he doesn't like. On this side of the Grey Mountains, I can't even get broadcasts from the other side. There's no way for us to get help, and things feel like they're escalating. We found out how Colonel Coulomb was planning on enforcing the curfew and the lights out. Promptly at 5 p.m., all power is shut down to the houses, along with the gas and water. I don't think he knows the radio station has an emergency generator, but I'm keeping it off for now. When all the lights were off and the noises of the town were dead, we could hear the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions from Hummingbird. Even so far away, we could hear the fighting still happening in the city. I don't know what the fighting could be against, though. None of Colonel Coulomb's men have gone east. They've all been coming by train from the west and then just setting up in Rise. They're laying landmines out on the road leading from Hummingbird to Rise. They've even placed dynamite on the bridge, ready to blow it up and cut off all access to the eastern half of Aslan, leaving little doubt that there's no plans to take back Hummingbird, and that the Colonel is only planning an attack on Rise. At every intersection of town, there's machine gun nests eager to fire at anyone who is coming close. We're definitely not trying to rescue anyone from Hummingbird. We had a stream of refugees from the city during the first day. The soldiers opened fire on them all. No explanation given. They were all shot and dragged into a big pit to be set on fire. A fire so big that you could smell it everywhere you go in town, even indoors. You don't ever forget the smell of human flesh burning, and you never forget the realization that the air you breathe used to be your neighbor, your friend, someone that you knew personally. The first couple of days, people ring my phone practically off the hook. Everyone had something to say about martial law, about the occupation, about something the soldiers did. They wanted someone, anyone, to listen to them, to do something, to witness the fact that they were there. I was the only one they could reach who wouldn't hurt them nor turn them into the military. Only for the military to shut the phones off December 5th. And I have another message from the government to play tonight. Something I'm sure is going to go well. December 5th, 2702 AUC, 7 p.m. Government audio.
Colonel Coulomb has ordered all citizens of Rise to shelter in place and not leave their homes under any circumstances. Anyone leaving their home without military escort will be considered an enemy of the Republic. All essential workers will be escorted by the military to and from work. Landmines have been placed on all streets, and the only safe paths are known by the military. All citizens will be expected to have enough food and water stockpiled for a minimum of 2 weeks. If you hear a phone ring, ignore it. The military is testing the phone lines. Any household that picks up the phones during these tests will be considered an act of treason, and all residents of the household will be declared an enemy of the Republic. Keep your radio on at all times. Anyone who does not have a radio will be considered an enemy of the Republic. Any act of vandalizing, destroying, or even turning off a radio will be considered an act of treason. Keep your radio on for more updates. Out of many, one.
From a journal entry. What the hell is Colonel Coulomb even thinking? 2 weeks of food and water when we couldn't even go out to get any? Stores have been closed for days, and the military has just been taking whatever they wanted from us, and now they think they can just wash their hands of us and we will be responsible for keeping ourselves fed? How? Just how? I know he's serious about the landmines. I watched them go off when people tried to leave their homes. We aren't going to survive, and we can't call for help. I already tried my radio and the phone, and both were dead. As far as I can tell, the military don't even have radio for themselves, or if they do, they're on a frequency I can't access, which is weird, because as far as I know, my station can access all radio waves. I can even hear radio announcements from the Triple Alliance and the Kingdom of Vespucci. I can't reach out to either of them now, though. I have 2 records to play tomorrow. One last white sleeve record to play at 7 a.m. Then at 7 p.m., I'm supposed to play the record in the black sleeve. More news, and I still feel like I'm just a mouthpiece for the Colonel. I became a disc jockey because I loved the radio. I loved playing music. I loved making people smile throughout their day. A bright light in the dark, and now I'm just another part of the darkness. December 6, 2702 AUC, 7 a.m. Government Audio.
Good citizens of Rise, thank you for your sacrifice. Remain in your homes and let the military do their job. By the time the sun rises on December 7th, the threat will be gone forever. Your sacrifice means our victory, and you will be forever honored as the greatest heroes in the history of the Republic of Sunset. All you have to do to defend freedom is do what you were told without question, and freedom will never die. Your sacrifice has saved millions of lives, and we are all forever grateful. Please continue to listen to your radio for updates. There is a very important update later tonight. Out of many, one.
December 6, 2702 AUC. Journal entry. The only journal entry on this day. What sacrifice are they talking about? December 8th, 2702 AUC. Journal entry. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? What the actual fucking hell did those fuck Mackenzies in motherfucking National City do to our goddamn fucking town? It was on the last vinyl, the one that everyone had to listen to. If I didn't keep my headphones on, I would have joined them. Sorry, calmer now. The last vinyl was played yesterday. I had my headphones on at the time, listening to gothic jazz while I put the black vinyl on the player, and I started it, playing it for everyone in Rise to hear. But it wasn't like anything I heard before. It was full of screeches, random bells, and maybe the sound of a trumpet playing in the background. It only played for a few seconds, and for a moment I thought it was horribly warped or something. Records will sound strange if left in the sun too long or if it bends or breaks. There's a lot of ways to damage the grooves. But as I took my headphones off and I tried to play it again, it didn't play anything at all. Apparently the record was so fragile it was only ever meant to be played once. Even when I tried to take it off the table, it snapped in my hands, well beyond repair. It was then I heard the screams from outside. I headed to the windows, expecting to see a few people approaching the military. What I saw instead was a bloodbath. I saw soldiers and civilians alike crouched over bodies, tearing into them with their bare fingers. Blood dripped from the strips of meat as they brought it to their mouths. In the distance, I could also see 2 soldiers in a machine gun nest fire at a group of blood-crazed revenants, who swarmed over them like ants over beetles. And as they tore the bodies up, when the bodies stopped struggling, the revenants stood still and opened their mouths. While I couldn't hear what was happening inside the radio station, It seemed like the revenants were screaming, and then they were done screaming. The bodies started to twitch, and they rose again. Now a fresh revenant, even with their chest torn open, and the heart revealed to be still, the body still moved. Whatever that sound was, the revenants could play it and bring back the dead. Even pieces that were torn away from the body could move again when exposed to that sound, and the dead continued to move. I watched as they chattered among each other, as the soldiers outside grew less and less lively. Machine gun fire is quite deadly, tearing human beings into ground hamburger beef and bone shards. And yet, it still moved and made its way to the soldiers. Only the flamethrower seemed to stop the advancing revenants, but it took a long time, and the flaming bodies piled over the living, leaving none alive. And I watched as the separate pieces came together, the flesh tearing into itself and making a crude jigsaw puzzle, growing larger into these abominations. Towering, shambling remains with many eyes, many mouths, and many limbs. Crawling across the streets, licking up blood, and from their many mouths they screamed loud enough I could hear it inside the radio station. I'm in the sound booth to avoid the noise, trying to avoid attracting their attention. The phone has been ringing this entire time, but I refuse to answer it. Not because I trust Coulomb, nor that I trust the Prime Minister, but because I saw the revenants outside calling on the phones, screaming that same sound into the phones, and I worry that it might get out. All I can do is hope the military really cut off all access from the town. I know the town is heavily mined, but I fear that the mines aren't enough. The revenants can be torn to shreds, and they will only form into new bodies. Bodies that will keep spreading, keep eating, and keep destroying. Whatever Colonel Coulomb released onto our town, I hope it fucking eats him. December 8th, 2702 AUC. Final journal entry. I got a fax, again from someone claiming to be the secretary of General Rogers. Apparently they're going to bomb Rise at 12 p.m. today. There's an order to share the news with the entire town through the radio. What town? I'm pretty sure I'm the only one left, and what is warning them going to do? If they're not sheltered already, they would have been dead a long time ago. And as for the bomb, I'm looking forward to it. I think some of the sound must have gotten through to me somehow, and it's just affecting me slower than everyone else. Earlier today, I just picked at an itch on my arm. I peeled away some of my skin, and the only thing that happened was I finally got relief from the itching. The bone beneath was visible, and I knew that I was already dead. No blood fell, my heart isn't beating, but I can still think. At least for now. The skin I peeled off started squirming like a worm as it wiggled across the floor, leaving slime like blood behind itself. Slowly crawling to the door leading outside. I watched it, and I couldn't feel any fear, any terror. I didn't even feel disgusted. The only thing I felt when I saw it was a strong urge to get on the radio, to share a message with everyone. I smashed my microphone, so I think I'm safe. but the urge to speak is still there. I can feel the sound within my throat, struggling to escape, struggling to infect others, and the itchiness is all over me now. Even if I lightly scratch it, skin peels off and squirms. My mouth is screwed shut, but my tongue moves without me telling it to. And I know deep in my cold, dead heart that I'm already lost. It'll be noon soon. I will leave some of my tapes and journal in the fireproof safe. Maybe someone will stumble across it and they will find that colonel and make him fucking pay for what he did to Rise. This is Revenant Robert, soon to join the other radio revenants of Rise. These records were recovered from ruins in the Desert of Glass, a massive glass desert on the border of Sunset and the Kingdom of Vespucci. The 7 Days War ended on December 9th, 2702 AUC, with the kingdom surrendering all gained ground, and no one really knows why. Rumor was that the Republic of Sunset showed the Kingdom of Vespucci a weapon so powerful that it permanently scared the kingdom into submission. According to official records, the town of Rise and the city of Hummingbird were reduced to glass by the Kingdom of Vespucci. What is known was that Colonel Coulomb was commended by Prime Minister Matthias on December 10th, 2702 AUC, for ending the 7-Day War. The next Prime Minister, Prime Minister Boyd, convicted Colonel Coulomb, Lieutenant Tracy, and ex-Prime Minister Matthias for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crimes against the Republic of Sunset on August 13th, 2712 AUC. They were executed that very same day. Though the exact nature of the crimes are sealed until 2812 AUC, it is known that the jury voted unanimously to convict. Both the lieutenant and the colonel went to the gallows, insisting that they were only following orders, and that anyone else would have done the same thing that they did. Matthias only offered a single line to defend himself before he was hung before the entire continent. I did my best. The question does remain. Are there more of those vinyl records out there? How did the Republic of Sunset even make something like that? Why would they ever make an Eigen weapon like that? What stopped the Revenants? Are there more? And if there are more, who possesses it? The late war era of the Seven Cities was defined by counterculture, protests of the Great War, and defiance of the status quo. The narrative sold by the Empire of the Seven Cities was that the Great War was where the good fight was fought, and that all the young people heading overseas to fight in Europa were going to return to the imperial dream of a white picket fence, two-story home, car, and a happy marriage simply waiting for them. Decades of death, disability, permanent injury, mental scarring, families torn apart, and cultural trauma made the narratives of the imperial dream a lie in the eyes of the youth during the 2700s through the 2720s. In 2700 AUC, the draft age was permanently dropped from 18 years old to 15 years old, and families were further ruined when their young teenagers vanished into war for 5 years, and even if they physically came back, they were different people. Because of this fact, draft dodging was growing increasingly common among imperial families. There were a few ways to avoid the draft: being physically disabled, being wealthy enough to hire a replacement, or you become an essential worker. It was this last stipulation that forced many families to find work for their children and young teenagers to avoid sending them to war. An entire generation where the secondary schools were emptied to field the war efforts. An entire generation where you finished growing up on the front lines or in a work camp. Many families had to face the choice of sending their children to war, sending them to a dangerous job, or being sent to prison before being sent to the front lines as auxiliaries. Surrounded by so much death and by such cruel choices, it is of little question why so many young teenagers grew into adults that despised the Empire of the Seven Cities. It is in this backdrop that we follow the journal from a young teenager who moved from downtown River City to a farm in Autumn County. Though as fascinating as the anti-war effort from the 2700s through the 2720s is, this story is about a very different monster that was in the Empire of the Seven Cities right during that time. December 21st, 2699 AUC. For the first night of Saturnalia, I got news from my parents that they aren't letting me go back to school when Saturnalia ends. The draft ages have been lowered to 15, and they want me to avoid going to the war overseas. So instead they are going to send me to work in Autumn County with Uncle Will and Uncle Bill. I would also have to go before January, otherwise I might get caught by the draft officers. It isn't pleasant, but it is best. At first I thought I was immune to the draft because I don't speak much. But it turns out you don't need to speak to learn how to shoot, to learn to kill. Before Saturnalia ends, I have to join my uncles down in Autumn County. My gift from my parents for Saturnalia was a deck of cards. Times have been tough at the hospital for Mom and Dad. The school has closed down, they're working more hours, and they're moved from non-exempt to exempt salaries, while the hours increased immensely. There wasn't a lot of money left over for things like presents or celebration. We had breakfast early on December 21st, and they had to go before 10 a.m. They were always on call, and even on Saturnalia, they were busy. So I was left alone, so I quietly cleaned and I listened to the radio until my uncles arrived. They arrived in an old car, and I was already expected to go with them. Even when I called my parents to confirm, they agreed that I was to go with my uncles immediately. So I packed my bag and took a book as I joined Uncle Bill and Uncle Will. Uncle Bill was wearing a plaid shirt and blue jeans that matched his husband's outfit. They were both the same size, but Uncle Bill was red-haired and he had a tattoo of an anchor on his left arm, while Uncle Will had dark hair and an anchor on his left arm. Apparently they had met in the Navy during the Great War, but they were injured from combat, so they bought a farm with their disability pay, back when the Empire of the Seven Cities still offered payments for disabled veterans. They stopped offering it when the numbers became so vast that the Empire was paying more out to their citizens than they were collecting from taxes. While Bill drove the car from downtown to Autumn County, I felt my heart sink as we passed by the empty streets and made our way past Riverfront Bridge, the Golden Tower Bridge that people often confused with the Red Iron Gate Bridge in the Sunset Republic. They both had the same architects and engineers, but Riverfront Bridge was barely a tenth of the same length as the Red Iron. Still, though, the Riverfront Bridge was the symbol of the Riverfront District, my home. Bridge I passed by over and over many times. But now it felt like I was saying goodbye to an old friend as we passed the Riverfront Bridge. We made it to the other side, to Autumn County. Immediately the air felt different. We passed by pecan orchards, cornfields, and other farms that went on for kilometers. many of the farms seemingly larger than the riverfront district, and it felt so boring near the road. The riverfront had sidewalks, merchants everywhere, buildings crammed into every square meter. Some shops are literally just 2 meters wide, desperate to take up as much space as possible. And here in Autumn County, it was like they made up not having anything by filling up the emptiness with crops, most of which were already harvested and left fallow for the winter. "What is it you grow?" I asked Uncle Will, who wasn't driving, but he was already more talkative. He smiled as he explained. "We grow corn, beans, apples, and gourds year-round. We're one of the lucky ones in Autumn County who can grow year-round, so we're always busy," he said with a smile as I immediately had a question. "How are you able to grow year-round? I thought most crops were planted in the spring and harvested in the fall. Do you have hothouses or something like that that allows you to grow food year-round?" I asked Uncle Will, whose smile dropped. He thought for a moment before he answered. "It's just the way of the land. We follow the rules and we keep growing crops year-round. We even grow different crops at the same time since they're able to help each other." "I need you to help out at the farm." I glanced down at my hands. I did help with chores around the house, and sometimes Father would teach me to fix things around the house, but otherwise I didn't use my hands for much. I was not looking forward to the physical labor of working on a farm. Uncle William, seemingly reading my mind, explained. "We need help with inventory and managing the paperwork. A lot of farm work is done physically, but a lot of it is also paperwork and inventory. We get enough help in the fields as it is, and we need someone smart helping with the papers. From what your dad tells me, you were managing a grass-cutting business before the Vigiles or Bonnies shut you down." I nodded and faced the window. It wasn't that hard. Anyone could do it. You just keep track of how much things cost and how much money you could make with it, and then you learn how to either reduce costs or increase profit. And you learn how much time things take, and you figure out what takes more time than the money you're saving or the cost you're putting in. Anyone could do it. I told him only for him to chuckle. "Trust me, not everyone can do that. It'll be a valuable skill when the war is over, especially if they're going to keep skipping over education to send troops west and east. Nothing wrong with getting your hands dirty, but you can't have a functional society without people who can think clearly." I smiled at his words. My parents often said something similar with how often skilled staff are either being shipped to the front lines, or they were replaced with staff that barely knew what they were doing and practically had to improvise everything that they did to keep up. The colleges being closed meant that there have been no newly trained doctors nor nurses in a few years. There were trained medics and some surgeons, but they barely had to complete a month of training before they were assigned to the hospital. So my father and mother usually spent more time cleaning up after the medics and surgeons than they spent actively helping patients. My thoughts wandered through this and other idle paths as we continued to the farm. When we made it there, it didn't seem like that different, except for the iron lamps marking the edges of the fields and the boogeymen in the fields to scare the crows away. I have seen boogeymen before, stuffed burlap men designed to scare off crows and similar pest animals. They were popular during Feralia, especially in the schools. They could be made to look cute or scary. Oddly enough, these boogeymen didn't look like they were burlap. They looked like they were leather, and the smiles on their faces weren't cutely stitched on. They were cut open, and inside there were small white stones resembling teeth. The buttons on the eyes barely covered the sockets. I don't know why they cut sockets into the leather and then covered them with black buttons. "Strange boogeymen," I said as Uncle Bill turned onto the dirt driveway leading to the farmhouse. Uncle Will turned to me and he shrugged. They came with the farm and they do a great job. We just take care of them and they take care of the farm. That being said, don't get too close to them. The leather used to make them wasn't treated too well and they still smell. There won't really be a need for you to go to the field, so for now, let's stay at the house unless you're with Uncle Bill or me, he explained. Is it dangerous on the farm? I asked him, and he stared at me like I was insane. Of course it's dangerous. We use powerful chemicals to help grow the crops. The animals, even when tamed, can be dangerous if approached incorrectly, or maybe they'll just decide they're not in the mood that day, and you're new to them, and they're new to you, so you don't know what is or isn't a dangerous behavior. Then there's the equipment itself. Designed to tear down entire fields of corn in minutes, the tractor could run over you without either of us noticing. Every piece of equipment is sharpened to perfection, and the farm is a place of work. It isn't meant to be safe, it's meant to grow food. Farmhouse is safe enough for you, but as you learn, you'll grow to enjoy the other parts of the farm. I nodded as my uncles took me inside and I found my new home. February 5th, 2700 AUC. Living on the farm has a lot of rules, and if anything, that makes things easier. I work on the books, reading over the crop yields and entering it into the big logbook, keeping track of what parts of the field yields what results. It doesn't take too long, only about an hour or two for me, and when I'm done, I'm able to read from a book borrowed from the nearby town library and listen to the radio. Apparently, it used to take Uncle Bill and Will all day to do all that math. The work isn't too hard, and I thought at first that it was Bill and Will who did all the harvesting, and while they do a lot of work, they aren't the farmhands. Most of the workers come from Mercutio prison. Helots from the kingdom of Vespucci who worked the combines, threshers, and tractors, clearing entire fields of crops within the afternoon, before heading back to the prison at the end of the day. They aren't allowed anywhere near the house, and even over 100 meters away, I can recognize helots in their pink uniforms with the bright orange word helot written on their backs. The pink makes them stand out, and the color works to emasculate the prisoners from the kingdom, working off their sentences to the Empress. When I asked my uncles about this, they told me this was why I had to stay in the house. While most of the helots were just people dealt a bad hand and trying to make it through the day, some of them were dangerous, were desperate enough to try and attack a child like me if they thought that doing so would help them. It wasn't the helots that made me nervous about leaving the farmhouse, though. It was the soldiers guarding them. Dressed in burgundy uniforms, they carried around long clubs and revolvers at their side, and they looked mean to everyone, even Uncle Bill and Uncle Will. They reminded me of the bullies at school. They walked tough and they acted tough, and they were willing to start a fight for any reason or no reason at all. They loved to start arguments and loved to see how the helots had to meekly accept it all. They weren't strong. True strength didn't need to be flashed like a peacock trying to find a mate. A strong person is well at ease and doesn't care about trying to start a fight. They know they're strong, and they can have the chance to be kind. Someone who never chose kindness was someone who wasn't strong enough to control their lives. The auxiliaries guarding the helots were prisoners too, imperial prisoners given a chance to work off their sentence, serving the empire as soldiers. They were prisoners too, outside their duty guarding helots. They would be looked down on by free citizens and by the legionary alike. They were barely a step above the cannon fodder of the helots, but in a situation like this, where they could lord their power over those who can't fight back, that's what they did. Anything to distract themselves from the fact that they were the necessary evil of the Empire of the Seven Cities. Recognizing all of those facts would not stop the fact that they could hurt me. I was still young, so they perceived me as less than themselves, so I was a target if they ever saw me. However, they never came near the farmhouse, and I don't think they even knew that Uncle Bill and Uncle Will had a child in the farmhouse. They used portable toilets and drank the water carried by the auxiliaries, though every Wednesday my uncles brought out lemonade to both the auxiliaries and the helots, along with freshly baked cornbread. I'm pretty sure it wasn't technically allowed, however, the auxiliaries didn't not bother raising a stink. At this point, they all had at least a professional working relationship with my uncles, so they appreciated the reprieve from the monotony of the week. On the weekends, we went to town. It was indeed a very small town named Shepherd, which, oddly enough, had no graveyard in it at all. It did, however, have a hardware store. Note from the journalist, nowadays we may call this a general store. A diner, and most interestingly, an amusement, what we now call arcades, was also there as well. Unlike the rest of the town, the amusement was not run down, nor even made for a small town. Every Sunday we would go to the diner and have breakfast before we would get anything needed at the hardware store, and make orders with the owner of the store, Mrs. Field, and then we would head to the library, where I would return the books borrowed, and I was allowed to borrow books. Apparently the library used to be open 7 days a week, with talks about it getting it open 24 hours a day, if they could get enough people. However, with the war, the only staff members was a few part-time volunteers too old to serve the war effort. So now the library was only open on Sunday for a couple of hours, but I was always eager to find a new book to read. Despite being closed most of the week, they had both the pulps and the glossies. There was enough interest that these were oftentimes the only written news and news stories that Shepherd would receive. While Uncle Bill and Uncle Will loved looking over the glossies for new things to order for the farm, new recipes to try, or the fashion drama over in Cart Kadosh, I preferred the pulps. Even their smell as they aged was wonderful. It was slightly woody and brought a smile to my face. Reading the new adventures of the Silver Shroud, the newest Charlton crime mystery, and of course the science fiction and horror from the Tales from the Charnel House. I would borrow a dozen books, and I would eagerly devour them during the week. After the library was closed, we would have lunch at the same diner, served by the same waitress and the same cook, before we headed to the amusement. The amusement was a lot larger than it logically should have been for this small town. The amusement was larger than the hardware store and the library combined, and it was 3 stories tall. A movie theater on the top floor where news, movies, and even television serials could be seen in the single-screen theater. There was a lot of color news, an occasional movie, and even a lot of color cartoons we would watch. It was a lot of fun to catch up on the latest Dr. Occult and Rose Psychic cartoons. The second floor was the actual penny arcade, where a centie could be exchanged for 2 rolls of 50 tokens called pennies, and the pennies could be used for the arcade games. Fortune-telling machines that gave ominous words and generic messages on cardstock. Messages like, "Follow the rules, except when the rules are dangerous," from a fortune teller with red eyes under a black hood and a mechanical recorded voice warning, "Don't trust the boogeyman." Yeah, I know that, you weird-looking Grim Reaper. I did enjoy that fortune-telling machine because I would deposit a penny, and 2 pennies would come out of the slot, but it would only do that once, and if you tried again, you would only hear from the machine, "You have your fortune for the day." Other penny arcades from the second floor included snooker, shooting booths, 20 squares, Senate, and dancing figurines. A lot of variations of Laughing Sal were slightly terrifying to look at, but they were popular a decade ago, and a lot of people would give them a penny for them to start laughing or a pre-recorded joke would play. And then there were the carnival booths like ring toss, darts, skee ball, and penny toss, where you would throw your pennies to try and cover a black spot on a wooden board. It takes a lot more pennies than you think to cover it all. The first floor was where the most interesting games were to me. They had a mechanical rifle range games where you shoot moving targets with an airsoft rifle, firing plastic pellets, and my personal favorite, Marble Board, a game where you deposit a coin and a rubber ball bounced around in the sloped machine, where you had to use 2 flippers to keep it from falling down the chute. The more you bounced it around in the game, the higher your score got, and when the game finally ended, you got to keep the rubber ball, a toy prize from losing the game. A lot better than the games that gave you no prizes at all, or the ones that forced you into unwinnable circumstances for a hope of a prize you won't ever have. After playing in the amusement for hours, we would end the day watching the news in the theater, and we would take the car back to the farm. It was actually a really fun life for myself. Far better than what was happening in school, and it was comfortable living this way for the foreseeable future. Something happened today, though, to change all of that. It's Wednesday today, and when my uncles tried to take the cornbread and lemonade out, one of the auxiliaries did not come back from the field. The helots that were with him came back saying that something at the edge of the fields took him away. The auxiliaries did not believe them and sent in a conturbanium of 8 auxiliaries into the field, while the rest of the helots waited on the bus with the last remaining auxiliary watching over them. Her hand draped over her pistol while my uncles tried to convince the auxiliaries to not go into the fields. But they went in anyways before Uncle Bill came into the house, while Uncle Will went after the auxiliaries. "We need you to help us in the field. You need to follow my directions very closely. You need to find the boogeymen. If you smell anything rotten, tell me right away and don't get too close," Uncle Bill said, and I knew it was serious. He almost never spoke, just like me, and here he was giving directions as we headed into the cornfield after the auxiliaries and Uncle Will. Even though it was February and I watched the field get harvested twice by this point, the corn grew back all and needed near constant harvest. Already I could hear the popping and groaning of the corn. It's louder at night, but as we wandered through the field, trying not to trip over the irrigation channels every meter, as we made it deeper and deeper into the corn. The first boogeyman we ran across, I don't know how it got so close. I was only a meter behind Uncle Bill, and he disappeared from sight only for a moment before I ran into the boogeyman. He was wearing the same flannel as my uncle's. The figure felt more solid than I expected, like the stake holding it down was iron instead of wood. The figure had a false beard made out of hay that was tied with plastic twine. The face underneath was made out of a very pale leather, so much paler than I knew leather could be. The nose was carved to look like a human nose. I could see darkness in the hole where something inside moved. And I noticed that the movement was all over the boogeyman. Small, minuscule movements underneath the leather skin. Thousands of tiny, wiggling worms. I knew they were worms when they started to fall from the mouth and the nose. The mouth was so full of worms I couldn't see where the leather ended and where the hay inside began. Though as horrifying as the worms were, it was the eyes that unsettled me the most. The right eye was a blue button that was almost human-like in color. At least it was clearly a button and it covered the eye socket. The other eye socket was missing a button and I could see inside the cut leather, and there was indeed a white socket inside. No worms inside the socket, but the fact was there. That was a socket in a skull inside the leather of the boogeyman. Leather that now I recognized as being made from human skin. The boogeyman was the remnants of a human body, and it stared down at me, still struggling to move and remove itself from the iron stake. As I screamed, and Uncle Bill came back to me. He saw the way I looked at the boogeyman, who was struggling to get off the iron stake. As its arms reached for me, Uncle Bill pulled out a dark iron knife that had rust on the hilt, but the boogeyman withdrew its hands away from me, trying to get away from the iron and the rust. Uncle Bill pulled me up and faced the boogeyman, tossing red flakes at the feet of the Fleshdoll, while I tried to ask, "What was that?" He turned to me and he shrugged. "We don't really know. We know they're in the corn, they're hungry, and if they can, they will eat us and make more of themselves." As we walked away from the boogeyman, Uncle Bill explained more. I guess he was just as eager to get it off his chest as I was to know what it was. They'll eat corn, but they prefer human organs and tissue. Whatever the boogeyman are, actually, they will remove the skin and the bones from people, consuming everything else, and then they stuff the inside of the flesh with the worms inside their bodies. The worms move and animate the body, and the bones acting as the structure of the flesh dolls. They're almost impossible to kill. They don't need their organs, and the worms stitch the leather back together, even if it's completely burned away. The only thing that works is iron or rust. For whatever reason, the worms won't go near it. They don't burn, they don't drown, and they can't be crushed, but iron will poison them. We just don't know why. It just works. "Why don't you get rid of them?" I asked, and Uncle Bill sighed before he explained. "The flesh dolls are what let the farm grow so much year-round. The government needs the food, and the sheriff doesn't care about who is lost. As long as the food flows, the sheriff won't do anything to us, and we aren't even considered for the draft. You help us, and you're safe too. We can spin a few losses as the cost of the crops, but if we lose the entire conterpanium, that's going to be a lot harder to spin our way. The sheriff may decide we're too much trouble, and they may arrest us and have someone else work here. We have to save them before it's too late," Uncle Bill said when we heard a loud scream. A scream that could be heard. Horn blocks noise very well, so we knew it was loud. We ran, and then we saw the lost auxiliaries. The closest auxiliary to me was a young man with a tattoo of the Imperial flag on his face. A common tattoo used by Swamp City police gangs to intimidate their victims or other gangs. Though right now he doesn't look intimidating. He looks sad and almost deflated. His hand reached out to me as he laid on the ground. One of the boogeymen crouched on his chest and fed on his legs. When Uncle Bill told me they ate the flesh underneath but left the skin and bones intact, I thought it was like a spider, drinking the internal organs as a liquid sucked through the skin. A clean process with no blood, almost romantic in nature. What I saw before me was not romantic, and it was definitely not clean. The legs were broken, the knees were snapped, and the skin was torn apart. The tissue underneath the skin was pulled apart. Bleeding chunks of it were still in the boogeyman's hands as it pulled chunk by bleeding chunk into the worm-filled maw in the boogeyman's head. The meat did not drop, but the wiggling forms dropped from the mouth, and the worms dug into the meat and swarmed over the blood, digging deeper and deeper underneath the skin, even where the body wasn't torn into. Help me, he whimpered as I saw behind the auxiliary's eyes were the worms, and a very long worm dug out from behind his left eye, covered in aqueous fluid, and the broken membrane coated the worm as it dug into his right eye, blinding him. He did not scream. He only whimpered as the worms dug into his socket and made its way up his optic nerve and into his brain. Soft moans and noises are released from his mouth as I saw his gums had wiggling worms underneath and moving through the soft tissue and digging through the cavities, and the tongue itself was only a very large worm. And I had to fight myself not to puke as I watched the auxiliary was consumed on the inside by the boogeyman's worms. Can't we help him? I asked my uncle, who only shook his head. We can't. Can we at least put him out of his misery? I asked Uncle Bill, who shook his head, and he showed me. He stabbed his knife into the skull, through the temple. The blade was left in the skull for a few seconds as it was pulled out. No blood on the blade, just a few dying worms that sizzled off the blade. And still the auxiliary moaned in pain as the worms replaced more and more of his bodies. They don't die. Not really. I think all of the boogeymen are trying to scream, but there's no lungs for them to breathe and scream. We can't burn them. We have to use iron to purify them. We can't do anything about these auxiliaries. We have to find William, Uncle Bill said, and I nodded as we continued into the corn. I don't know how Uncle Bill found his way through, but we found a small clearing around an iron lamp, and I could see Uncle Will holding his left hand in his right. His flannel shirt wrapped around his hand, and blood coated his chest. At his feet was a large flesh-colored spider coated in the worms. Uncle Bill ran to his husband, and as I joined him, I realized that the spider on the ground wasn't a spider. It was Uncle Will's left hand, coated in the worms and a bite on the palm. He must have been bitten, and he had to cut off his own hand to keep it from spreading. We need to get you to the hospital. Get you to the road and get a vanguard, Uncle Bill said as he and I helped drag Uncle Will to the road. The road could have been kilometers away, and even then there's no guarantee that anyone would be on the road. But Uncle Bill led us, and in less than a minute we made it to the edge of the cornfield where the road was, and we were at the crossroads. Come on, you know I'll pay the price. Just save him, Uncle Bill said to himself, and already I could see an ambulance pulling up. The odds of a vehicle pulling up to us was low. The odds of it being an ambulance was astronomical. And yet the ambulance pulled over and the driver opened the back door and my uncles went in. Follow the road home. Don't go into the corn. We will handle it when we get home. I have to get Uncle Will help, Uncle Bill told me as I nodded, and the driver, with his golden eyes, drove off with my uncles in the back seat. I looked down all the roads that made up the crossroads, seeing the farmhouse down the distance as I walked down the road. It took a long time, but I made it home. The prison bus was gone, and when I made it to the farmhouse, the house felt empty, and I was worried about the Fleshdolls in the field. As the sun started to set, I saw figures stand at the edge of the field. Unable to cross the line of the iron lamps that stood above the corn, 13 boogeymen stared me down. 4 of them wore flannel and 9 wore the burgundy uniforms of the auxiliaries. The worms were impossible to see, but I was certain that they were there. As the sun finally set and the lamps turned on, the boogeymen retreated back into the corn out of my sight. I did not sleep that night. March 2nd, 2700 AUC. My uncles have been back from the hospital for a long time. They were gone for a couple of days. Uncle Will now has a hook hand on his left hand, and he even makes pirate jokes all the time. No one in town has asked any questions about it, and the sheriff left us alone. Although my uncles did have a few quiet calls made late at night, but overall we were left alone. Although more helots were assigned to the farm. I noticed the crop yield increased over 300%, and the auxiliaries and helots were a lot more careful in the fields. And as for the price Uncle Bill was talking about, sometimes there would be an extra helot out on Wednesdays, and my uncles would go out of their way to serve cupcakes instead of cornbread. It was a small price, it seemed, but the helot that the first cake was served to was one with golden eyes that looked the same, even if the helot was a different person each time. I guess the government was just happy to have more crops, and the deaths were well worth it. I still help out my uncles, though I have learned to stop asking about the Fleshdolls in the field. Not because they didn't answer my questions, but because when I talk about them, they get closer and closer, even bypassing the iron lamps. At first, they just appeared in the field at night. Then they were at the edge of the field. Then they were at the front door when I went downstairs for water, vanishing when I called for my uncles. And then they were at the windows at all hours of the day, but only when my uncles weren't there to see them. The more I spoke about them, the more I thought about them, the closer they got to me. The last time I asked about the Fleshdolls, how long they'd been around, for as long as at least Uncle William's great-grandfather owned the farm, they were very close. How close? My bedroom. The same night I asked that question, I woke up late at night and in the darkness I could see a boogeyman standing at the foot of my bed. The leathery face was familiar, with the imperial flag on it. The auxiliary left behind in the field. The scar in the skull stitched over, and the worms dropped from the mouth onto my bed, wiggling and crawling across the blankets while I was frozen underneath the blanket, and I could not do anything as the worms wiggled into my mouth slithering down my throat. It felt like cold, thick spaghetti as it squirmed down my throat and into my stomach, while I laid paralyzed by half sleep as it filled my stomach before I woke up the next morning. I thought it was a nightmare at first, but now I am no longer so certain. My stomach always feels like it's full, even when I should be hungry. I feel full, and when I do eat, I eat too much. And when I sleep, I feel something move inside me. My heart struggles to beat, and earlier today, when I grabbed the pencil, I saw something move beneath my finger. I tried talking to my uncles about it, but every time it felt like my vocal cords stopped working, like something was keeping it frozen. And today I asked my uncles if I could stay home, but it wasn't me asking them. And they left, and the presence inside me finally let me move. I grabbed an iron knife and I tried to cut it out. And where I cut at the movement, I felt pain, but my skin and tissue don't feel pain where the iron knife cuts, only where it touches one of the worms. And then there's the fact I can hear the other boogeymen in the fields. At night I can hear them sing, a mournful song of pain and growth, life and death. My uncle was wrong. They're not screaming, they're singing. They know I'm one of them, and they want me to join them. It's getting harder and harder to resist them. They feel like my family. Boogeymen promise me freedom from war, from work, from death itself. I don't remember what my parents look like anymore. I can't remember what my uncles look like. Even when I look at the pictures in the frames, all I can see are boogeymen. Leather faces, button eyes, and worm-filled mouths. I don't even bleed where I'm cut. Only worms fall out of me. A worm dropped from my eye while I wrote that last sentence. It was covered in my eye fluid and the membrane, but I can still see through the empty socket. Put my finger in the socket, gently rubbing the inside of it. There's no pain. I only feel the gentle massaging touch of the worms inside. All of them whispered for me to join the others. I don't know how much of me is replaced by the worms, but the worms and I agree on this fact. There's no place for me left on this farm. I will join the others in the fields, letting the worms hollow me out, leaving me an empty doll of flesh and bone, filled by worms and used to help the corn grow. To my family, I hope that you move on. Just know that even though I'm dead, I'm not gone. I'm still out there, somewhere, bringing life to everyone. And to my uncles who are out enjoying their Sunday, don't blame yourselves. There was nothing you could do to stop me anyways. Time for me to join the other boogeymen in their absolutely beautiful music. This journal was archived in Shepherd Library. The name of the writer, or even what family they belong to, is as of yet unknown. There's too many farms in Autumn County that could be owned by a Bill or a Will. How the writer's family reacted is unknown. What happened to the farm is unknown. And what happened to the other Fleshdolls is also unknown. Autumn County is full of farms, a lot of them abandoned but still growing. And some of the farms have been replaced by the bogs and swamps that border River City and Swamp City territory. What is known about the Fleshdolls is the worms that fill the Fleshdolls hate iron, and especially rust. Even iron filings and rust fragments will repel or even kill them. And it is believed that a lot of the farms in Autumn County have Fleshdolls, especially since every farm there grows crops year-round in high yields that most other farms cannot dream of competing with. Another one of the endless mysteries of Autumn County, and another casualty of the Great War who never saw a single day on the battlefield. Most people think of adaptation and evolution as a process of leveling up, like in a video game, not a process that takes place over a long time and can be affected by simple changes and adaptations. A change in the local environment can drive white moths to near extinction. A highway being built over a swamp can cause frogs to be nearly wiped out by the cars. Humanity is another vector on the process of evolution on this planet, just like every other environmental factor. So the question often becomes, how do you minimize or even have a positive impact on your environment? In the example of the frogs, you could build a tunnel underneath the highway, except doing so only tells all the predators where the frogs are. So you save them from one threat, but you create a brand new threat. This isn't evolution, but it is an adaptation from creatures and what they already have available to themselves. The esoteric world behaves in much of the same way. As humanity learns to adapt to the monsters out there, as technology advances, monsters of the old world adapt and new monsters arise. If the beast outside is not able to come out during daytime, it finds a dark tunnel that it can hide in, waiting for people to come by. If a ghost haunts new homes by sending missives through the mail, but most unknown mail is now just thrown out, it learns to attach itself to pamphlets tucked into the door or through your email. This often leaves the exoteric and esoteric worlds in a never-ending arms race of adaptation and evolution. If a new weapon or technology makes an old threat obsolete, the threat adapts, or it's replaced by something else. The following two stories take place less than 10 kilometers apart, but they are separated by 40 years in two very different forms of undead, both of which were spurred on by the same adaptation. The first story is told from the perspective of a forest ranger from the 2710s and a hitchhiker from the 2750s. These journals are both about the same radical new technology introduced to the northern forest that saved countless lives and completely changed the politics and culture of the northern forest. The technology? The highway. September 3rd, 2710 AUC. The highway was only finished last year, and already the town of Norn is thriving. I remember growing up in this town where my grandfather and father spent their entire lives, where the only jobs were the lumber mill, truck driver, or the tavern. When the tribal governments of the Northern Forest created the highway system connecting the many towns and cities of the Northern Forest to each other, they followed the old trails, and now we have a better connection. So now we have tourists from down south, and we have better infrastructure to bring lumber and minerals to the nations to the south. So now there's motels, gift shops, a diner, and even a bank in Nornglade, and there's a brand new job. A career for me other than driving a truck or cutting down trees. The Forest Rangers. The Northern Forest is a beautiful place to live, but it's also a very dangerous place, especially at night. Even with all the warnings, public announcements, and the requirement of passports, tourists, or even locals, make dumb decisions when traveling up and down the Northern Forest Highway 17. They see a perfect place for a picnic, and they don't care about the fact that the clearing is a picturesque setting surrounded by mushrooms, and they go in, and they never want to leave. where they see a deer at the edge of the woods, perfectly tame, worthy of taking out the camera, getting a picture with your children next to the large deer with very large antlers. If they're lucky, the deer is actually a deer, a dangerous and often unpredictable animal that may choose to run, or just as easily to fight back with antlers that are sharp and strong enough to kill a man very easily. If they're unlucky, it was never a deer, and they will be wishing they were dead. Then there's the greatest threat of the darkness, the Fiends, the undead who die in the forest, who seek out other living things to hunt and eat. They come out at night, you can hear them whistling. They only stop whistling when they find their own prey. There's rangers that travel through the woods hunting these fiends down. But my role in the Rangers was very different. The exact roles were all still being figured out. There were a lot of roles and a lot of jobs for the people of the Northern Forest. The lifeguards, my role, were patrolling the roads between the towns, during both the night and day, seeing if anyone was lost on the roads between the towns. Sometimes they just need someone to guide them from campsites, rest stops, or from the abandoned work towns. There are, however, those who need a different kind of help. Sometimes cars and trucks break down. That is a simple fact of life. Even on the smoothest and most isolated road, accidents happen. People aren't always prepared, and if a car breaks down, then there may be no way to call for help. Being kilometers away from the nearest town meant being kilometers away from the nearest phone, the nearest auto repair shop. During the day, the forest isn't so bad while people walk the roads. They might even make it to a town before the sun goes down. When the sun goes down, however, the northern forest is a very different beast. The animals of the forest can be deadly during the day, but at night people can't see them coming, and the predators aren't afraid of the road when there's no cars around. And as dangerous as the animals are, the fiends that roam the forest are far deadlier. The fiends are the dead bodies that were left unburied and unburned in the forest. When the sun goes down, they start hunting the living, whether it's animal or human. They will seek life out and try to kill it, ripping it to pieces and consuming it, creating more of the fiends as long as they die in the forest. You know they're close by when you hear them whistling. Whether the body used to be a deer, human, or spider, they all know how to whistle. They only stop for two reasons: when the sun is up and they're hidden from the light of the sun, or if they see their prey. For thousands of years, the fiends were so dangerous that both trails and cabins were built as regular stops. People to rest as they made their way through the forest to get to the towns and cities. These same cabins became the rest stops, and the trails became our roads. And with the invention of the highway and the cars, we could have forest rangers traveling at night to make sure any broken down drivers are helped. It was this last year that I drove up and down these roads at night to see if there's anyone I could help. Over the last year, I found over 3 dozen backpackers and hitchhikers, bringing them back to town, get them set up for the night in the local motel, and the next day the mechanic heads down to the car to tow it in and then fix the car. And in the case of the backpackers, we bring them back to town and give a map on which trails and campsites are safe for hiking. It feels good to help people, and I didn't encounter any fiends. At least until that horrible night. I was driving down Road 15, a small side road that sometimes tourists go down, thinking they'll see more down that road than they would on the highway. As I approached kilometer 5, I saw a car pulled over to the side. I called into Norn that I was checking on a golden Sotomobile, I found near kilometer 5. I stepped out to get to the car to see if something was wrong. The driver's side door was open, and the inside of the car was full of broken glass. Glass broken from the back glass broken into. I shined my light into the car to try and figure out what happened. There was a thermos of coffee spilled over, and the spilled coffee was still hot enough to have steam. The radio was playing some local music from Norn, and the keys in the ignition were gone, while the car was in park and the engine was off. Something caused the driver to run out of the car in a hurry, probably something to do with the broken back glass. I shone my light into the back seat, and my heart almost stopped when I saw what was back there. The broken glass had blood scattered across the seats and through the window, and on the floor was a single white children's shoe. The shoe leather splattered in blood that was starting to turn brown. Ah, Tavit, I swore as I shined my light into the forest, and I could see the trail leading deeper inside. I shined my light into the forest, and in the darkness I could see distant movement and whistling. I stood where the road ended and the forest began as I was at war with myself. My training and common sense taught me to not pursue anyone who went into the forest. Going into the northern forest at night was a death sentence if you're unprepared. If I went after them, then I wouldn't be saving anyone. I would just be adding another fiend, making it harder for the rangers to find the bodies. At the same time, my heart wanted me to run after them, to try and find the driver and the child, maybe finding or even saving them both. After all, if I could hear the fiends, then the fiends weren't hunting, and if they're not hunting, then it was safe. It was a short distance, just go a few steps into the forest to confirm if they're alive or dead. It was so easy, my heart said to myself, while I let my head catch up to my heart as I dropped my flashlight along with my heart. The fiends were whistling. That meant they weren't hunting right now. If the child was taken inside the forest and their parents followed, then fiends would have definitely been hunting, especially after someone making so much noise. So if the fiends weren't hunting now, that meant there was nothing in the area for them to hunt. I trudged back to my car, but as I opened the door, I noticed something. The whistling stopped. I shone my flashlight around the car to see where the fiends were, and I could see them. They stood on the brush, careful not to touch the road. For some reason, fiends don't like walking on stone nor asphalt. I watched as they stalked me from the shadows. Most of them wearing clothes worn out from the forest, and the scavengers picking at their flesh and clothes. At the head of the fiends, I saw the father who was driving the car. I knew it was him because he wore a golden suit that matched his Sodomobile, his key still in his right hand, clutched like it was a weapon. The wound on his dark skin was almost invisible if you don't know what to look for. Just hidden underneath his outfit and visible on the right side of his neck. Barely visible, but he must have bled out inside his clothes, trying to use his keys as an improvised weapon while he fought back against the fiends. What I was not expecting was for the fiend to speak. "Help me," the poor creature rasped out. I was frozen in disbelief. Fiends don't speak. It is one of the rules that we're very firm about them. They don't even have enough of a self left over to answer an arch question. They whistle, and that's about it. And here I was staring at a fiend who was trying to speak to me. Was he even a fiend, or was he somehow alright despite his own injury? I had to test it. I had to ask an arch question to see if he did respond or if somehow escaping gas just somehow managed to sound exactly like words. If that was the case, then I knew I had to leave the fiends alone. If it did respond to my question, then it was something else entirely. "Where does the world rest?" I asked, hoping to get no response. As the arch question echoed through the forest, I could hear whispers among the friendly ones in the leaves, and among the fiends there was only silence. I let out a sigh before the father spoke again. "Please help me," he rasped again as the connection was clear. Whatever that was, it wasn't a fiend. It wasn't sentient, but it was definitely speaking, so it wasn't a fiend. A brand new kind of undead meant a new danger. I wished at that moment I had a gun, and instead all I could do was get into my car. As I drove away, I mentally prepared how to explain this to Nornglade. When I saw a figure sticking out thumb as they walked alongside the road. A figure that would need my help. The monster left behind was already forgotten as I pulled over to the left side of the road. I looked through the windows to see who it was. A young girl who wore a yellow dress and who was carrying a stuffed animal in her arms. She was walking on the road, so she wasn't a fiend, and she was also holding out her thumb like a hitchhiker. So clearly she wasn't a fiend or any kind of undead. I opened the passenger door and I could see her looking down at her feet, like she was ashamed. Whatever happened to cause this young girl to wander through the northern forest at night, it wasn't my business. My business was just helping her. "Do you need help getting to town?" I asked her. I could hear a very soft voice responding, "Yes." "Well, come on in. Just be sure to buckle up," I told her, as she stepped into the car wearing only a single brown-stained white shoe. She buckled up and stared out of the window, not facing me at all, as we started to drive, and I tried to get her to talk. But no matter what I tried to ask her, she only responded in single-word responses. "Where are your parents?" "Gone." "Are there people expecting you in town?" "No." "What's your name?" "Abby." "Are you hungry?" "Very." "Are you cold?" "Yes." After a while, I stopped trying to get her to talk as I drove her to Nornglade. I called in through the civilian band to let the ranger station know that I was coming in with a civilian hitchhiker and that I would need to file an incident report. The attendant barely acknowledged it. The only information I got from her was to come back to town as quickly as possible because something was changing out in the forest tonight. I didn't even get a chance to talk about what happened with the Fiends before someone else took over the channel to talk about something happening on Route 13. Which is strange because we aren't supposed to go onto Route 13. As we drove, eventually I turned on the radio. I let the radio play the tunes from Nornglade. The radio stations are one of the only consistent things about the Northern Forest. Some of them are extremely isolated, but they act as a communication network and a source of entertainment for the entire forest. Still, as the violin started to play on the radio, Abby started to whistle along with the tune. When I heard that whistle, something inside my chest froze. The whistling tune was very familiar, something I heard every night for my entire life. Even inside the town, the whistles carry for miles, especially when there's thousands of them nearby. The whistle enters your dreams and your subconscious, a warning that danger is nearby and one you can never truly remember. and yet can never forget. I kept my eyes on the road as the music kept playing, and as it continued to unsettle me, I turned the radio off, only for Abby to continue her whistling. Staring out the window, her whistling carried on without her saying anything. I slowed the car to a stop and turned the engine off, and she still kept whistling. Something was deeply wrong here, but even for something being wrong, she couldn't be a fiend. Fiends don't speak with words, and they don't whistle when prey is so nearby. Deciding I had to make a choice, I asked, "Are you okay, Abby?" I asked, and the whistling stopped. She made no noise, and she kept staring out the window. I reached up to flip on my dome lights, and in the light I could get a better view of the young girl. Her yellow dress was stained with mud and covered in rocks. There were multiple cuts on the dress, and I could see glass shards sticking out of her back. They were very large, with the largest the size of my hand, unseen in the darkness. Her hair was tangled and messed up with sticks and dirt in it, and I could still not see her face, but in the reflection I could see part of her face. In the reflection, I could see that the glass shards made it to her eyes as well. She was unable to close her eyes. Her nose was torn off, practically just a hole in her face. It was her mouth that was the most unsettling part of her face. Her lips were gone, chewed through by her own teeth. Her yellow teeth were freshly coated in blood, and I could see her still silently chewing her own lips. "Abby, are you human?" I asked her, only for her to finally answer, "No." "Are you going to hurt me?" I asked her, only for her to turn to face me. Her dead eyes and sharp teeth appeared as a threat before she whispered, "No." Oddly enough, that was a bit of a relief for me, until I saw that the animal in Abby's arms wasn't stuffed at all. It was the remains of a white rabbit with its neck twisted as its eyes opened, and it lunged towards me, the teeth gnashing and the rabbit screaming at me. If you've never heard a rabbit scream, consider yourself lucky. It sounded like the scream of a small child, and as the screaming abomination fought to escape Abby's tight grasp, as it kept lunging towards me as I desperately opened the door and fell out of the car, kicking both Abby and the rabbit. The rabbit leapt after me, snarling and screaming as it kicked its legs and leapt into the air, almost like it was dancing. Rabbits will hop into the air kicking their legs together like that as a sign of happiness and to show they feel safe. Bloody Bunny leapt towards me, only for me to swing my flashlight at the leaping rabbit, throwing it into the nearby bushes. I turned to where Abby was, where she was crawling slowly out of the car. She stood up slowly. Her scrapes and cuts were bright purple, and I could see blood slowly dripping from her face and dribbling down her legs. Glassy eyes stared at me as she lifted her hands up, as she reached out towards me, where I was down on the ground. "Are you going to hurt me?" I asked, and she responded with a single word, "No," as she wrapped her fingers around my neck, and her teeth drew close to my face. Thankfully, still carrying the heavy flashlight, I hit her in the head, which caused her to fall to the ground, losing her grip on my neck. Now free, and with Abby apparently stunned, I quickly got back into my car as I drove forward, only to pause for a moment, seeing Abby get back up and lift her arms up, like she was asking me for a hug, as she slouched towards the car. I flipped the car into reverse and rammed into her. I heard 2 additional thuds underneath my tires as I now saw Abby lying on the road in front of the car. No longer moving, I did not want to risk it. I switched back to drive as I drove over Abby, and I heard the sound of a wet pop underneath the tires as I drove back to Norn Glade. I tried calling them over the radio a few times, but each time I got nothing, just static and no response, not even from the other rangers. So I drove towards the town, hoping for more answers. As the dawn's first lights filtered through the canopy, the radio stopped playing music completely. When that happened, ice filled my veins. The disc jockeys lined up hours worth of music at a time. They kept the music going, what would remain a beacon of hope and safety in the northern forest. If the music stopped, then either that means the music was stopped, or there was no one left to keep the music playing. When I made it to Norn Glade, it was a ruin. The windows were shattered, the blood was on the streets, and there was utter silence. At this point, the whistling in the woods should still be heard. Instead, there was just the sound of the engine and my own breathing as I drove through the town. The post office's front wall was smashed in by a truck. The motel's pool was currently on fire, and inside the flaming pool I could see figures moving in the flames. I did the only thing I could think of, and I made my way to the ranger station. The station was still standing, but when I saw it, my heart sank. The windows were intact, there was no wreckage, and no blood on anything. If you took a quick look at it, it would have looked normal. There were rangers and civilians up front. Some were sweeping, others were waving at me, and a few were even sipping from mugs on the table. I wanted to believe everything was normal, and I was among friends. Except the more I looked at everything, the more off everything looked. The mugs were full of water, and the water was flung into their faces as they drank. The people sweeping were sweeping the same spot with no change, even if it was clean. Then there's people waving. Some were missing fingers, one was missing a jaw, leaving a bloodless wound on their face. Their eyes were lifeless, and it was clear. They were all dead. Dead, but still moving. Unlike the fiends, they weren't whistling, and they were carrying on the road like it was no issue. I turned my car around, and I drove away. As I drove out of town, I saw more people from town, now slouching around and moving. Some were simply slouching and dragging along like the father, but a lot of them, when I got close, stuck out their thumbs like they were hitchhiking, and I could hear them all saying the same thing. Help me. The raspy voices that replaced the whistling in the dark with desperate pleadings in the daylight. They slouched after the car, desperate for me to pull over and let them in. As tempting as it was to run them over, it would have slowed me down and brought more towards me. So I decided to drive away, first to the shitty gas station at the edge of town, a place where the pumps were filled for you, but I knew how to fill it. I filled my gas tank, seeing the empty, blood-smeared windows of the gas station. I listened carefully to my surroundings as I filled my tank and my gas cans when I heard a gasp and I tried to figure out where it was coming from before I realized it was coming from my radio that I left on. Help me. Help me. Help me. The former disc jockey whispered through the radio waves. They somehow figured out how to use the radio station, I would have to make it away from here, head to Kamid, the nearest big city, and tell them what happened. If I wasn't quick, then there would be no one to warn them about what happened in Nornglade. My canisters and my gas tank filled, I drove northeast, following Road 12 as I passed the turnoff for Route 13. I could see the barrier was removed. A truck smashed through the blockade that once blocked off the tunnel. Inside the tunnel, I could hear whistling, and I kept driving, hopeful to eventually escape the radio waves telling me to help the monsters. As I passed by village after village, town after town, I connected to many radio stations. Hamid, Brooksdale, Woodtown, Wintermourn, Eastwood. They all shared the same fate. They all played the same thing. A single raspy voice begging for someone to help them. Even as I drove away, I could feel the twinge of doubt. What if they were a real person? What if they were just raspy? What if I was abandoning someone to die? I had to harden my heart as I kept driving, hoping to find one radio station that was still playing music instead of playing a call for help that was a trap for the living. I would drive almost all day before I found a single radio station that played music. This would someday be known as the Norn Incident. A sudden adaptation of the Fiends created a brand new subspecies of undead known as the Hitchhikers. They were capable of doing the same actions in death that they did a lot of in life. They could repeat phrases and words they said in life, and they don't seem too much smarter than fiends and thankfully don't work together. Unlike other forms of undead, they do make plans and they can be patient, waiting for prey for hours or even months at a time. They can walk on hard surfaces, unlike the fiends, and they operate during daylight hours. Like the fiends, though, they cannot leave the northern forest, and if they can't move, the northern forest will claim their bodies, if the roots can reach them. They are deadly in the towns and villages where the same infrastructure that kept the settlements safe from the fiends now keep the hitchhikers safe from the forest and any attempts to destroy them. They fortunately don't spread easily, having to bite and then kill a body for them to turn into a hitchhiker. If they are just killed, then they become a fiend. If they are just bitten, people can usually recover. After the Norn incident, the forest rangers banded together with various militaries to reclaim the land lost to the dead. They were successful, and new adaptations were made to avoid another incident similar to the Norn incident. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, something else evolved from this adaptation. In the final years of the Great War, little had changed except the death count had grown higher, the number of soldiers had grown smaller, and the great powers grew increasingly desperate to end the war. One of the great challenges of war is logistics. You need soldiers, weapons, ammunition, fuel, and food, and you need to bring it to where it needs to go to win the war. Seemingly simple inventions like roads, radios, rail yards, and even roadside signs had changed logistics. Although, even in 2710, there were great challenges in both having enough soldiers and having enough food to feed the soldiers that were there. While the scientists of the newly formed MSU worked on technological answers, quartermasters tried to solve the supply issues, and politicians tried to solve the home front issues. It was a new doctor from Europa who offered a means to solve the soldier shortage in a unique way. Dr. Frances Stern was born in Avenses, Helvetica, where her chemical weapons made her a wanted woman by Gotha Civitas in the Roman Republic, and the neophyte Mad Scientists Union were willing to turn her in to both the Central Cabal and the Great Powers. So she sought asylum with the Empire of the Seven Cities, and it was agreed she would be allowed sanctuary in the cities with her criminal record ignored, in exchange for her creating new chemical weapons for the Empire of the Seven Cities. Process that is commonly called paperclipping, where a major criminal can escape the consequences of their crimes by agreeing to provide service to a country. It got the name paperclipping from how a paperclip would be used to cover up their previous crime section, other applications for citizenship, a process that continues to this day. It was in a hidden laboratory in Imperial City, simply called Facility 14, where Dr. Stern continued her work producing chemical weapons that would be deployed against the Kingdom of Vespucci on the riverfront. It was one unique chemical cocktail that Dr. Stern would offer as the means of changing warfare forever, and it was this cocktail that would give Dr. Stern her nickname, Dr. Foresight. Unknown date 2710. Facility 14 just received a new doctor from Helvetica, a scientist with a double PhD in both chemistry and biochemistry. She's not even 30 years old and already more educated than most of the doctors on staff, who think that rubbing alcohol is drinking alcohol, and who thinks that glue is breathable. But we are desperate for anyone with even a few functioning brain cells, ever since most of our scientists went on strike last year and never returned. It took longer than you would think to move all of her stuff into the office. She even had an entire truck just full of boxes of her notes. She also had to have her own Bent's coffee maker. The thing is older than I am. And I don't know what is wrong with the coffee maker in the break room. So I introduced myself to her. I was the head admin for Facility 14, so any requests for funding and materials would have to go through me first. She didn't even finish moving everything into her office before she started putting the interns to work by sending material requests to me. The forms were filled out entirely, and the quantities and chemicals were more than a mystery to me. Some of the chemicals I recognized easily enough: sodium hydrochlorite, azane, sulfur mustard, isopropyl, argent vivum, and Anatolian coffee. I recognized the mustard agent, and the other agents could create nasty chemicals for our enemies. Even the coffee made sense. I did not know a single scientist whose blood wasn't at least 2 parts coffee. Other materials on the list did not make nearly as much sense to me, though. Cadmium, wolfram, lithium, devil's copper, plumbum, sucrose, glucagon, insulin, and even pitchblende. Not just any pitchblende, no, it had to be from a specific basin from the northern forest, and only that basin. No other pitchblende would do. She was very specific in her request form. The other ingredients were not nearly as specific. She didn't even specify if she meant sucrose like table sugar, or if she meant the kind used in school labs. Even though I was mystified, I still approved her requests and moved on with my day, thinking that everything would get clearer as she was given time to produce us weapons. It didn't take long for us to get results, although I was not sure how, even as she explained it to me many times. The first gas she tested was on captured helots equipped in the very best gas masks we had, the kind that filtered out almost every other kind of gas we had. We had some specific concentrations that could corrode rubber and melt the gas masks, but those were incredibly expensive, and the Empress wanted something military grade, meaning cheap but able to do the job. Dr. Stern's gas concoction had a slight yellow tinge to it, despite the low concentration. When the gas dissipated, she sent in more helots also dressed in gas masks. It took an hour for everyone in that room to die. Even those that were brought in later died without being exposed to the gas. They were coughing and their hair was falling out, and before they started complaining of stomach pain, and they started throwing up blood and black bile. Burns formed on their skins, even underneath their uniforms. When the last one died, drowning in their own vomit and blood, Dr. Stern explained that in 3 hours it would be safe to go inside. The gas could be fired from an artillery shell, and the gas could contaminate the battlefield or even a town or city from kilometers away. Anyone exposed to the gas, even if they didn't breathe it in, would be exposed to a lethal energy that would fade after 4 hours. Anyone who got close to anyone exposed would also die quickly or get greatly ill. This would allow entire trenches and towns to be cleared of any enemy soldiers without touching the equipment and the infrastructure. Even if the exposed soldiers retreated, anyone or anything they touched would be contaminated and would also die. As long as our soldiers waited at least 4 hours, they would be safe from the energy, something that Dr. Stern called radiation. Apparently, that was why both the Central Cabal and the Great Powers wanted to imprison Dr. Stern. She had made this gas, and she sold it to both Gothia Civitas and the Roman Republic, and when they both fired it at each other, 57,000 casualties in just 4 hours, and the Helvetica front was completely untouched. Needless to say, no one was happy, but the Empress saw opportunity in that crisis. The results from the gas that Dr. Stern had called Foresight 1 had made their way up the military high command, including the Empress, and with her shared methods on how to make the gas and deliver it safely, shared with factories across the 7 cities, so we can now begin to end the stalemate on the Great Riverfront. Unknown date 2711 AUC. Despite the initial successful deployments of Foresight 1, we did not move as far forward as the Empress would have wished. Some parts of the Great River are 17 kilometers apart, and our artillery can barely fire past it. So by the time our forces get to the other side, the soldiers aren't as dead as we wished. We also found out the hard way that, like other gases, a sudden change in the breeze can have the gas blowing towards us instead of towards the enemy. Also, an unexpected side effect not even Dr. Foresight could tell us about. The gas could settle in the water, and when it does, it is dangerous for a lot longer than 4 hours. Whatever that radiation is contaminates even clean-looking water for 4 weeks after the gas is long gone. And a side effect we should have seen coming? Chemical weapons don't affect landmines and traps set by the Kingdom of Vespucci. So even if a trench is cleared of enemy soldiers, the landmines in front of it would deter any quick advance. Still, we could have worked with this, we could have learned, we could have adapted, and we could have pushed Vespucci forces all the way back to their capital of misery, and kept pushing. Except it turns out they adapted a lot quicker than we could have expected. Just when we started to push the kingdom past the river, they stopped dying to Foresight 1 in such numbers. Sure, there were still a few dead, but most of them were safe from the gas and still fighting against it. We examined the bodies of dead soldiers to find out they were using adapted firefighter uniforms, the kind that used self-containing breathing apparatuses, or SCEBA, and had layers to it meant for resisting fire, that also worked nearly as well against that strange energy in Foresight 1. And that was what the soldiers were wearing. The kingdom also adapted by building bunkers underground with their own air supply and water supply that soldiers could rest in, protected from the gas. And shelters were built in towns that were made to keep the population safe until the gas finally dissipated. And of course, the gas doesn't stop the landmines, river mines, and other traps left to stop the advance. They got very clever with their traps, setting up spiked pits, trenches full of landmines, and even electrical hazards that would electrify a moat for weeks after the soldiers had left. The tactics changed to keep the war going, and just a few landmines had the capability of halting our massive advances, no matter how much foresight we used. My bosses came down hard on me, the same bosses who just a month ago were praising Foresight 1, and now they are pushing me to push Dr. Stern even further. When she was told she would need to keep making weapons, she muttered about the upper command. Every time they tell me to build them a weapon that can end a war in a single use, but no one is smart enough to use it right. There's no such thing as a wonder weapon, she said as she went back to her lab to drink more coffee and sketch out more chemistry symbols on her chalkboard. I didn't say anything because I know that people from Europa had a hard time with discipline. In time, she would learn, and it wouldn't be me who would be teaching her. It took her another 6 months before she introduced Foresight 2, a sour gas that used traces of hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, and even sodium, all in a solid form meant to be fired at an enemy's water supply, or fired and left to be rained on. The sodium would explode when exposed to water, and then the explosion would fling the other materials even further, where once it was exposed to water, it would release an acidic gas. A gas that would corrode sensitive pipes, damage radio and telegraph lines, and affect the infrastructure of the Kingdom of Vespucci with little effect on the people. Anyone exposed would get some boils on their skin, and their lungs would be damaged, but no permanent harm, if they escaped quickly and got help. On land, Foresight 2 had some positive effects on the war effort by disrupting the kingdom's infrastructure. At sea, on the other hand, it turns out the plentiful seawater turned Foresight 2 from a mild threat into something that could sink fleets in minutes. A single ship sank the entire First Oceanus fleet in the Battle of Outpost 13. The single ship, with support from the outpost, managed to sink 3 ships, and the other 9 were permanently disabled due to exposure to Foresight 2. Adding it to the sea mines and as ammunition to the Imperial ships, turned the war at sea into the Empire's favor. Only at sea, though. On land, however, Foresight 2 only served to mess with infrastructure, and it didn't end the war by itself like the Empress wanted. The kingdom also adapted. Water sources were covered as much as they could be, and any bombs that fell would be covered with tarps as quickly as they could to keep Foresight 2 from being released. And that was before all of the accidents. A small leak in a munition factory led to Foresight 2 being released as a gas before it was compounded with sodium, so the entire factory corroded overnight and was made inoperable. While it was full of bullets, lead, gunpowder, and explosives, the materials were hundreds of millions of centi worth of material that was made unusable to the war effort, and the loss of the factory itself. Needless to say, my bosses were even less happy this time around. It took her longer to create a brand new weapon, and this one was even less effective. Sure, we were no longer losing in the Oceanus front, but the Great River front was the same as it was before. A stagnant line of poisoned trenches stretching from the northern forest to the Tano Sea. A place where people went to die, but neither side could gain any territory or purchase over the other. Sure, we were hurting the kingdom worse than they were hurting us. That wouldn't matter if they kept standing. Exhaustion and war fatigue is what the papers called it, but my boss just called it defeatism. The Empress no longer sent checks for lives lost. Every death would have a simple letter with a name filled in by a secretary and signed by a secretary as an acknowledgement of death. We are sorry for your loss, but insert deceased dead name here. Died at, insert location and date. Your deceased died a hero for the Empire and Empress. We will honor their sacrifice forever. Signed, Secretary's signature here. Except a lot of those names are misspelled, if they are put in the letter at all. It wasn't uncommon for a single household to get letters for everyone sent to the front, and not have a single letter have a name in it, and every space meant to be filled in was left blank. If there was even anyone left for the letter to go to. Entire neighborhoods with no one left to bury the dead, empty houses receiving blank letters announcing a death with no name to a non-existent family. Needless to say, it was not popular. People needed something to hope for, and the Empress thought a wonder weapon would change all of that. So, Dr. Stern was put back to work on Foresight 3. A full year worth of work, my boss is practically breathing down my neck, and I received news of riots in all of the 7 cities. Even when the Empress stamped them out, the Great War was not popular. No major changes in the Great River Front, and no other weapons being introduced that were changing the war effort. Sure, there were new bullets, new guns, new manufacturing methods to save materials, but no weapon to end the war. At least until the introduction of Foresight 3. The chemicals were far more esoteric than I have ever seen. Compounds with letters and numbers that made my head hurt just to read them over. And a sample of Baron Bacillus, which was extremely difficult to get my hands on. Still, the requests were made, and the chemicals were brought in, and Dr. Foresight worked on her newest concoction. It took a long time, but when we saw the gas, it scared me. There was a body in the sealed room behind the glass. The body was a former soldier that had half of the face torn off. Maggots were in the socket as Dr. Stern showed us all how Foresight 3 worked. The gas filled the room, and when it touched the body twitched, and I gasped as I saw it breathe. The fingers twitched as the body awkwardly stood up. Hunger, anger, angerer, protein, produce, prate, pray, pray. The corpse said as it reached into its own eye socket as it chewed on the maggots. The rotten, broken teeth chewed on it as the flesh in the socket began to heal slowly. "What is that?" I asked Dr. Foresight as she smirked and she explained. "This is how you end the war. Turning the dead into your own soldiers. Faster than sufferers, they eat flesh and bone to heal themselves, and they are repulsed by a signal that can be used to push them forward. They have advanced adaptation, and the gas only affects dead human cells." Dr. Foresight said as the colonel asked, "So you've created faster sufferers. We've already tried weaponizing sufferers. They don't take orders, and everyone knows to shoot them in the head," the colonel said as Dr. Foresight opened the door to the room, and after going through the airlock, she fired a bullet directly into the dead man's skull, which stilled the dead man's movements. She left the airlock and joined us. "Just keep watching," she said, and it did not take long for us to see what she was trying to show us. The body began to move again, and it continued to eat the maggots from its skull. We watched as bone and tissue began to knit together in the bullet hole. More adaptive than SAMD sufferers, and like I said, we can repulse them with specific sound signals. The gas only affects dead human cells, and we can turn entire fields of the dead into weapons. You wanted a weapon powerful enough to end the war? I give you an Eigen weapon. Foresight 3. Dr. Foresight said as the military eagerly agreed to test her weapon. Unknown date 2713 AUC. They would test Foresight 3 just outside of Crossroads. Crossroads was the terminus of a massive network of rails, roads, and even boats. 80% of all traffic in the eastern half of the Kingdom of Vespucci went through Crossroads, in some way, shape, or form. It was 40 kilometers west of the Great River, and it was guarded by 2 different forts, and the wind was always blowing west to east, keeping us from using gas against the city, and sour gas couldn't get close enough to damage the infrastructure. It was also one of the longest-running battles in the history of the continent. The dead were so plentiful in no man's land that no one could go in to even bring the bodies home. Even the rats and the roaches were killed too often to break down the bodies. In some places, the bodies were so high they were 3 people deep. A perfect place to test Foresight 3. It was fired west of no man's land so the gas could spread and bring back all of the corpses. Gas moved slowly with a slight lavender tint to it, moving slowly like a plague of fog that wormed and slithered throughout the battlefield, leaving behind thin trails that tethered to the deceased. We didn't know how long the bodies had to be exposed before it was impossible to bring them back. The first thing we heard was the screams from the crossroads, and then the screams got closer. The screams were so plentiful that it could be heard over the artillery. We watched as the corpses rose, and those who could still move and stand stood and made their way to Crossroads. Those that couldn't move fed those that could move. They healed from the damage of death as they made their way forward to Crossroads. The walls of the city held them out, for a while at least. They were fired upon and the bullets slowed them down, but those that stopped moving fed the rest as they healed and they mutated. The forts were the first to fall, although I don't know how. I didn't see any of the dead get in there. All I know is I heard the screams get worse, and the bullets stopped flying from the forts, and in time there were no more screams. The dead that ate well, fully healed, looking like normal people, except they kept changing as the biomass was converted into fuel. Their fingers grew long as the bones underneath became larger, and the flesh healed slowly over, where the bones broke through, making them misshapen and better adapted. The dead, with their new claws, climbed over the walls, and they got faster and fiercer. Nothing the kingdom threw at the dead stopped them for long. Even when the bullets cut them in half, they would consume their fallen legs and crawl forward, regenerating their lost limbs. Even if bodies were obliterated by explosives, their pieces fed those that survived as they kept pushing forward, adapting and growing harder to slow down. The only thing that seemed like it had any real impact was napalm. It burned both flesh and bone, and there wasn't enough left for them to return or even consume. But the Crossroads was never prepared to use fire to defend themselves, so they didn't have nearly enough napalm to fight off the attack. They did, however, have one last trick up their sleeve. They launched canisters of sulfur mustard against us, and the soldiers barely had time to put on their gas masks. It protected us, but we were worried about the dead. At first, though. Although the sulfur mustard didn't even slow them down. The screams got louder from Crossroads all day. Long before the sun set, no more guns were fired from the walls. And when dawn came back the next day, there were no more screams. The soldiers sent in to clear Crossroads. They never came back. Even armored divisions sent into Crossroads didn't survive long enough to even say what was happening inside the city. We had to set up patrols and fences to contain the dead inside of Crossroads. The few who wandered out into our patrols were very different from the ones who once were sent into the city. There was the starved, and there was the apex. The starved were nearly skeletal, no food, had most of their fat and muscle burned away, with their bones barely covered, as they shambled towards us. These were easy to kill. They didn't regenerate like everything else, but we still burned them. They were easy to kill, if not disturbing. They still spoke words, usually about how hungry they were, and there seemed to be an almost pattern to their words. Just enough that you felt like if you listened just a little while longer, you could understand them. That was haunting. To watch something you know should not live, and as it gets closer and closer, you can see it smile and reach out to you like your savior, but the words are never quite right. They're not quite words, just sounds made to sound like words. Habma, habma, oo, oo, yang, abu. Those words still haunt me to this day, and as disturbing as they were, at least they were easy to kill. They died and they stayed dead. Apexes are a different story. Well-fed monstrosities that were given a lot of chances to mutate and change into something monstrous. Lumbering giants that were at least 3 meters tall, with thick skin that could resist even machine gun fire. They had at least 6 eyes on their faces, and I had seen some with as many as 30. Their mouths migrated down to their stomachs, and they fed their stomachs with any meat they ran across. Their muscles were massive, and I have seen them push a tank, and they are almost impossible to kill. Even a 150mm shell to the chest only slowed it down, as the apex healed. Machine gun fire wasn't strong enough to make it bleed. Conventional explosives only did damage that was healed in seconds. Fire burned the skin, but didn't do any permanent damage. Gas didn't harm it, even if it was Foresight 1. The only thing we had that could repel it was the signal, and everything else was lucky to harm it, and that turned out to make the apex much worse. Just like scar tissue, any damaged flesh healed back stronger, tougher, and less likely to be hurt next time. If you got lucky enough to immolate an apex, it would start secreting a flame retardant gel that was better than anything we used by us. If you managed to get an incendiary round inside the brain would come back and the skull would resist impacts exceeding hundreds of tons per square centimeter. If a grenade got lucky enough to blow off a limb, the limb would grow back. And usually they would grow back extra limbs. A living nightmare, and one we could never kill. Even though taking down Crossroads essentially shut down the war effort on that part of the kingdom, since now their logistics were essentially tangled spaghetti now. However, the Empire now had to devote far many more troops to containing Crossroads, as Exclusion Zone 0 now. The war effort was once again a stalemate, with only rising casualties and no changes in the stalemate, but the knowledge that a single mess-up could doom us all. Dr. Foresight was asked to create something that could end the threat created by Foresight 3. He agreed, but only on the stipulation that she be released from custody, and that they wouldn't seek her out anymore. The agreement came from the Empress herself, as Dr. Foresight created the gas, Hindsight 1. Dr. Forsyth explained to us as we watched her create a sweetened version of to create Hindsight 1. Everyone thinks of adaptation and evolution like leveling up in a tabletop game. You just get stronger, you get tougher, you get harder to kill. Adaptation makes choices based on what is happening around, except there is no choice involved. Evolution doesn't care. Evolution doesn't choose. Evolution isn't leveling up. Well, evolution isn't even getting more advanced. It is changing to suit your environment through a mixture of random choices, mutations, changes, and available materials. The Apex aren't choosing to be tougher. They're adapting against threats that are presented against them. They burn, and the cells that survive the burning mutate into something else. If it doesn't succeed, then mutation dies off. If it thrives, however, it is kept and it is shared with other cells. Every apex is essentially a large disorganized group that does random things, and those random things are sometimes helpful to the group. And when it isn't helpful, those cells are rapidly killed off. So, how do you defeat something that adapts so quickly and so thoroughly? There are a few ways. Burning the body so the cells that remain don't have enough biomass to regenerate. Sufficiently high damage may disable the body to the point where it is torn apart by other Apex. However, I don't recommend that because the genetic adaptations are shared that way with anyone else affected by Foresight 3. So they eat a fallen comrade, they gain the fallen comrade's power. There is also radiation, however it would have to be a very large dose, much stronger than the radiation in Foresight 1. However, that would also leave Crossroads unapproachable for the next 100 years. So you don't stop the adaptation, you accelerate it. Mutation occurs in our cells every day. More often than not, those mutations either don't do anything, or it is maladaptive, usually creating cancer. These negative mutations occur far more often than positive mutations. Our immune system kills off these cancer cells before they can spread, at least most of the time. In the case of the apex, though, maladaptive mutations are killed off far too quick to slow them down, making cancer something that doesn't occur naturally. So if you accelerate the process for mutation quicker than their bodies can keep up, then you will create various forms of cancer that consume biomass and force the bodies into a state they cannot move, she said as she gave us canisters of Hindsight 1. She was released that day, and we test Hindsight 1 on Crossroads. By that point, the armistice was declared. The Kingdom of Vespucci and the Empire of the Seven Cities were no longer shooting, but there was no territory exchange, and the war wasn't formally over, so we fired several artillery shells of Hindsight 1 into the city. After a couple of days, we sent in armored divisions, and for the first time, they returned alive. Starved and Apex alike were dead on the streets, tumor-filled and unmoving, their biomass spent on sustaining their tumors, and they were finally dead. So the bodies were gathered and burned. The ashes kept in special containers because we were warned by Dr. Forsyth that even ashes will contain traces of Foresight 3 and Hindsight 1, which would have nasty effects on us all. So the ashes were stored in barrels that were then stored in a coal mine in Central Hill. The ashes were stored, and in time the armistice became an actual peace treaty, and we returned Crossroads to the Kingdom of Vespucci. Except something kept happening. People got cancer far more often than they were supposed to. They also had dead people that wouldn't stay dead. Not everyone, but sometimes people would come back after dying, and they would try to consume the living. The police and the Hunters Guild didn't know how to treat them because they didn't behave like any undead they were familiar with. So, the Empress provided information to the Kingdom of Vespucci, who decided to declare Crossroads as an exclusion zone. No one was allowed in nor out. a joint effort of both the kingdom and the empire to contain the contaminated civilians and corpses inside of Crossroads. Even all of these years later, there are still people living there, and there are still undead, but thankfully, no apexes. Yet. EZ0 officially doesn't exist, and Crossroads is declared an industrial ghost town, contaminated by various chemical weapons and unfit for human habitation, which I guess is technically true, although witnesses say there are still people living in EZ0. Tactics have advanced since the days of the Great War, and both the kingdom and the empire know that any contaminated corpses have to be destroyed completely to keep them from coming back. Although that doesn't stop contamination. Ashes still make their way into the local soil, which spread among the plants, which are consumed by herbivores and then by predators. This works the chemicals back into humans through the food chain. Dosages may be small, at least at first, but given enough time, it isn't able to be flushed out. Then Foresight 3 will build up in the body, creating more undead. Whether this happens quickly, across a few hours, or slowly, across years, depends on factors like the source of the Foresight 3 and how much is consumed at once. While the chemical weapon was designed to only affect dead cells, even healthy humans carry dead cells. So as Foresight 3 starts to affect your dead cells, you better hope that your living cells outnumber your dead cells, because when it doesn't, you'll see the signs. You will have memory loss, your blood vessels will darken, you will have stomach pain with no source, and you will lose hair. Then, as the confusion gets worse, your skin will start to rot and fall off as your body tries to make itself healthy. Your stomach pain will get worse as your liver is overwhelmed and begins to fail. Your temperature will drop as you grow hungry, constantly craving meat as you try to sustain the new biomass. You will find yourself wanting to hurt others, sometimes for petty reasons and sometimes for no reason at all. Your confusion will get worse as your mind fades and your brain cells die. The pain will stop, but your condition will worsen as the black blood replaces all of your blood, and you will gradually lose control and awareness as you become a contaminated cadaver. However, no one knows where the point of complete loss of awareness occurs. People hope that you lose all of your awareness before you lose control of your body, but that is the downside of turning before you die. The assumption was that you may keep your awareness for anywhere from a few seconds to a few minutes after you lose control. However, recent MRIs from those who were alive when they turned may prove that they keep their awareness for weeks, months, or even years after they lose control of their bodies. Forever prisoners in their own bodies, full of the hunger for the flesh of humanity, never satisfied, never resting, never dreaming, and never able to control yourself. A special kind of hell that even among the undead is considered a fate worse than death. So I implore you, do not go near Crossroads and do not tamper with Foresight 3. And as for Dr. Frances Foresight Stern, her final location is not known. It was known, however, that she never left the Seven Cities, and that she was never captured by the Imperial government. It was Christmas Eve, 2730, when I met the Winterman. The night was cold, and my mother was working the late-night shift at the emergency room in Swamp City. She called me before bedtime, and she told me she had to stay late because the nurse that was supposed to relieve her was presently in the emergency room having a cleaver removed from her rib cage. It did not help that the sun was already set, so it would be very unsafe for her to come home until the sun had risen. The snow made it hard to drive, visibility was minimal even with the full moon, And that was before you had to deal with all of the wolves that stalked Swamp City at night. Murders are a daily occurrence, and the police didn't even bother investigating the murders that happened on the streets at night. It was just an assumed risk of traveling alone at night in the city. So she would have to leave during the morning, and as for my father, I didn't really know who he was, and my mother didn't know where he was. So I was alone on Christmas Eve. I had been alone at home before, but I still missed my mother. So I finished up the cookie and meat pies we were going to make for the Winterman, and I left them on a plate, along with a glass of sherry and some carrots for the reindeer. Most of my classmates celebrate Saturnalia or Hanukkah earlier in the month, and others celebrate Kwanzaa a little later in the month, but only a few of us specifically celebrated Christmas, and to the best of my knowledge, I was the only one who celebrated it on the 25th. Most who celebrated Christmas did so for 13 nights. So my family's traditions were very different than most. We made dessert and dinner, intending to be shared with the Winterman. My mother and I would bake cookies and shepherd pies to eat together, with a couple left on the plate for the Winterman. I would drink milk and she would drink sherry. The Winterman would be dressed in red, and he would enter our house to leave gifts for good children, and for bad children, he would take them away from their parents. Every year, I stayed up late trying to catch the Winterman, but I always missed him as I fell asleep. But this year, I thought I was ready. Every year, I got presents from the Winterman, so I knew that I was a good kid. So as midnight approached, I sipped on my milk and nibbled on the oatmeal raisin cookies as I waited for the Winterman to enter our house. In old traditions, the Winterman would either get in either through the chimney or the front door. Our house was a single story with 2 bedrooms. It had no chimney, and all of the doors and windows were locked at all times. Still, my mother reassured me that the Winterman would get into our house through powerful magic that allowed him to visit every household on the planet in a single night. I listened carefully to the radio with the Winter Watch, constant radio updates on the location of the Winterman provided by the Imperial military. He started in Aetoria and made his way west through the Middle Kingdom, Basua, Mayquil, and Europa. Process that took him nearly all day as he traveled where night set and made his way west. Then he took a break, visiting Sealy, the Northern Forest, and then finally the 7 cities. Stopping first in Eden City, Imperial City, Isle City, River City, Cathedral City, and finally, Swamp City. The disc jockey barely mentioned Swamp City when the power went out. The house was silent and dark. Not even a squeak could be heard. The moonlight barely trickled in through the closed blinds as I stayed still, barely breathing. The loss of power was frightening, but when I realized it was just a power outage, I took a deep breath and I let my heart slow down when I realized I heard something outside. I thought it was a car when I heard the sound of crunching snow outside and I could see lights flash outside. So I approached the window and I peered outside to see if it was my mother somehow, or if it was a car I recognized, or worse, a car I didn't recognize. What I saw outside was not a car nor a truck. It was a vehicle of a very different kind. It was a massive sleigh made of gold and red wood. There were 8 reindeer in 2 rows of 4, but they weren't like the kind we had seen in the city zoo. They were massive, over 3 meters tall with snow-white fur, blood-red eyes, and large red pointed antlers with light fuzz on them. Their harnesses were also made of red wood, and unlike the ropes of cartoons and storybooks, they were connected to the sleigh by large, heavy chains of rust and iron. The front of the sleigh had two different lanterns on the front of it, lighting both the sleigh and the land just in front of the sleigh. The seats themselves were red and soft-looking, with a large back seat that had two separate burlap sacks. But what interested me the most was the sleigh driver. The Winterman was an old man, like I expected, and he was heavy-set with a large white beard. His coat and hat were red-lined with white fur, with big black leather boots, and I could see he wore black leather beneath the red jacket. He carried a large white cane with two golden jewels on top of the cane, which resembled eyes in a skull. And around his neck was a leather necklace with a bird's skull. The Winterman grabbed an empty burlap sack as he headed to the door. I watched eagerly as the Winterman approached the door. He wasn't exactly the way I thought he would have looked, but sometimes children's stories drew things differently. Horses, dogs, and birds don't look the exact same way they do in the stories, but you could still recognize it, and I could still recognize the Winterman as he approached the door and he knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. I approached the door about to open it when I stopped. Mom always told me to never open the door for anyone except her, that letting strangers into the house would not be allowed without her permission. Except this is the Winterman. Surely she would give permission to let him in if I could call her, wouldn't she? Knock, knock, knock. My hands were resting on the doorknob, about to flip over the lock when, while I was overthinking about what to do or not to do, my mom made me promise not to let anyone else in. She was clear about it. Even for her friends, she didn't want me letting them in without her in the house, and she wouldn't have me let in my own friends without her there. So even with the Winterman outside, she wouldn't want me to let him in. Knock, knock, knock. I removed my hand from the knob, the lock still in place. I might make the Winterman upset, but I wasn't going to be letting him in without Mom there. If the Winterman couldn't get inside of the house without letting him in, he could leave his presents outside and we could get to them tomorrow morning. I stepped back and there was silence behind the door. Step, step, step. I was far away from the door when I felt a gloved leather hand drop on my right shoulder as the Winterman spoke. Oh, oh, oh. What a loyal child listening to their mother. Such a nice child, so I will be sure to get you a very special gift, the Winterman said as I pulled away and I could see him up close. His face was heavily wrinkled, but I could tell that he was smiling underneath his beard. He opened his seemingly empty burlap sack as he reached in, and he pulled out a very large box that he laid underneath the tree, one with no name on it. And he also pulled out a single wrapped envelope that had a torch stamp on it, as it was addressed to just the name Mom that he put on the branches of the tree. Is that box for me? I asked the Winterman, who nodded. Ho, ho, ho. It is. All I need is your name, and I will write it on the box. But that isn't your big gift, he said warmly, and I eagerly gave him my name as he pulled out a scroll from his coat and he removed his glove and he wrote on the list with his index finger, like there was ink on his fingertip, although I don't know why it was red. Then my name appeared in a golden cursive script on the box. I smiled as I asked the Winterman, "What is my big gift?" I asked the Winterman as he pointed towards the front door, which was now open, and I could see the sleigh outside. Despite the door being open, the living room wasn't cold at all, and the Winterman spoke. "You get to visit my workshop, beyond the northern vortex," he said, and I was excited, but then I realized I would need to be back for Christmas. "Will I be back in time for Christmas?" I asked the Winterman, who laughed and nodded. "Ho, ho, ho. I promise. I'll bring you back in time for Christmas," he said as he held my hand and led me to his sleigh. I thought about refusing for a moment, but I knew I had to trust the Winterman. All the stories told me about his workshop beyond the northern vortex. A place full of wondrous elves, fae, ponte, and mystical beings that would make the fae of Hyperneria and the yokai of Nippon look mundane in comparison. There was even a story, one of my favorites, about riding in the sleigh with the Winterman, and you could spend years in the workshop and return at the same night. And since the Winterman was real, clearly he was the same legendary figure in the stories, even if he didn't look exactly like his pictures. I eagerly followed the Winterman, holding his gloved hand as we walked outside the door, both shutting and locking it behind us. Despite the snow, it did not feel cold to me at all, and as we walked to the sleigh, I only noticed one pair of footprints behind us as we made our way to the sleigh, which also had no tracks behind it. He picked me up and placed me in the sleigh, carefully buckling me in as he took his seat, and I looked out over the footprints. Only his own footprints visible in the snow. "Onward!" he yelled to his reindeer as they charged forward through the snow. The wind and snow pushed past me, but I couldn't feel the wind on my skin. I could see it push my pajamas and push back my hair, but I couldn't feel the cold. I assumed it was part of the magic as I watched the sleigh pull us through the streets of Swamp City. Even at midnight, there were parked cars on the streets. I could hear the crunch of both snow and broken glass beneath the sleigh's skis, and I could see red snow, yellow snow, and even black snow as we breezed past them all. No one was visible on the streets as we pushed further north. The lights were a cold yellow as we pushed past them, and when we left the streets of Swamp City, we made it to Star Swamp proper. The swamp was silent, no frogs, no birds, no calls, not even the splash of water, as the sleigh pulled us over the snow and frozen water. Somehow, the Winterman was able to find every single way through without having to turn or even slow down, as we went even faster as the trees became a blur of green, brown, and blue. We pushed through the winter storm, and the world became foggy as the air finally felt cold. We made it to the northern vortex, the permanent storm to the far north, rivaled only by the southern vortex on the other side of the planet. Both storms were so dangerous that few had ever survived either vortex at sea, and none had ever survived the journey on land. As together, both storms kept a third of the planet hidden from human exploration. I felt a chill roll up my spine as I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to keep warm. The Winterman was focused on his journey the entire time, as he kept pushing forward through the freezing fog that only grew thicker and thicker. Soon I couldn't see the reindeer in front of me, and then I couldn't see the sleigh itself. All I could see was the gray and the dim glow of the lanterns, as I heard the rattle of chains and the hoofbeats of reindeer. I don't know how long this continued, but it felt like it was years until suddenly the fog was gone. I could see for kilometers, and I could see a vast tundra of ice and snow. The sky above was full of stars, far more than I had ever seen before in my life. The moon was full and bright. Luna's light was unfiltered by city smog and untouched by corruption. And finally, there was the northern lights themselves. Green waves in the sky which twisted, bounced, and danced across the sky in an eternal show unseen by human eyes. We were beyond the northern vortex, and we had actually made it to the tundra beyond. There were a few places in the northern forest that the northern lights could be seen, but it was so rare and so very dangerous. Anyone who had tried to make it this far north before had never returned. The only reason we knew that there was ice and tundra this far north was because of pictures taken from space. And now here I was, at one of the most remote places on the planet, a place so far that no one had ever made it here before. A place so remote that it was said only Draugen walked these frozen wastes, and it was one of the most beautiful places I had ever seen. The ice sparkled like diamonds, and the stars twinkled like never-ending Christmas ornaments, and even the northern lights added to the awe as I looked above, seeing dragons, waves, and swirls in the lights above. Not sure if it was my mind projecting a pattern onto the lights, or if they indeed form these shapes just for me. "We're almost there," Winterman said for the first time on our trip. I was so caught up in the awe of the northern vortex that I forgot that I was here to see the Winterman's workshop. I locked my eyes forward to see if I could spot the workshop before we got there. What I saw before anything else was the smoke, long before I saw any of the buildings or the lights. At first, it was like a smudge on the horizon. I thought it was a stray cloud or even a wisp of fog, but as we got closer, I could see it was a large black cloud of smoke. As we got even closer, I could see the smokestacks producing that smoke. Clearly, their filters had not been changed in a very long time. The smokestacks were once white, but they were covered in black soot and pollution. I remembered learning from class that when you burn something like coal with too little oxygen, it causes the smoke to burn black with small coal particles, and it could greatly increase pollution. So most factories had air scrubbers, filters, and other means to make it cleaner, but it didn't stop all of the polluted air. These factories clearly didn't even care about lip service of air quality with how black the smoke was burning. And the factories themselves were massive gray brutalist buildings with no windows and only a few dim lights on the outside, made up of cylinders built on top of cylinders, where different factories connected to other factories via sky bridges built of soot-coated concrete. This was not what I imagined the Winterman's workshop would look like. I imagined a small cottage made out of gingerbread or maybe ice, where he would have one room for sleeping and one room for working, where he built all of the toys for everyone. Although, I guess, many factories made sense, toy companies had to build massive infrastructure just to build a lot of one toy, and he had to produce unique toys for every child on the planet. He drove his sleigh between factories and underneath the sky bridges, and I could only watch in horror as I saw that the snow and ice was coated in so much soot and coal that it was as black as asphalt, and the sky was permanently grayed out with no moon, no stars, no sun, and no lights. The very beautiful jewels that made the northern vortex such a beautiful place were blocked out by the smoke of the Winterman's industry. And it was only the beginning. In the center of all of the factories, like the hub of a giant wheel, I could see the Winterman's home. This was beautiful, but beautiful in the way that blood was beautiful around Feralia. The palace in the center gleamed pure white among the black snow and soot falling from the sky, untouched by the impurities of the world. The clouds above parted above the palace, allowing moonlight to gleam and fall upon the palace, showing me in all of its glory what the Winterman's home truly was. There was a few old stories, very old stories, from Gothia Civitas that said that the Winterman's home wasn't made of gingerbread, but it was made from the bones of those who disobeyed him, and it was held in place by the near unbreakable ice of the north. And it turned out those stories were true, but they did not give justice to the Palace of Bone. The palace was tall. The central dome stood taller than the Morado Palace in Imperial City. Not just a little, but the Morado Palace could have been one of the smaller domes butting outside the Palace of Bone, and it would have been lost. 6 smaller domes sprouted off the central dome, and all 7 of the domes had massive white towers made from billions of interlocking bones. The towers were so high that they towered further up than I could see, and far above the smoke clouds above. "What is this place?" I asked the Winterman, who chuckled. "Ho, ho, home," he said as the sleigh was pulled into the front entrance, and I could see that the inside was just as haunting as the outside. Every bone sealed together like pieces of a puzzle, ice holding them all together, and every few meters I could see the top half of a skull. Skulls that had dim lights inside of their sockets, like eyes made from candle flames, that followed us as we made it to the center of the Palace of Bone. Despite its massive size, we made it there in mere moments. There I saw the Winterman's personal workshop. The Palace of Bone, while unexpected, was at least something that I was familiar with. The Winterman's true workshop was something that I couldn't dream up in my worst nightmares. There were endless hooks and chains hanging from the ceiling. From those hooks hung dolls, tin parts, bone, flesh, and even whole human bodies. Bodies that no longer bled, but still struggled. On his tables were many projects in varying degrees of completion. I saw autopsy tables where every organ was removed, and the skin was clipped open, and yet the body still moved. The head gasping, unable to scream without lungs, but still it tried to scream from the pain it was in. I saw creations of tin, flesh, and wood, all merged into one. Wooden soldiers with human eyes whose breath fogged the air, and like my own breath. I saw tin dolls with hair of shredded skin, and whose joints were made from bone. I saw infant skeletons coated in resin and plastic, where the first stages were barely coated in the material, while those at the far end were lifelike baby dolls. Dolls with human skeletons inside of them. In the Winterman's workshop, he would replace every part of a person to build something monstrous, and he would take those removed parts to add them to a different monster. Not all of his creations were toys nor toy-like. I saw a hunched-back being that expanded and contracted like it was breathing, but it had no head, and only a single panic-filled eye on its chest as it moved scraps from one table to another. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but I could not move my mouth, let alone my body, as the Winterman chuckled, his laugh no longer reassuring to me as he left the sleigh, and I joined him. You are no longer your own. You are mine. You gave me your name, and I took your bones, replacing them with ice from the northern vortex. Ice that I control. You can only obey me, and if you try to disobey... There was silence for a moment before I felt the worst pain in my life so far. Every bone in my body sharpened and froze. Breathing hurt, thinking hurt worse, and all I could do was stand there, unable to move, just taking the pain. My head glanced down to my left hand as I saw ice growing out of my hand. Ice grew out of my fingertips before growing sharper and longer as icicles broke the skin around every joint, as ice grew out of the blood, freezing, so I couldn't even bleed. I couldn't even scream as the ice stopped growing, and the pain eased some, but it did not retreat and it did not melt. That is your first lesson. You will endure, you will serve. I need a new assistant. Now grab me a bone saw. I need help opening a chest cavity, he said as I stalked away, fresh pain blossoming with every step as I walked towards his tool table. And I had my first long night with the Winterman. The frozen bones sticking out of my skin never thawed and never melted. I had to break them off, and they hurt every bit as breaking your own bones, but no matter how much it hurt, I couldn't scream. I learned over time that while I could not disobey the Winterman, I could still make my own choices, as long as they didn't disobey him, hurt him, nor his work. I think it was a conditioning of his, getting us to learn to obey him willingly, so he didn't expend so much energy forcing us to work for him. And I do mean us. I was not his only assistant, and I was not his only worker. It was rare to see someone working from the factory, but they were bruised, tired, and always coughing up a storm. Always suffering, but never dying. Oh, no. Death was a rare luxury only gifted by the Winterman himself. Instead, he would trap a soul to flesh, bone, or an object, and every one of us would serve a purpose. Some of us built for him, others served him, and others left the northern vortex to do his work in the world beyond. Those who left the northern vortex had no mind left, and didn't even try to live anymore, having been broken a long time ago. And as harsh as life was in the northern vortex, I learned that it was a lot worse than I initially thought. The nights in the Palace of Bone were long. Sometimes he would focus on a task for so long that it felt like weeks had passed before the Winterman finally rested, giving us our rest too. Although it wasn't rest as in sleep. That luxury was even scarcer than death in this frozen hell. We would just stop moving. Toys put away on the shelf until he had purpose for us again. Sometimes he would play with us for months, taking us apart over and over, having us build things, break things, and do things for him, not allowing us any rest, and still, that was better than having him get bored of us. Sometimes he would put us away for weeks at a time, unable to move, as the ice gradually overtook our bodies from the low temperatures of the northern vortex. So, when we did move, we had to break out of the ice. If the ice overtook too much of us, he wouldn't bother breaking us out of the ice. He could always get more toys elsewhere, and those trapped in the ice would be there forever, never sleeping, never dreaming, never dying, always feeling the agony of the ice, watching the world around you change, while you stay the same, praying and hoping that something that crawls by will take enough pity on you to make eye contact with you. And if you're free, you try to avoid making eye contact with those that are frozen. If you don't, then it reminds you of your own inevitable pain, and that was not our worst torture. If he stayed good, he stayed free of the ice, but some misery was shared by all. Plants don't grow this far north. He doesn't seek food from beyond the vortex, and the only meat in the Palace of Bone was from those that were living in it. I tried to resist eating them. They still lived, they still moved, but the hunger only grew worse. I couldn't starve to death, but I could grow weaker from hunger. I would fail his requests more and more, as my body wasn't strong enough to move tools around. But when I failed, he made my bones of ice grow and overtake my flesh. At one point, over half of my body was coated in ice that ached, stung, and burned, even as it chipped and tapped off other items. I tried eating ice, but it only made my hunger worse, and in time, I had to eat flesh from the Winterman's workshop. The first time I ate human flesh was the half-rotten offal that the Winterman had dumped from a corpse that was hung from its hands by hooks of iron. Even with the organs removed, the eye still fluttered, but it stopped trying to scream a long time ago. I could smell decay and suffering on the offal, but I was too hungry to care as I crawled on the ground, the ice around my mouth having to be ripped away to allow me to eat. The pain of my skin being pulled away, along with the ice, was almost as bad as the feeling of ripping the ice from my body. I crawled on the ground, grabbing at the offal with my greedy, dirty hands, as I shoved the meat into my dry, cold mouth, forcing swallow after painful swallow of the meat, as the pain of hunger began to fade, and I realized the Winterman was watching me. And he was laughing at my humiliation and pain as I ate the rotten flesh. The next time I ate flesh, it was fresher, and the time after, it was even fresher. Eventually, I stopped caring where the flesh came from, oftentimes simply biting the flesh off of the Winterman's subjects, with the flesh still warm and living. I didn't care at that point. I was hungry, and I had learned that any sense of morality in me died with my past, before the ice. I don't know how long I lived as the Winterman's assistant. My mind no longer cared before I heard whispers for some of the newcomers. They told of a way to send a message by letter to anyone in the world by requesting that Vanth carry the letter to them, that it had a torch stamp on it. So I took a rare pen and paper and wrote the story on it, hoping that Vanth would deliver it to my mother. If you get this message, please know that the Winterman is a necromancer, and that he has taken me. I don't know how much of myself is left to give before I lose every trace of my humanity. I know that my body has changed. The growth of ice has caused my flesh to warp around it. Experiments done on me by the Winterman has changed me even further, and that is before all of the times my flesh was taken to feed someone else or myself. And that is just my physical body. My mind, I fear, will be too far gone soon. There's years I go without a single thought other than pain and obedience. I don't know how long I've been here, but I've forgotten what the sun looks like. I know that time can break anyone, and time has already broken me. I am just hoping there's enough of me to send my love to my mother. I wish I could sign this letter with my name, however, I don't remember it. I haven't remembered it since I gave it to the Winterman. Just know that this letter is sent with love by your only son. Love, your son. Samantha William returned from her double shift at the hospital, expecting to find her son asleep on the couch. She had special gifts supposedly given by the Winterman, but when she made it home, she couldn't find her son. All she found was a trail of footsteps leading from her locked house that stopped on the street. She called the police and even the Vigiles Urbani. They found no trace of her son that day until the afternoon, when an officer had the idea to open the gifts under the tree that Samantha did not remember wrapping. The wrapped envelope labeled Mom contained the letter above, supposedly written by her son. However, the police do not believe that it was accurate at all, because of what was found in the box underneath the tree. It was the complete skeleton of Samantha's son. Blood stains still on the bones, but otherwise no tissue on the bones. Dental records matched young Jack Williams, and the DNA was a partial match for Samantha, proving it was her son. The killer was never found, but other reports around the world of the supposed good saint killer have been reported, but nothing conclusively has been proven. Samantha still believes that her son is out there somewhere and has spent the last 50 years trying to find someone who can bring her son back. When she heard of my project, she reached out to me personally, and I thank her immensely for her help. And for the first time in 50 years, she has hope that her son may be back home for Christmas. I am familiar with the father in this story. He has tried to reach out to me before, asking how to bring the dead back to life. I have told him many times that I cannot bring the dead back to life, nor do I know any ways that can be used to bring back the dead when their bodies are completely destroyed. The following story was brought to me by a young woman who wanted her dad's story shared. It is as much a cautionary tale as it is a promise. There are a few different ways to bring back the dead, although the dead are almost never brought back the same way that they left. People deserve a chance to learn and try again. However, sometimes it is better to let go. Sometimes it is better to change. Sometimes it is better to simply let the dead stay dead. Let them remain in your memories as who they were, rather than bring them back and try to make them be something they will never be. When I woke up, the first thing I saw was my dad's crying face. I saw him crying and I reached out my hand towards him. I was weak. My hand did not quite reach, but I tried, and when I tried, he cried again, this time in a different tone as he started to talk to me. Ada? Ada, is that you? Can you hear me? Daddy asked, and I opened my mouth to speak. It was so dry, all I could do was make a weak moan. But he seemed to take that as a yes, as he held my hand and he lifted a glass of water with a straw to my mouth. Take it easy, drink this water. You were very sick, but you're starting to get better, he said as he held the water glass with the pink straw to my lips. As I drank the water hurt as it slid into my dry mouth and throat. I drained the entire glass before I could finally speak. Where's Mommy? Where's Adrian? I asked as Dad poured more water into the glass before bringing it back to me so I could drink from it some more. As I drank from it, the water hurt me a lot less. I could feel my heartbeat. It was sluggish and weak, but it was reassuring to feel it. While I drank the water and my heart grew stronger, Daddy asked me, "What is the last thing you remember?" He asked in that voice that made me feel like I did something I wasn't supposed to. Even if I didn't know what it was, I did wrong. I thought back, and the last thing I could remember was carrying Adrian outside. There was a large campfire outside, and then things got less clear. I remember the smell of cooking pork, warmth on my face, flames flickering around me. I was at a campfire. That was the last thing, I told my daddy, even though I could dimly recall things happening afterwards. Those memories felt more like a dream than anything else. I remembered that there was another girl my age. She had a beautiful dress and a big hat. She held my hand as we walked across the bridge. I saw she was crying, and when I asked why, she only cried more. She then hugged me when I asked if she needed it. I asked her if I could wear her colorful hat, and she said no. As we walked across the bridge, I saw many scary things swim beneath us. Big things that swam barely below the surface. As I walked across the bridge, I was told not to look down as I walked across the bridge that was over a stormy sea, beneath a calm but empty sky. And then I remembered sitting before others who sat above me. There were so many that I could not see any of their faces. I remember holding the hand of the girl who was the same age as me, but I also remember being held by a woman with golden eyes. She reminded me of Mommy, but she wasn't Mommy. She spoke with those looking down, and so did the girl with the hat, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. It was some kind of grown-up talk, but then it got dark before I dreamt that I woke up, and then I remember falling asleep and waking up. It was strange. It was like I was in a dream, and inside of the dream, I was dreaming that I was asleep. And then I woke up before going back to sleep, and then waking up into the dream again. How long was I dreaming about dreaming? How long did I think I was waking up before I actually woke up? Am I awake now? I think I was dreaming for a while, but it gets really fuzzy, I told Daddy, who hugged me close. He shushed me as I was held close. I felt something wet fall from my eyes, but I wasn't sad, so it couldn't be tears. Don't worry about that. You were sick, but you're better now. Adrian and Mommy are still sick, but you're better now. You'll get better soon, too. And you're still a little sick, so you'll have to stay in your room, Daddy said as I looked over my room. It was familiar, but it also looked different. There were posters of flowers and teddy bears along the walls. There were dolls and horses on the shelves, but they weren't the dolls and horses that I remembered. Annabelle, Vanis, Chucky, Billy, and Tiffany weren't there. Instead, there were various rag dolls with red yarn hair that I didn't recognize. Even my horses were different. Instead of Trebleclef, Muffin Hose, or Forlorn, there were horses I did not recognize. Made to look like actual horses instead of the horses from the cartoons I recognized. There were no windows in my room anymore, but my curtain still hung from the wall, yellower than I remembered, but it was the same curtains. My room didn't have a bathroom before, and I noticed that the bathroom didn't have a mirror. "Where are we?" I asked Daddy, who shook his head like I asked a silly question. "What do you mean? This is your bedroom. I know you've been sick for a while, but surely you recognize Annabelle," he said as he grabbed a rag doll from the shelf and put her in my hands. This was definitely not Annabelle. This doll was little more than poorly stitched rags brought together. Annabelle had two mismatched button eyes, one red and one blue to match my own eyes. This doll in front of me had two blue button eyes. Annabelle had a red dress made from smooth cloth. This doll had a green dress that was made out of rough cloth. Annabelle had brown hair cut short to match my hair. This doll in front of me had red hair down to her shoulders. Annabelle was made by my Nana. This doll looked like it was made by someone who didn't know how to make a doll. "This isn't Annabelle. Where is Annabelle?" I asked him, and he shook his head as he pressed the doll into my arms. "This is Annabelle. She has hair that matches yours. Her eyes match yours, and she was made by your Nana," he said as he pushed the doll into my arms, and as he pushed the doll, I got angry. I don't know why I got angry. It was a bunch of little things. Daddy wasn't acting normal. The bedroom wasn't right. The missing mirror. The fact the water hurt my throat. I just got angry at everything. "This isn't Annabelle," I said as I weakly threw the doll at the door, leading to the hallway. The door was shut, so it didn't leave, which was also strange, since it was never supposed to be closed. "This isn't how my Ada behaves," Daddy said in a mean voice that caused me to shrink in my bed. I don't know why he said that, but I flinched and he simply stood up and he grabbed the doll and gave it to me again. This time I took it without saying anything as he smiled. "There you go. Now keep getting better and soon you can see Adrian and Mommy again. But for now, keep getting better," he said as he left, and that defined our next few days. Every day he would come in to bring me water or soup, and then after spending a few minutes together, he would leave me alone. I think he thought I was asleep, but I didn't sleep. Sometimes I would lay in the darkness and look up at the ceiling, or I would close my eyes when Daddy checked on me from the hallway, but I didn't sleep anymore. I didn't dream anymore. I didn't get tired, and every day I got stronger. After a few days, I was able to walk myself to the bathroom and back. Then I was walking around my bedroom, usually when I was bored, but I stopped walking around when Daddy said it was night. I think he expected me to sleep, and he told me to get lots of sleep, and I did try. I tried really hard, but I couldn't even get close to sleep anymore, and I wasn't allowed to leave my bedroom. When I asked Daddy if I could, he told me that I still needed time to get stronger. I was getting stronger, but I missed looking outside. I missed the grass, the feeling of sunlight, the way the moon reflected in the water. I missed it all, and I didn't know how long I was stuck in my room. But it was long enough that I was outgrowing all of my clothes. It felt like every few days I had to have new clothes brought in, clothes that Daddy kept insisting were my favorite. He got me pink and floral patterns. I don't know how he forgot that my favorite was yellow and polka dot patterns, but when I tried to ask him for different patterns, he told me that these were actually my favorite. Every time he came in with clothes, he cut my hair so it would stop from growing. He would always give me the same haircut, and he would brush my hair and leave it in pigtails. Soon Daddy kept track of my growth on the door frame next to the hallway door. According to the door frame, I was now 212 centimeters tall. I was definitely taller than Daddy was then, but still he told me I was too weak to go outside. All the little things kept happening, and I had to keep pretending I never noticed. He kept bringing up everything I was doing wrong. He didn't like the fact that I would put my arm through the outfits one at a time instead of both at once. He didn't like the way I frowned at everything wrong around me. He didn't like the way I grabbed the spoon, and he didn't even like my voice. He kept saying that what I was doing wasn't the way his Ada would behave. I don't get it. I am Ada. How could I behave wrong when I am only acting like myself? There isn't any other way for me to act, and it only made me angrier and angrier as he started spending less and less time with me. It started one day when he just didn't come into my room at all, nor the next day, nor the day after that. I was alone for so long. I don't know how long I was alone, but I did get hungry. My hair was down to my waist, even in my pigtails. I read every book hundreds of times. There was no food, so I tried to open the door leading to the hallway. It was unlocked, although the hallway was not what I remembered. The hallway I remembered was wooden, and it had pictures of all of us. This hallway was dingy. The bulbs above were barely lit, and it was white-stained drywall, although there were still pictures on the walls. The picture frames were cracked, but I could still see the pictures. They looked like how I remembered. There were pictures of us in the park, at the beach, and even at birthday parties. I was wearing a yellow dress with polka dots in all of them except one, the picture we took during Daddy's birthday. I remember that the pink dress was a new dress, and the next day there was the campfire. The last thing I remember before all of the dreams and walking across the bridge. There was another door at the end of the hallway. I gently pushed it open, and I could see it was my parents' bedroom. I recognized the bed and the dresser, even if I didn't recognize the room itself. There was a window with metal bars on it. The sunlight shone through, and I could see a shape underneath the blanket. Familiar brown hair showing through. Mommy's hair. "Mommy?" I asked as I reached across and I pulled off the covers. When I saw what was underneath the covers, I held my hand to my mouth in horror. If it wasn't for the hair, I wouldn't have recognized the body in the bed. She only had one arm left and two short sticks for legs. The arm was almost skeletal with how thin it was. The skin was wrinkled like a raisin, and the skull was pulled back with the teeth showing all around with no lips left. The lower jaw was not able to close, and the tongue was purple and dry. The eye sockets were sunken, but the eyelids were still closed. Even shrunken and mummified, the eyes were kept shut. I could see glue was holding it shut, and underneath Mommy's hair was a line of staples leading from the top of her head all the way down to the nape of her neck. Her legs were missing entirely, leaving two stick-like bones where her thighs used to be. It was her torso that was the most horrifying part of her. She wore no clothes, and I could see crude black stitches holding her body together. Her chest cut like it was a large letter Y. Her stitches had no chance to heal, and I could see yellow bones inside with fine brown grain spilling out of the wounds of her chest and onto the bed. Sawdust. Mommy was cut open and filled with sawdust, and it was spilling out of her. I wanted to scream, but all that came out was half a chuckle as Mommy's hand twitched on her chest and she tried to weakly reach up to me. Her last hand was in iron chains that kept her from moving. Her other arm was completely missing, leaving only a nub at the shoulder. Even now, when she should be dead, she should be long since dead and buried. She was cut open, filled with sawdust, her eyes glued shut, her body dried out, her head sealed with staples. How was she still moving? I reached out to grab her hand weakly. "Mommy, what happened to you?" I asked my poor mother. I could only hear a weak hiss as she finally answered. "Our father," she said as I heard the door close behind me. I turned to face it as I saw Father lock it when he held bundle in his arms. "I see you found your mother. I warned you Mommy was sick. She still is, but don't worry. I finally figured it out. I figured it all out. Daddy, what did you do? It's all so very simple. She was the first. She had seen everything. She had to be the first. She was the only one who had a body left over. Sure, I had to dig her up. Sure, the mortician made a mess of her body, but she still had a body. There was still a place for the soul to return to. It was messy the first time, but I learned so much, and getting messy is the best way to learn. She couldn't stand the way she looked, so she decided to leave us again, leaving another mess for me," Dad said as he chuckled, barely looking at me. At the time I didn't understand. Now I think he just needed a release for all he had done, and I was the only one who could listen, the only one who could understand. No matter how many times she tried to leave, I always found her. I always brought her back. Whether she ran out into the woods or even if she found a way to die, I would always find her. I would always bring her back. She learned. She had to learn because I had to teach her. I removed her legs, and she learned that no matter how she died, I would just bring her back to her body. Anything she did to kill herself would only make her body less tolerable. Her arm is now in chains, and she can never leave. But she had to be the first. I needed a body to bring the soul back to. I need a body to put the soul into. He chuckled to himself as he continued, and I had no idea what he was going to do. You cannot bring a soul back without a vessel to put it into. Oh, you can, but if you do, you get a ghost. You get something you can't control, something you cannot keep. I didn't just need to bring back my little Ada. She had to be my little girl. She needed a body. You didn't, he started as Daddy kept going. I had to. There has to be a body for the soul to return to. It took weeks before I found a body that was good enough. It took even longer to trick it away from its parents. Once captured, the body had to die the right way. If I just stabbed or cut its neck, then the body would have been as broken and as useless as your mother. If I killed it too quickly, then I wouldn't have been able to make a deal. When you're negotiating, you have to tantalize, whet its appetite, make it crave what you are offering. It had to die, and it had to die slowly. I had to get your soul back. It wasn't in Pandemonium, it was somewhere else. Getting a soul back from there is so much harder. So you cannot just make a deal with the devil. No, you have to get an angel to beg you to make a deal. You have to make the body suffer and die so slowly, barely getting enough water to survive, barely getting enough calories for the heart to beat, starve and dehydrate so slowly that they're always languishing, but never quite dying. You have to get it suffering so much that it prays for death. Get it to hate you so much that even the gods and angels weep. You have to make the soul so much sweeter and so much more savory. Make it suffer so much that the angels don't want it to marinate any longer in sin to avoid being sent to Pandemonium. By the time they came for its soul, I told them I wouldn't only let it go if they gave me a soul to replace it. Your soul, and they agreed. And finally, I let it leave for judgment, and we brought you back. We had a body for you, but you didn't come back right. You were angry at me. You were in pain. You didn't behave like yourself. You destroyed anything I brought to you to remind you that you were my little girl. But you came back wrong, and there was little I could do, so I had to start over. Start over? I squeaked, and he nodded. Funny thing, it is a lot easier for me to kill my wife than it was for me to kill you. I had to kill you again. I had to try again with a different body. I had to lure another little girl away from its family. I had to torture it, deprive it, make it suffer, and exchange its savory, marinated soul for your soul. But I was more careful. I carved away little parts of you, the parts of you that remembered coming back, parts of you that remembered heaven, parts of you that were angry with me. You were more compliant the second time, but still you weren't right. Your favorite color changed. You weren't angry at me, but you were still violent. You thought we were playing when you picked up the knife and chased me. It was easier to kill you then, although I wish you took longer before you stopped acting like Ada. So I had to keep trying. I had to keep trying. There were so many bodies, but it was all worth it because I learned so much. In fact, you're almost Ada. I think if I had just one or two more chances, I could get you right. I am perfect the way I am. Please, don't kill me, Daddy, I said with tears in my eyes. He shook his head, not caring. He only looked down at the bundle in his arms. Ada, you'll be fine. Dying is not a big deal. You'll just go to sleep for a little bit, and you will come back perfect. You won't even remember. And you should be proud. I had to practice a lot on your mother before I could get you, and I had to practice so much on you before I could get Adrian. His soul will be the easiest to shape. He was already pure when you killed him. There was hardly anything I needed to cut away. Although getting him a body was so much harder. You won't believe how delicate infant bodies are until you try to make them suffer without dying. he said with genuine pride in his voice as he held out Adrian to see. Isn't he the most adorable thing in the world? He asked as he held out the infant for me to see. The baby in his arms was not normal. The skin was blue, and I could see spider veins across the entire face. And those eyes. The baby was barely breathing. Even if he does die, I can just bring him back. Don't you realize it? We can finally have the perfect family. Death cannot touch us, and you don't have to grow up. You can always stay my little girl, and Adrian can always be my baby. Every time either one of you gets too old, I can just get you a new body and cut away everything that keeps you from being pure. And we can do this forever. We have a beautiful gift, Ada, and all you have to do is just head to your room. I will take care of you soon, and you'll forget everything, he said before I finally responded. I will never be a part of this. This isn't right. I don't want to die. I don't want you killing any of us, I told Daddy as he shook his head. You aren't my Ada. If you were my Ada, you would have agreed. My Ada was always Daddy's little girl. This just proves that you don't deserve life. Don't worry, you'll be brought back soon enough. You'll finally be perfect, and we can finally have the perfect family, he said as he pulled out a large knife from his pocket, as he held the knife close to Adrian's face. Now, you have a choice, Ada. Go quietly, or you can be responsible for someone's death, he said as he held the knife close to the blue baby's face. I didn't think, I didn't plan. I just ran forward into Daddy. He clutched Adrian close to his chest, dropping his knife as I pushed him through the door. Apparently, the door wasn't very strong. It was almost cardboard-like on the inside as he fell down, his head slamming into the floor. Stunned and speaking gibberish on the floor, Daddy lied there as I grabbed Adrian from his arms as I ran down the hallway. When I made it to the kitchen, I called the Vanguard. The 112 number still drilled into me. When the Vanguard arrived, they had to break down the door. And it took a lot of convincing from the medics before I finally let Adrian go, as I was taken down to the station. Daddy was taken out in handcuffs. Mommy was taken out in a bag. At the station, I told them everything I could as they examined Daddy's isolated house. I learned from the Vanguard that he inherited the house from his parents after they died, before he started his eldritch rituals. They found over a dozen different little girls' bodies and over 20 infant boys. I also learned that Daddy had been doing this for years, a lot longer than I thought. The medic told me that I wasn't actually 6 years old like I thought. Apparently my body was 12 years old, although I don't know whether Daddy kept me in the room for 6 years or if he started using the bodies of older girls to have somewhere to put my soul. They did confirm that it was almost 20 years later than I thought it was. I had been dead for 20 years, and now I was trapped in a body that is a lot older than where my mind is at. So now I'm in a special home where I am supposed to learn and catch up to my peers. Although I don't know if I will ever feel like an adult, I definitely don't think I'm human anymore. When I look in the mirror, I see a face that isn't mine. My eyes are the wrong color. The hair doesn't feel right, no matter how many times I brush it. My steps don't work right, and even though I get regular meals now, I still don't sleep. I stay awake every night, staring up at the ceiling above, or looking outside into the forest, sitting still for hours at a time, watching the world around change around me while I remain the same. Even as my body changes and grows, I still feel the same. Even when my father's execution was announced, even when it was shown live on television, I still felt like I was the same little girl stuck in her bed. Even as King William's voice announced my father's execution, with organ removal live on television, I still felt helpless. Even as we watched as he was kept conscious but free of pain, as organs were removed in front of him one by one, I still felt like he could hurt me. Even when his heart was finally the last organ removed from his torso, I still didn't feel free. I am glad I don't dream anymore. If I did, I think I would dream of my daddy's voice telling me that death isn't a barrier to him anymore. I can't even take comfort in him being executed. He brought me back, he brought mommy back, and he brought Adrian back. I sometimes wonder about mommy and Adrian. The Vanguard told me that mommy was dead, so they cremated her, so I'm hoping that brings her a permanent peace, although I don't know where she is now. Adrian is a bigger mystery. The Vanguard told me that he was still alive when they took him away, and I know he is still out there somewhere. I wonder if he also feels like he's in a body that isn't his, or if he is more comfortable not knowing anything. A family that was separated by death and then brought back together by death before being separated by life. Mommy is gone, and I'm hoping that Daddy really is gone. And wherever Adrian is, I hope he is happy, but I do not want to seek him out. I do not want him to seek me out either. It is best we stay separated. I saw that look in his eyes as an infant, and even then I can tell you whatever happened to his soul that brought him back filled him only with evil. The same kind of evil I saw in Daddy's eyes. Wonder if a soul can be cut in such a way that it stops growing. I wonder if a heart can be so broken it can never beat again. I wonder if there is an evil so dark it can never be redeemed. I wonder if there is a death so total that it can never be undone. This letter was sent to me from the kingdom of Vespucci. The writer is someone who doesn't want me to seek her out and who wants to remain private. I am hopeful that she has continued to live a peaceful and uneventful life. However, the kind of necromancy she is discussing in her story is one that is, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't exist in any school of necromancy. Souls can be brought back to the same body fairly easily, and bodies can even be possessed by souls that aren't their own. However, to the best of my knowledge, no one is able to bring back a specific soul back to a body that isn't its own. Certainly not consistently enough to be done dozens or even hundreds of times. The very existence of such a necromancy shows that the dark magic can be made far darker than I have ever dreamed of in my worst nightmares. A type of dark magic that I am certain the necromancer is trying to seek out for himself, and all I can do is hope that Ada is wrong and that there is no such thing as an irredeemable evil. The modern age is a wonderful thing in many ways. Our technology is one of those amazing things. There are powerful machines designed to study dark matter and our universe. However, it requires incredibly dense and incredibly non-radioactive lead for it to work. Modern metals all possess some level of radioactivity as it is pulled out of the ground. In time, it grows less and less radioactive. The downside to this, it means that modern mined metals may not actually be helpful for some of our most sensitive devices, such as medical technology, astronomical technology, and of course, energy study. This often puts our modern scientists at odds with archaeologists and historians. Bronze Age shipwrecks are not valued just for their historical value, but for the value of the metals they held on board. The immense demand for ancient lead, iron, and copper ingots created new opportunities. The recent creation of special compensation laws by the League of Nations meant that salvage teams could be compensated for removing shipwrecks that could present environmental damage to the ocean. These companies that could be paid for removing modern ships from the ocean could now also be paid immensely for salvaging a nearly worthless common metal from ancient wrecks, and be paid far more than they ever would have for the historical excavation. Opportunities rose, and this lead rush meant that companies could be paid immense bounties collecting ancient metal free from the curse of radiation. That is the strange thing about metal. Some energy that it is exposed to cannot be purified. You can purify it, reshape it, redefine it, you can even refine it. However, the energy is still there, and it can contaminate and corrupt those who touch it. This is why metals used in reactors have to be stored as well for centuries in dumps that are labeled as not a place of honor. The following entries were taken from a captain logbook on the NL Cilicia, a modern Roman salvage ship that collected salvage from shipwrecks in the Central Sea and Oceanus. They were initially formed to salvage Great War wrecks, however, with the new lead rush, they pushed themselves far into Oceanus to salvage shipwrecks no one else would have possibly thought to have salvaged. Such as, in this case, the lost fleet of Alexander Lucius Plutarchus, once a prominent and wealthy individual in the ancient days of the Roman Republic, who brought all of his wealth and his building materials owned by his merchants far into Oceanus, shipwrecked not far off the coast of Inaccessible Island. The captain took a calculated risk in salvaging the Plutarchus's fleet, however, I don't think she ever anticipated this kind of risk as even a possibility before she made her way to the southern Oceanus waters. January 6, 2738. The weather has been supportive. The cost of traveling so far from Europa is great, although I did enjoy the journey from Good Hope. A lovely city with amazing friendly people that is a lot friendlier than somewhere like Kart Kadash or even Neapoli. The journey has been 7 days, but it has proven to be quite worth it. We found the wrecks fairly easily. They were visible from the deck, and the divers we were able to send in proved that the ships were carrying lead. The chests and the holds are practically overflowing, and that's just as what is left on the ships. Around the ships there are scattered ingots, lead, iron, copper, even gold and silver. Plutarchus really just grabbed everything he owned one night and put it on all his ships, bringing them out here. I don't know why, but I do know that I am now a very wealthy woman because of his choices. Early estimates are still coming in, but we have definitely made more than we paid to get out here. A single ingot of lead sells for 27,000 centi. That is just the lead. Copper and iron both sell for even more, and the gold. Good Pluto below, the gold is over 100,000 centi per bar. I have to love my ancestors' obsession with metal purity and standardization. A single ingot, just a single ingot of lead pays for our wages, and this wreckage here has so many that my estimators don't have a firm number, but they are certain that we cannot bring it all back to New Hope in a single trip. We will have to make at least 2 or even 3 trips to get it all. The divers have brought up a few bars, but we will wait until tomorrow to start in earnest. The sun is going down, and we have a perfect job. We don't have to rush, even if we turned around right now. We will have made more than we spent here. However, safety is important because we can't spend our money if we're dead. Although, since we can make more safely, so we will. Thank the graces that we found this treasure. Captain Amphitrite Navita Plutarchus. January 7th, 2738. You have to love modern technology. Diving bells bring us down to the ocean floor, fresh air is pumped from above, and the divers load the platform with crates worth of lead. The crates have holes on the bottom, so when they're brought up, they don't bring water, and we load the ingots into the cargo hold, and we are set. Boxes upon boxes full of lead, copper, and iron. The mood among the crew is really good. The work is hard, certainly, but everyone can see our progress, and we will be headed back to Good Hope in no time. Our divers want to collect trophies from the wreck. Normally, it's something like a coral-encrusted sign, a pretty shell, crystal-encrusted sword, or something like that. This time, though, they wanted to collect some of the denarii as their trophy. Coins are somewhat valuable, but not much more than the silver in them. Old Roman coins are ridiculously common in Europa. Some of them were in circulation for centuries, others were immediately dropped, only to be found millennia later by curious hobbyists and children. Still, though, there were people who had coin collections and who simply enjoyed the feeling of having something unique. Not to mention the fact that the story associated with the denarii was worth more than the denarii itself. The old denarii did not keep up with the modern denarii. They were worth, at most, 5 centi, maybe a bit more if you sold it to a collector, but it was no more valuable than other trophies. So I agreed to let the divers collect the denarii as their trophy, although the agreement was only 1 denarii each. They agreed and work went on. I know some other captains would worry about the divers trying to sneak extra silver to their quarters, but I trust my crew, and again, it makes no sense from an economic point of view to steal denarii. Even if there is a crate full of it, the crate of silver is worth less than a single crate of lead, and everyone is enjoying their percentage of the salvage. So by replacing a crate of lead with silver, they'll make less centi, and if they try to sneak it above in their gloves or whatever, that's maybe 20 extra centi for them. I'm not going to violate my crew's trust and privacy for 20 centi. I already have my tribute set aside for the Graces. It is hard to donate sometimes, but this will be a time where I will make sure that my charity will make its way to the Graces. I can already hear the crew talking about the newest pleasure, house, or experience that we'll buy with the share. Telling them that I was donating 10% to the Graces was boring. It would only confuse them. There was an argument in the galley. One of the divers apparently got into a fight with one of the deckhands. Something about a crude joke about the diver's job that pissed off the diver, and he punched the deckhand hard enough to knock out his gold tooth. So now I am down 1 deckhand while a diver cools his heels in the brig while they clean up the galley. Still looking for that tooth. But we just need to keep our cool for another day, and we can head back to New Hope. January 8th, 2738. Today has been one of those days. Well, we found the gold tooth. Apparently the diver picked it up and kept it with him while he was sent to the brig. He spent all night just stroking the tooth in his hand. When we tried taking it away from him, he got violent with us. So we're letting him keep the tooth. It isn't like the deckhand is going to miss it. He passed away overnight. The ship's doctor was not able to tell me why, but as far as he could tell, the deckhand heart just stopped. So his corpse is in the ship's morgue until we make it back to New Hope. When I announced to the crew that we had to head back to New Hope over the death, they started yelling at me that they had to stay. I thought that they were going to mutiny. I agreed to stay until the ship's hold was full, but we had to stay safe. They begrudgingly agreed, and they continued to salvage, although we had numerous hiccups. The platform stopped working, and the technicians, instead of working to fix it, decided to just have the divers swim down and bring the ingots up one at a time, while the deckhands grab it one at a time. No one told me that the platform stopped working. I had to find out when I went out myself at sundown, when we should have all been back on the ship. Instead, I found them still hard at work. They didn't even use lights. They just kept working in the dark. I finally convinced them to stop working and rest so more work could be done tomorrow. Something is different about my crew. Their eyes are shifty, they won't talk to each other. The diver in the brig was let out, but he still won't let go of the gold tooth. I also have seen that crew members have been collecting things from the below that they shouldn't have. They've been playing with the denarii, but also in lead blanks. They are endlessly fascinated by what they took, and already I have no one I can talk to anymore. I tried talking to a few of the crew, but they didn't even acknowledge that I was there. So, I tried piloting the ship. However, the moment the ship started to drift away from Inaccessible Island, they started to bang on the door as they tried to break in. First, I didn't worry since I knew those windows were designed to handle the sea. It wasn't them breaking in that worried me. It was what they were doing to break in. I saw them punch at the glass with the full force of their fists. The glass didn't so much as crack, but I saw their fists bleed, their broken bones sticking out of their hands. Still, they tried to break down the doors and windows. I saw them bang their heads against the walls harder than I know a human head could hit. They didn't just bounce. I could see the dent in their skulls. I saw men with their teeth shattered, the silver and gold fallen out of their skulls, and the others scrabbling for the precious metal. I watched as they killed themselves trying to get in, and they kept trying. The only thing that distracted them was the fillings that fell occasionally, and it was haunting, seeing all of them in such a sorry state. Whatever curse that spread among them was pushing them to try and break into the pilot house. My heart was broken, so I brought the ship back to Inaccessible Island. That calmed the crew, who went back to work, bringing the lead and other metals from below onto the Salacia. They don't bother with lights, they don't bother with equipment, they don't even bother with air. They sink into the sea and they rise, carrying the lead. Whatever possesses them is mammon, greed. I tried leaving the pilot house, but when I did, they all turned towards me and rushed me like away from the ocean. I barely made it back in time. I tried piloting again, but the engine was cut, apparently by my now mutinous men. My sidearm is in my cabin, which, judging by the sound of the gun going off 8 times, means they both found it and fired all of the bullets in the old 8-shooter. I don't know why Mammon isn't possessing me, but I do know that I am only partially safe here. My logbook is here, but I don't have food nor water. I managed to make an SOS that was heard out by New Hope, and they are sending the Vanguard here. It will take them 7 days to get to me. There are no cities closer, and an inaccessible island was called that for a reason. Maybe the helicopters will get here sooner, but I am highly doubtful. There is not much I can do here except wait and try to figure out why I wasn't affected. January 9th, 2783 AUC. I was lying on the floor looking up at the ceiling when the ceiling gave me an idea. On the ceiling was a painting of the three graces, often called charities. I personally commissioned several paintings of the graces around my ship when I realized maybe it was something about the graces that are keeping me safe personally. At first I thought it might be a blessing, but that seemed a bit presumptuous. I am but one woman and one sea captain. Sure, I give to charity, sure I try to care for others, but that doesn't make me so blessed to avoid the curse of greed. Except, what if that was what it was? I managed to check the history of the fleet, and I found out that Plutarchus in his final days got so greedy that he sold all of his lands and his fish futures to convert to metals that he brought far from anyone else. He only had himself and his crew, who also left all of their lands, their families, and their legacies behind for their wealth. There were even tales that even death could not keep Plutarchus from his gold. Now here we are, 2,000 years later. It was not merely gold, but even the lead was cursed. It had value to us, and the curse spread among it. If we bring the metal back to New Hope, will it dilute, or will it spread? Will everything we buy with it, what we get with the funds, become contaminated with mammon? Will it spread across New Hope, across Zululand, across Makewill? Or will it keep going until the entire world is infected by greed? People breaking their bones, spitting out their teeth, and shattering their skulls just to gather just a few scraps of this lead and copper. But what is keeping greed from infecting me? The only thing I can think of is my plan to donate part of my share to the Graces. Does that mean that I just passed on the curse to someone else because it was no longer my wealth? Or is it because charity is the virtue that is the opposite of greed? I think it has to be charity. It has to be. I remember my grandmother telling me about the demons of the darkness. They seek us out, they make false promises, and they offer temptations. People would keep demons out with holy symbols and virtuous prayers, and still the demons would find someone to take away, even if they prayed, even if they were the head priest, even if they carried every holy symbol of every faith. They could still be vulnerable because they didn't truly believe in anything, and they didn't practice what they preached, so they were vulnerable. And yet the townspeople could still remain safe by having belief, and if they acted on their belief. My grandmother told me that regardless of faith, as long as they believed and they practiced, then they would be safe. That was what separated me from the crew. It wasn't simply a coincidence. I had the graces and I practiced charity. It wasn't that my crew lacked belief. Show me a sailor, I will show you a superstitious man. It was they didn't practice their own belief. They let greed consume them, and now it was all they had. January 10th, 2783. I don't know how to help my crew. I have tried prayer, I have tried blessing seawater to sprinkle on them from the pilot house, and they still move. Out of desperation, I even tried throwing a silver crucifix out of the window towards them. They fought over the silver, and it did not even slow them down. I think that they are cursed. I am so thirsty and help is so far away. I don't have any other ideas. I know that I will not survive. I managed to sneak out to the galley at night. The food was already thrown overboard. The pipes were emptied of fresh water, and they are filling the galley with more lead and iron ingots. There is someone over the radio on the Vanguard ship, a hunter of some kind by the name of Sochi. He knows that I won't make it because I have no supplies. She keeps offering to talk to me through to the end. She is so nice and she keeps apologizing for not making it in time. Although I don't think she has anything to apologize for, she's making it here as quickly as she can. They responded to a call for help as soon as it was called, but some people are just too far gone to reach in time. In my final hours, I guess this logbook is my last will and testament. I will fill it out before I am no longer of sound mind. As the last surviving member of the NL Cilicia and as her captain, I donate her salvage worth and all of her value of her recovered metals to the Graces. Let them use my wealth to help the poor and the needy. I'm sorry, crew, but I'm not leaving anything left over for your families. I cannot risk the curse spreading among them. I know they'll curse me, and I know that they'll hate me, but I really hope that you've all paid your life insurance policies so they can make it. Donate my assets, my wealth, everything. When the last taxes are taken, donate the rest to help others. And if there is anything worth salvaging from my body, donate my body to help someone who needs it. Let my last act on this earth be an act of charity. Consider it a thank you for everything done for me, and I will spend my last hours talking to Sochi, and I hope that she doesn't blame herself for bringing me companionship in my last hours. That is something that so many others would have given all of their wealth to get, and what so many more others have thrown away just for an extra piece of lead. When the Vanguard eventually reached the NL Cilicia, the ship was full to the brink with lead, copper, and iron. No denarii, gold, nor silver was found. The entire crew was missing with all of the lifeboats taken. Even the morgue on board was empty, with the blood smeared inside, completely unoccupied. The captain was the only body recovered. Death was ruled to be from dehydration, with her logbook recovered. Her last wishes were honored, and her crew's salvage, along with the NL Cilicia's value, donated to the Graces. In a very rare act of extreme charity, none of the Graces kept a single centie from the salvage, giving it all away. No other problems with the currency was found. When asked why it was done this way, the only answer given from the Graces is, gold gained from greed always remains greed's. Gold given by charity always remains charity's. It is not clear how often this has happened or if it will happen again. The wreck of Plutarch's fleet is still just outside of Inaccessible Island, and the NL Cilicia did not get a chance to salvage everything. A curse like this is a lot like radiation. It doesn't stick to one thing. It infects everything around it. Even if you refine it, even if you purify it, even if you melt it down, it remains, and it is just as deadly centuries later as it was when it was first hidden. It was once hidden by powerful civilizations, kingdoms that thought themselves strong, that could not destroy such a curse. All they could do was hide it. How many of these curses are waiting to be unleashed by the modern age? Our need for the materials of the old world drives a new type of greed, one that our ancestors could not possibly dream of. A perfect environment for Mammon's minions to spread without being caught. Since the curse is bound to the value of the currency rather than the metal, how easy do you think it would be to spread? How much currency is spent every day traveling millions of kilometers without having to move a single coin? How long would it take for such value to infect every person on Earth? All we have to protect ourselves is our own charity and kindness. Although, how many people could you convince to give away all of their greed-gotten gains? All we can hope is when that cursed currency is found again, that we are better prepared for it, and we are better prepared to keep it from infecting the world. By this time, the warriors of the region took back the hitchhiker-infested towns, and as the warriors and hunters fought, they learned a lot about the hitchhikers. The hitchhikers could set up traps and mimic words from life, but they aren't capable of intelligent conversation. So by asking open-ended questions, they could be easily confused and then killed either by destroying the brain, burning the body, or leaving the body disabled in the forest where the trees would grow over them. They were removed across a period of months, and when the towns were declared safe to move into, some of them were repopulated gradually. Other towns, including Norn next to Route 13, were never repopulated. The forest rangers were readapted with tactics against the hitchhikers and even a sidearm, which has proven a bit useful. However, the core mission of the forest rangers has not changed. They still seek out people lost in the forest at night, willing to save them even if it is dangerous. Some people argue it was the rangers trying to be selfless that nearly wiped them out 40 years ago. The chief marshal usually responds to that statement: if being selfish is ever the only way to save humanity, then humanity is already lost. Our story is told by an exoteric hitchhiker traveling from the Empire of the Seven Cities to the Sunset Republic via the roads in the northern forest, mostly to escape her own parents and the authorities of both the kingdom and the empire. Pearl Jason Garrett wrote a lot about her many strange adventures, misadventures, and encounters across the highways of the northern forest. The excerpts we are focusing on are about her journey from Kamid to Nova West, including a truly unfortunate stop in Nornglade and Route 13. While Pearl does manage to escape with her life and her story, a lot of others did not, and her actions did trigger an eventual investigation by the Law Enforcement, or LE, branch of the Forest Rangers, and quite a few hunters into the ruins of Nornglade and Route 13. Please note the dates are an estimate because the author did not include dates in most of her writing, and her journey across the northern forest took over 2 years. January 8th, 2750 AUC. Leaving Kamid today, I had to leave behind the real city of Toronto last week for a bus ride west. 7 months of bussing tables to save for a bus ride, and now I am a 2-week bus ride to get to Quadra, the island just north of the Sunset Republic. Everyone told me that Kamid was a great city in the center of the northern forest. And I don't know who sold their dignity to call Kamid a city, but I hope they got their money back. There were no bars, the motel's pools stank of rotten eggs, and the movie theater was only showing out-of-date films from the last decade. Apparently the movie theater has to buy them from Imperial movie theaters. Even if the town is slow and boring, at least we aren't here long. We made it to town 2 hours before sunset, and we are supposed to leave today at 8 a.m. I'm on the bus, and it's 9:30 a.m., and we still haven't started moving. Apparently, we are waiting on the extra gas canisters to get through this next leg of the journey. The distance to the next stop was so great that they don't want to risk running out of gas before making it to our next stop. The risk was so great that the driver was willing to go behind schedule for the gas. Finally, around noon, we finally had the gas canisters and we made our way west. The bus company isn't willing to put us up for another night in the motel. I guess the goal is to get to a small rest stop where there was a motel, so that way we were at least most of the way to Nova West, the next city. Though I had no idea if we were going to make it since the bus driver was driving at the same speed for the last few days. And sure enough, as the sun was starting to set, we were still kilometers away from the village. As the last of the light dipped below the horizon, the bus driver kept driving as the other passengers went from chatting to whispering. The northern forest is quiet, but it is creepy at night. As we drove on, we all stayed quiet, like being quiet would allow the bus to creep along without catching the attention of those that crawl in the forest. As the moon rose, the whispers vanished. A few of the passengers were sleeping, but most of us were awake and staring out the windows to see what lies in the woods. Deep in the shadows, we can see a few figures that might be human, or it might be human-shaped. The eyes deep in the darkness don't reflect light, they just absorb the light, being double or even single orbs of darkness in the shadows. The ones who stand on the road are much worse. They stick out a single thumb as we breeze by, but you can tell they aren't living travelers. They don't flinch from the bus and they don't look up when we pass by. They remain on the road facing the direction of where the traffic should be coming from. Still, we thought we were safe, at least until the hitchhiker started standing in the middle of the road. The driver kept swerving to avoid them, and that unsettled me. According to the pamphlet in Kamid, hitchhikers acted like hitchhikers. They shouldn't be standing in the middle of the road, forcing the driver to swerve around them. And yet here we were, swerving around them. After a few minutes, it was quiet again, and the driver said, "We're going to have to pull over for the night. It's getting too dangerous on the road. There's a rest stop nearby. It isn't perfect, but at least it has a gate and a fence," the driver said, and there was a soft mumble, but no argument. Sleeping in a bus is unpleasant, but if the bus rams into a hitchhiker, then there would be no more movement forward. And stopping in the middle of the road was going to be dangerous too. The rest stop was a gated off area with a few buzzing lights and a concrete bathroom with a shower stall. Thankfully, nothing stood in front of the gate as the bus driver put the combination into the lock and it popped open. The rest stop had the number written on the lock, so if someone was able to read, they could see the numbers and put it on the combination lock. While beings like the hitchhikers and the Fiends can't read, so they're not able to open the locks. The gate opened and we drove into the rest stop, while the gate was closed behind us. Now in a safe place, we all got off the bus to walk around a bit and explore the tiny rest stop. It's nearly identical to every other rest stop I've seen. A few trash cans, a bench, bathrooms, and a shower stall. There are even a few street lights that buzz in the darkness with some solar panels on top of them to charge the lights. The only thing that separated this rest stop from every other rest stop is the fact it's surrounded by a chain link fence that's 3 meters tall, and there's no graffiti on the bathroom. Apparently vandals don't want to drive into the middle of dangerous territory to mess up a restroom wall. Still though, as everyone took turns in the bathroom, I walked along the perimeter of the fence, curious to see why this one area of the northern forest was seemingly free of fiends and hitchhikers. While the dead don't walk across everywhere in the northern forest, we are near the center of their territory. So unless it was like the eye of a storm, There should be at least a fiend or something outside the fence, trying to get in because there's light. Something I learned in the Seven Cities was it wasn't always the loud threats that were the gravest concern, but sometimes the quiet ones were the greatest threat. A city is always loud, but if at night it suddenly goes silent, something is deeply wrong. And here we were in a place that was supposed to be safe. It was quiet, and it was empty. Quiet. It was quiet. I realized then something was very wrong. There was no whistling. Even in K-Mid, you could hear the whistling at night. The fiends weren't whistling here. I couldn't see them, so they weren't staring at us from the outside. So, if there was no fiend outside the rest stop, where were they? I ran to the bathrooms where everyone was supposed to be. When I made it there was no one there. No one at all. I peeked into the bathrooms. There was no one there. No feet in the stalls, no one in the showers. There wasn't even a trace of people. The trash cans were empty, the sinks were dry, the bathroom still smelled like maple-scented cleaning products, the shower still had travel soaps, and the stall was as dry as a desert. I wanted to test the sink, but I decided against it. Whatever was happening here, it seemed to have affected everyone else. Or maybe it only affected me? I wasn't sure, but I did know one thing. I wasn't staying out here. I went back to the bus, where the driver left the door open, but the keys were taken away. I checked through the seats and even in the bus's bathroom, and there was no one on board the bus at all. Thankfully, the bus wasn't clean like everywhere else in the rest stop, but I decided it was time to close the doors. Door release and lock thankfully didn't need the keys, but I closed the doors. I figured if someone came back, I could see them. I would wait here until morning, and either everyone would be here, or I would have to walk the road and wait for a forest ranger to find me. Then I would explain everything I could, and the ranger would bring me to Nova West. While I sat in my seat, I thought I wouldn't be able to sleep. Somehow, though, I did fall asleep, with my head resting against the glass. January 9th, 2750 AUC. When I woke up to smacking against the glass I was lying on. My eyes shut open, and I thought I was still dreaming when I saw what was outside. I knew I was awake when the hand smacked against the glass again, and the face smeared blood and flesh on the glass. It was the driver's face. I recognized the beard, but the face was torn to pieces. The right cheek was chewed through, and I could see the teeth inside and the half-chewed tongue. Muscle fibers relaxed and tensed in front of my eyes just a few centimeters away, and he wasn't alone. Behind him, I could see all of the passengers, all half-chewed and struggling to move, but all surrounded the bus. In complete silence. They knew I was there. How did this happen? What happened to them? Why were they like this? How did a fiend get inside the rest stop? My wondering continued for a few moments until I saw movement on the window. Something was crawling along the glass, and when I could finally get a look at it, I knew what it was. A squirrel. A squirrel with half of its face missing and the tail missing, all of its fur, so it was very rat-like in appearance. The sharp teeth tried to chew on the glass, but it was unable to get purchase, so it crawled away, leaving me alone, while I quietly thanked the bus for having windows that were all locked closed. Of course, humans weren't the only things that could turn undead in this part of the forest, and the rest stop was so focused on keeping human undead out, they didn't consider anything to keep smaller creatures out, such as squirrels. The squirrel must have bit them, and then the darkness spread amongst them. and they hid. Though if they were hiding, they're not fiends. They're much deadlier. Hitchhikers. They wouldn't leave when the dawn came. I was stuck in the bus while I waited for help. Now, realizing I was stuck there, I laid out in the center aisle of the bus and I fell asleep. The banging stopped as soon as I fell out of view. Maybe they'll lose interest and when they can't see me anymore, and maybe something else will draw their attention away, like a deer, a wolf, or a pigeon with a machine gun. Anything to bring them away. January 14th, 2750. They still haven't left me alone. They're not really trying to get into the bus, but they're also not leaving me alone. They kind of patrol around the bus, but they don't go far. The toilet still works, thank the Emperor, and there's bottles of water and plenty of snacks in people's bags. But no one has come up the road, not even once. I have no idea what route the bus driver took us on, but apparently there was no way it was an approved route. I finally jimmied the lock around the bus driver's seat and I was able to get in. The map was a little helpful. I checked the routes and the rest stops before I finally found our stop. Apparently the number on the rest stop is the same as the combination lock. Somewhere in the northern forest there was a very wealthy locksmith making combination locks that fit exactly the stops. Our stop was 1328, one of the rest stops on Route 13, a much shorter route than the Route 7 that also connects Kamid and Nova West. In fact, according to the map, the only connections between Kamid and Nova West are the two routes and a train line that is many kilometers away further north. Something odd is the fact that Route 13 is marked in red, that, according to the map legend, means the route is not meant to be accessed. According to the map, I'm 3 kilometers away from a red town of Norn Glade, which is itself 4 kilometers from the Wintermourn bridge that would bring me to Nova West. The turnoff between Route 7 and Route 13 is nearly 20 kilometers back, and even if I made it that far, it would be an additional 40 kilometers down the winding road before making it to the Wintermourn bridge. A 60-kilometer walk through hostile territory to try and find a ranger definitely was not something that felt safe. 7 kilometers, on the other hand, felt a lot safer for me. That could be done in a couple of hours, easily. Although, with all of the hitchhikers outside, that was not going to be an easy way for me to escape. I checked the bus driver's seat to see if there was a radio, gun, or something I could use to signal for help. What I found instead was a multi-tool, a portable knife that was a lot more tool than it was weapon. Still, it was something, so I grabbed the knife and I checked around the bus. The patrolling hitchhikers were far from the driver's escape door. I guess none of them were smart enough to make that connection. Grabbing my bag and what supplies remained, I threw the door open and I raced towards the gate. The hitchhikers didn't even notice I was gone. Yet. By the time I got to the gate and got it unlocked, the hitchhikers let out a long moan as they made their way towards me. I silently thanked the stars above that the dead are slow and unable to run after me. By the time they swarmed around the bus, I was outside the rest stop and I locked the gate behind me to keep them from opening the gate. I began to briskly walk down the road heading towards Nornglade, walking down the center of the road, far from the edges of the forest. Thankfully, I saw no fiends nor hitchhikers along the road. Maybe they wandered somewhere else when they didn't have a bus nearby? I could hear the birds calling in the trees, deer moving in the brush, I could see the movement of small animals in the forest. Rabbits hopped across the road, squirrels skittered, and robins skipped across the road. It was odd. Among so much death, there was still a lot of life. How did things survive against the fiends? Why is the forest full of so much life and it wasn't just a wasteland of death and decay, like all the movies and stories made me think it would be? As I kept traveling, I soon arrived at a tunnel dug into the mountain. I stopped at the mouth of the entrance. The sign next to the tunnel said it led to Norn in just 1 kilometer. Peering into the tunnel, I could see far on the other end was the exit. I could see the light, and enough light was in the tunnel to show me that there was nothing moving around inside. And as I listened carefully, I didn't hear any movement nor whistling. The only thing I heard was the whistle of the wind, not the whistle of the dead. I extended my hand out to the bottom of the sun, seeing how far the sun was from the horizon with my fingers. Only 5 finger lengths from the bottom of the sun to the horizon. I would have an hour and 15 minutes before the sun started to set, and then it would be sundown, and I would be in danger. On a road that no ranger traveled on. I faced down the tunnel and I began my trek into the darkness as I crept forward, trying to walk briskly but carefully. The light ahead was strong enough I could generally see ahead of me. There were no cars and no large obstacles as far as I could see, but that didn't help with the crunching beneath my feet. Each step forward there was dry crunching. It sounded like dry leaves and sticks as I stepped forward. And that was the lie I told myself as I kept stepping forward, ignoring the dry snaps and crunches. It was winter. The last of the deciduous trees dropped their leaves and sticks months ago. There wouldn't be anywhere near this amount in the tunnel after so many months. Most of it should have rotted away or at least stopped crunching. So, whatever I am walking on, it isn't what it sounds like, but I am not looking closer at it. As long as I don't look at it, I can keep telling myself I'm somehow wrong, that the sticks and leaves shouldn't be there. But the moment I look, the moment I try to confirm it, is the moment the illusion is shattered. Illusion has power. I know it's an illusion, and I have a strong idea of what is behind the illusion. But the longer I ignore it, the calmer my mind feels. It's a smart move knowing it's fake, but keeping it in place, and one that I've had a lot of practice with. I continue down the tunnel, feeling small bugs move around my feet. The beetles and roaches crunched and squished beneath my feet as I kept walking forward. Apparently they find a lot of food amongst the leaves and sticks. I moved quicker as I could see the other end of the tunnel, and there was finally enough light to clearly see what was beneath my feet. Apparently it was a lot of dried roots, which was an odd thing to be in the tunnel, but it did ease my anxiety even further as I stepped forward into Norn. I expected the town to be abandoned, but I didn't expect it to be overgrown. I had hoped it would have buildings that were still standing, places I could grab a snack, or maybe even miraculously have electricity, where I could find a working phone to call the Vanguard, or the Rangers, or at least a taxicab. The roots on the road crunched as I followed the road, barely more than a straight line without trees, as I saw the other overgrown buildings in Norn. At one point, I saw a tree growing over a no parking sign, looking like the tree was eating the sign. It was almost like nature was taking over Norn, and there was no humanity left. not living, and certainly not dead. I continued my trek over the roots, and as the roots thinned, as I got away from the town, the sun continued to set in front of me when the impossible happened. A car was approaching. It was the faded olive green used by the forest rangers, with the sigil of a tree on a heater on the side. The car was driving on the left side of the road, heading towards Norn with the sun behind it. As I waved the car down, I ran up to the passenger side door as I called into the car. "Hey there, can you give me a ride to Nova West?" I asked the ranger in the driver's seat. He looked tired and very pale, but he nodded, so I quickly got into the passenger seat as he turned the car around and began to drive directly into the sun, so I had to squint and turn away to not be blinded. "Thank you so much. You wouldn't believe the crazy day I had," I started as I began to explain to him what happened. As time went on, he made a left and we continued into the shade of the forest as I kept explaining, and then I made a mental connection. If we were heading south, that puts us back on Route 7 and away from Wintermourn Bridge. So I stopped my story and I asked, "Where are you taking me? I thought we were headed to Nova West." I asked him, only for him to grunt before responding. "We have to take you down to the station first for questioning. Your bus was declared missing, and we have a lot of paperwork to fill out before we bring you to Nova West," the ranger said as we turned off Route 7 and began to head down a dirt path. The car rocked back and forth as we traveled down the dirt road, away from the sunlight of Route 7. I noticed the sun was continuing to dip lower, and underneath the foliage, it was already night. "Are you sure we can't do this at the station in Nova West? The sun is getting real low," I asked the ranger who pointed ahead. "It would take longer to head back. Besides, we're almost in Wintermourn," he said as he pointed ahead, and I could see it was, indeed, a small town on the dirt road. Although maybe calling it a town was overly generous. I could see the ranger station, faded with paint peeling and most of the lights on the outside were flickering. There were a few cabins and a single dangling traffic light between 4 poles, though there were no intersections nor crossroads, just a light at the end of the road regulating non-existent traffic. The only cars in Wintermourn were the one we were in and a rusted frame sitting in front of one of the cabins. We parked in front of the ranger station as the ranger got out of the car, and I followed quickly. The sun was setting, and I could hear whistling in the woods as I followed into the ranger station. The waiting room was old-fashioned and smelled musty as I walked in. The magazines on the table were very old. The newest one was from September 2710. 40-year-old magazines. I knew a lot of waiting rooms took a long time to replace magazines, but this was ridiculous, even for the northern forest. "I need to replace these magazines sometimes," I tell the ranger who nods. "I'll let the boss know. Wait here, someone will come for you," he said as he headed deeper into the ranger station, locking the door behind him as I was stuck in the waiting room. Bored, I tried reading a few of the magazines, though it wasn't that interesting. I sat down and pushed through it. After an hour, I finished all of the magazines, and I made my way to the door heading into the station, and I twisted the knob. The door opened with ease, and I peeked inside, and the lock was broken. And the inside of the ranger station was even more run down than I expected. Half of the lights were flickering, and the musty smell was even worse inside. There were desks all over the station, but most of them were completely empty, and despite the musty smell, it was clean in that station. There was no trash, not even in the trash cans, no food, no mugs, no papers, not even pencils on the desks. And of course, it was completely empty. No people anywhere. I made it further inside, and even in the break room there was no one, and no food. Even the fridge and pantries were empty, not even dust inside. Someone is cleaning in here, but not restocking anything. I tried the sink and no water came out. Now I only had one place left to check. Upstairs. Behind the break room there was a stairway that led upstairs. The stairs were as sterile as the rest of the ranger station. No rubber on the steps, and when I made it to the top, the entire floor was quiet and dark, with the exception of one distant office. I stepped forward into the darkness, passing by dark offices, as I saw the open office with a nameplate next to it. Ranger Wights was the name, and at the desk I could see the ranger was at his desk filling out piles and piles of paperwork. His inbox and outbox was full to the brim. He would fill out a paper from his inbox and then place it in his outbox. And yet, his papers weren't all that helpful. They were blank and only said the word paperwork on them over and over, filling every square centimeter of the white paper. "Are you all right?" I asked the ranger, who looked up directly at me, not recognizing me at all. He only opened his mouth wide, and a battery fell out of his mouth, one after the other, leaving half a dozen batteries on the desk as he continued working on his paperwork. "Well, that's new. Can I go to Nova West, Ranger Wights?" I asked him, and I could see him shudder, and his eyes looked distant, and then he started to cry. "I've not been Ranger Wights for a long time. It's in me. It's in me. It won't let me go. It won't let me go. It won't let you go either. Run!" he said as he spat up another battery, and his hand jerked towards me, throwing the keyring to me, presumably to the car. I grabbed the keys and I ran, and as I ran, I noticed that the ranger station wasn't clean like I thought it was. The walls were coated in old blood that smelled rotten. At each desk there was a dead body, their eyes plucked out, their fingers worn down to the bones, and they were still typing on the same typewriters. The blood-soaked pages were typed over and over again. No new things were created. Bloody ink was put on the pages repeatedly, while the dead kept working on it all. I ran by a janitor who was cleaning blood off the wall, only to pass by another undead who was using their own blood to write on the walls. Wintermourn, Wintermourn, Wintermourn. Repeatedly written on the walls in blood, only to be cleaned up and then written again. The floors were swept from body parts, only to have the body parts dumped into a trash bin that had others removing the body parts, leaving them on the floor. It was perpetual motion, an Ouroboros that never ended, always eating its own tail, and refusing to let go or even bite the tail. I scampered down the stairs, the dead not noticing me with their missing eyes, and they kept on their duties. The stairs had crying figures with no eyes. They were children, and I could hear them repeating the same phrase. "When is help coming?" They're still waiting for help, not seeing what is happening around them. As I made my way to the first floor, which was even worse than the first. Down here, I could see more of the weeping wights at their never-ending jobs. But unlike above, I could see signs of them trying to break out. Torn wires and ropes dangled from above, unable to let them die. A few still wore their nooses like neckties as they worked, their heads at an angle, their necks snapped, so cursed to weep, to haunt this ranger station. I could see claw marks on the walls as they tried to get out, and I ran to the door. Thankfully, it was unlocked, but the waiting room was even worse. Every seat but one was filled. I could see bodies in modern clothes sitting down and reading the old magazines, chewing on their fingers in boredom, revealing the bone underneath. And when the fingertips were exposed, they poked their fingers at their eyes, drawing chunks of their own eye down to their lips as they ate it. The only seat that wasn't filled was mine. The seat looked inviting. It even had a magazine for me to read. I tore myself away and ran outside, making my way to the car. Thankfully, the car was still normal. I drove away from that town. I could see there was a lot more in town than the cabins and the ranger station now. Buildings carved from the bone and flesh of the residents. Buildings that still breathed and moaned. Buildings that people fed pieces of themselves to, and that they tore pieces off to feed themselves with. Wintermourn was far too much for me as I drove down the dirt road and made my way to Route 7, following the signs to the bridge and then to Nova West. When I collapsed at their station, I tried to explain everything that happened. By the time I finished and I started listening to the ranger, he told me there is no such thing as a town named Wintermourn. There never was. As Pearl recovered in Nova West, the forest rangers sent men to explore Route 7 and Route 13. There were no dirt roads like the one described by her, nor were there any functioning rest stops on Route 13. There have been a few survivors found on the roads who describe a place called Wintermourn, but according to every official record, Wintermourn was never built. It was a township that was planned once, but the planning phase was never finished, so the building phase was never started. No one knows what is going on with the Weeping Wights. What is known is that sometimes they patrol the roads in vehicles identical to the Rangers. They're able to disguise themselves as living, and it isn't known how many people they successfully kidnap or consume. What is known is that approximately 1,000 people go missing every year between Nova West and Camid. Most of their bodies are never recovered. And what the bus driver was referring to as a town between Nova West and Camid is not known. There are no towns, no rest stops, nothing between the two settlements. Just the road and the forest. Whatever the Weeping Wights of Wintermourn wants, it isn't likely to be good for the many visitors of the northern forest. In 2758, the town of Westbrook in the Kingdom of Vespucci was quarantined due to an outbreak of cholera. A year later, all references to Westbrook were quietly removed from all official records. It was removed from all official maps, any news about it was removed from archives, and it was just not talked about anymore. It went from a town that was in the news to simply ignored in just a year. It may seem like a strange or even impossible thing, but ask yourself, what happened to those cities in the news? What happened to those stories that couldn't stop playing, and yet you don't know the resolution to? Could you even find references to them if you tried? It's something that authoritarian regimes like the Kingdom of Vespucci thrive in. They use crises to control how the public feels. They don't have to cause a crisis, though they're not above it. They use a crisis to show an enemy the public can unite behind the government, like sheep behind a shepherd. You tell them there's wolves in the woods, you tell them the sheepdogs nipping at their heels are to keep them safe, and if a member of the herd disappears, then you tell the flock that the missing sheep didn't listen, they were eaten by the big bad wolf, and they never asked to check the slaughterhouse behind the field. However, sometimes a crisis escalates beyond not just the ability to control, but even the appearance of control. Then suddenly you have to turn the crisis into something that is easy to ignore and that everyone just accepts as a fact of life. A wolf in the woods is helpful to keeping the flock in line. A werewolf wearing the shepherd's boy's skin is something that would cause the sheep to scatter. So you just quietly ignore the problem, and you make a bad situation worse by sending in the clowns. I know the metaphor feels strange, but circuses used to manage the show with music. You would use music as a cue, and if there was a problem that would cause the next act to not show up on time, the band would play the military song Entrance of the Gladiators, and the clowns would start improvising performances to give the ringmaster time to fix the problem, send out a new act, or you keep the clowns out for the rest of the show. It is much the same way in authoritarian governments. The kingdom of Vespucci realized the problem when Westbrook was too much to handle, so they sent in their clowns, professionals in distraction and entertainment, to distract the population long enough for most people to just forget about it. A 9-month news cycle nearly completely focused on one of King William's nephews dating a citizen of the Empire of the Seven Cities. Ooh, how scandalous. A distant relative of an important political figure dating someone from a country at war with the kingdom. Never mind the fact the king has hundreds of relatives, and hundreds of thousands of residents of the kingdom have had some sort of relationship with a citizen of the Empire of the Seven Cities. Thankfully, not everyone in the kingdom is so easily fooled. One of my anonymous associates in the kingdom of Vespucci, a member of the Department of Media Sanitation, was asked to help clean up the remains of the town of Westbrook. By the time they were called in to clean up the city, most of it was overgrown. The town was both burned and flooded. There was little for the DMS to actually do. A few newspapers were pulped, names erased from mailboxes, the burned down library was burned again, computer hard drives were shattered, camera film was exposed to light, and the resulting offending material was burned, and then the ashes were shipped to an undisclosed location. Standard procedure for the Department of Media Sanitation, removing all offending material from all media, and even the evidence of the fact the media was there was removed. What my associate found, though, in the Westbrook news station was enough to convince them that I needed to see what was there. While the original tapes and film were destroyed, fortunately my associate had a relatively new pen drive, and they were able to get the tapes to a digital format. They were able to smuggle the pen drive out of Westbrook, and they carried around the contents for many years before they managed to share it with me. There has been some damage to the media for being on a pen drive for so long, but overall it gives a lot of historical context to what happened to Westbrook and what the Kingdom of Vespucci did to keep it contained. And as for my associates, I don't know where they are. The last I heard is they were trying to escape into the northern forest to escape the long hand of King William Walker for the federal crime of transporting dentures across state lines. Footage shows an unnamed newscaster reading a state-prepared briefing. He clearly hasn't read it ahead of time. The papers he reads from are props, while he reads from the electronic prompt behind the camera. The lighting in the studio is bright, and the man wears a suit and a purple tie. A strong insult to any imperial citizen who might be watching, and a sign of him dressing well when many others aren't. Good morning, Westbrook. This is your local Kingdom news station. Recently, there has been an outbreak of cholera in the Westbrook Secondary School, so the school is on a 48-hour quarantine. The Kingdom's constabulary is enforcing the quarantine in cooperation with the International Vanguard. The Department of Media Sanitation is also enforcing a communication blackout at this time. Communication with the secondary school and outside of the town is forbidden at this time, per the constabulary. We want to avoid the outbreak of cholera getting even worse. At this time, there is no stay-at-home order, and people are encouraged to go to work as long as your work is in Westbrook. To anyone who works outside of Westbrook, the quarantine will cover your pay for 48 hours, so just enjoy the 4-day weekend courtesy of King William. In other news, there's a sudden expression change as the newscaster makes a mental connection, but he quickly adjusts. If you aren't used to looking for it, you wouldn't have even seen it. The look of someone seeing something criminal but unable to say anything about it. So suddenly they have to focus on the clowns in the ring to avoid the circus on fire around them. The search efforts for missing hikers in the local national park have been boosted to include members of the Vanguard, the King's Guard, and the Constabulary, with the Sheriff's Department withdrawing to Westbrook proper. There may be updates at a later time. Thank you, residents of Westbrook. The smile faded with a light, but the recording continued for a few minutes. What the hell is happening at the high school? He asked the camera operator, who responded, I don't know, man, but already half of the station has been evacuated. The sheriff's department is guarding the exits, and the constabulary is setting up barriers in front of City Hall. Whatever is happening, it's bad enough that they're trying to distract from it. Let me turn the camera off, the operator said as the lights go out, and then they turn on again. Presumably hours later, however, no date nor time is available on any of the films. Good evening, residents of Westbrook. The outbreak at Westbrook Secondary School turns out to have been worse than we expected. The citywide quarantine has become a shelter-at-home order. All residents of Westbrook are to remain at home or at their place of work if you are there, and avoid going outside at all costs. Anyone caught outside will be shot on sight. All members of the Sheriff's Department, reserve and retired, are now to be called up and asked to report to City Hall. The constabulary is requisitioning antibiotics and corticosteroids. Any residents who show symptoms of infection, including flushing of the face, vomiting, diarrhea, fever with chills, or migraines that don't end, the resident will need to call 555 for assistance. The Vanguard is set up to treat any residents with infection being evacuated to City Hall for treatment. The palace assures us that these measures are temporary. Please stay tuned for updates. The lights dim again, and the newscaster asks his questions to the camera operator. Is there anyone else even left in the building, or is it just you and me? The newscaster asked the camera operator, who responded, We still have intern Clarence on the phone, just waiting patiently for the next bullshit update from Captain Cocklefuck himself. I don't know why we pay Clarence, he can't even intern correctly. We don't pay Clarence. He does this because he's bored. Plus his daddy's the sheriff. You know how pissed he would be if we didn't give him something to do? Yeah, fair. But still, this is all just grade A mushroom food. Who do they think we're fooling? A stay-at-home order? We haven't even seen anyone outside in the streets in hours. The cops outside the station? Playing cards with each other, and they have road barricades like they're expecting a riot. Not to mention, how do they expect you to stay around for another update? You going to be alright, old man? Yeah, I'll be fine. Just turn the camera off, the newscaster said as it blinked off again, before turning on again. This time the lights are all dim, the newscaster's hair is messed up, and he's not wearing his tight nor jacket. The white shirt underneath has sweat visible. He appears worried as the camera operator is trying to talk him down. Look, man, you got this. The people of Westbrook need you. Just read what's on the prompter. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. The newscaster looks like he wants to argue before just nodding and agreeing. Okay, let's go. The lights go bright and he gives his best newscaster voice, but cracks are audible in the facade. Residents of Westbrook. It turns out the cholera outbreak at the secondary school wasn't cholera. It was... There's a pause as the newscaster clears his throat and he speaks. SAMD syndrome. The lost hikers came back as sufferers and they infected Westbrook Secondary School. The school is now overrun. The Kingsguard and the Constabulary are in retreat and now using defensive tactics. City Hall is no longer safe. We've not had contact with the Vanguard in over 5 hours, and it is assumed that there is no longer a Vanguard presence in Westbrook. Do not call 555 for Vanguard assistance. There are no more emergency services to provide. He tears up for a moment and he starts to cry. The camera operator speaks to him on air. Please, keep going. The newscaster nods and he continues. Not this time. The constabulary and the sheriff's department are working in conjunction to try and clear the streets. At this time, the Kingsguard is isolating the town from the rest of the kingdom. The Department of Media Sanitation is still enforcing a communication blackout outside of the town. The military is not being deployed in town due to war with the Empire of the Seven Cities. To any residents left in their homes, please hang a white sheet outside your window so the sheriff's department knows you're still alive. And for anyone in the downtown area, the tears return to his eyes, but he swallows and he tries again. To anyone left in the downtown area, everywhere within 10 blocks of City Hall has been declared overrun. There is no evacuation for you at this time. Please stay inside and hopefully the streets will be cleared enough for you to be evacuated. At this point, he goes off script and he stares directly at the camera and he begins to speak differently than how he did before. Did you know the station is considered downtown? We're exactly 10 blocks from City Hall, so oops, can't evacuate you. Sure, intern Clarence was important enough to evacuate. Same with the 2 deputies guarding the front door. But us? No, we have to stay behind and give updates from the government. They wanted to leave, but there's sufferers outside. They don't know we're inside. Not yet, but they're there. Have you ever seen a sufferer of SAMD syndrome? They move jerkily like they're not used to their own bodies. They smell like rot so much that you can smell them, even indoors. Their faces are pale, but you can still see the spider webs on their faces. Their veins are so full of rot and infection that it cannot be contained in their own skin. They drip decay and rot, and they also drop decaying meat from their mouths, both their own and what they ate. They're all together, but they also are all separate, like being in a crowded room but not knowing anyone. I saw people I once knew, but their faces are now like dripping clay. The muscles under their faces are both relaxed without having any use of their face, but rigor mortis also pulls at their muscle and flesh, making their faces tense back so you can see the skull beneath their flesh. Their skin sags at the bottom where the blood pools. It's a lot going on, but it is the epitome of the uncanny valley, and I think this is what we were evolved to recognize as a threat. Their blank eyes and their faces were once human, but they're not anymore. Anyone bitten or otherwise infected isn't human. They're not your friends and neighbors. Not anymore. Do you know what it's like to see someone's face and only see a threat? To look into the face of a little girl no older than 6 years old and feel your heart pound and every nerve in your body scream, Run. And then you realize that the little girl you're seeing on the street that you're so scared of is your little girl. The same little girl that just a few days ago you were helping pick out a birthday cake and picked out a teddy bear backpack. And now that same little girl was slouching down the street, her face coated with blood so fresh it was still red, when she's still wearing that same teddy bear backpack you picked out for her. Something in you dies when you see that. Do you know what it is like to see someone you love become a threat? See those dead eyes in that familiar face? To see that face and hope for something in those eyes that is someone you recognize. I recognize nothing. It was like looking into a mannequin's eyes. It had nothing, and I felt like I died. And you know what happened next? He starts laughing like a madman, like someone whose sheer absurdity of the situation was crushing. All he could do was laugh at how absurd it was. Got a fucking call from the constabulary. They wanted me to do this announcement. I fucking just learned my daughter was dead and still walking around. And they wanted me to announce to Westbrook that emergency services were no longer available and to hang a white sheet from the window. A fucking white sheet. If the vanguard is fallen, what fucking hope do those hopeless fuckers have against these chucklefucks? Did you get all that? The last line was directed to the camera operator. I cut it off around, we're 10 blocks from City Hall. I figured you were going to break down and didn't want it to be seen by the entire world. Thanks, man. You're a real friend, you know that? Sorry, I had a lot to get off my chest. Do you think we're going to be evacuated? I mean, you and me? I mean, we were loyal. We did our job. Surely it isn't that hard to clean up a few ghouls off the streets, right? I mean, they're the Kingsguard and the Constabulary of the Kingdom, the Protectors of Peace. That's their job, to protect us. Surely the secret police are capable of that, right? I hope so. I really hope so. The camera goes off again before coming back on. All but one light is off. The newscaster's clothes are bloody and dirty. He's clearly been crying for a long time, and it seems to have been a few days since the last recording. The papers he's reading from are actually written on as he speaks. Are we live? Yeah, we're live. Residents of Westbrook, if there's any left. There's no new updates from the Constabulary, the Kingsguard, nor the Sheriff's Department. Considering the fact I saw the Constabulary captain, a Kingsguard paladin, and the sheriff wandering downstairs covered in scabbed over blood and violence, I don't think that I'm getting an update anytime soon. If you're wondering why I'm covered in blood, Clarence came back earlier. He was followed by sufferers, and we let him into the station. We didn't know he was bitten. He hid it from us, and it only took him a few minutes to turn. When he grabbed me, I thought he needed help walking. I was willing to carry him, but then he flashed his teeth and he lunged for me. Luckily, we were able to fend him off with the chairs and lock him in one of the media rooms. It's soundproof, so I can't hear him, but we are waiting for death now, I guess. I didn't get bitten, thank goodness, otherwise I would have turned by now. We've not had power since yesterday, and the generator is about to run out. We made it to the roof, and we marked it with paint asking for help. We saw jets flying over, but no helicopters, no blimps, nor anything that can land here. If they're using jets, they're planning on leveling the town. So, my last announcement to the town is to prepare for bombing. If there's any souls left alive in Westbrook, try to head underground and prepare for at least a few weeks. We're heading to the old bomb shelter under the station. Just hide until help finds you, I promise. Help is on the way. the man says with a smile as the final tape cuts out. These tapes were recovered from the bomb shelter underneath the new station. The building above was leveled, and the blood-smeared vault inside was empty of anyone living or dead. Whoever took these two unnamed individuals did so before they could seal themselves inside. In all of Westbrook, there were no survivors and no sufferers were found. That isn't unexpected, though. Sufferers only function for a couple of weeks in most environments. Usually a bad reaction to an outbreak was worse than the infection itself. Though in the modern age, infection can spread across continents in hours rather than months or even years. So any outbreak of SAMD syndrome should be dealt with promptly, though responding to it with panic and violence will make it much worse, even if the panic is coming from the government. This story is not the first story about SAMD syndrome, and it certainly won't be the last. Something I want everyone to remember is SAMD syndrome is treatable before you turn, but you have to take the antibiotics quickly. You only have a few minutes. I met my guest in a secret place, one of the many underground bars in Imperial City. A trick to get past the Vigiles Urbani and the military is by hiding in one of the places they already turn a blind eye. The Undercity is vast. Underground bars is a place where it is legally gray enough that the Imperial City can escape the pressure above, but not so dangerous that they wouldn't go. The bar we're in is unique for being an underground bar that doesn't serve alcohol. There are dispensers with cereal, local pop on tap, freshly baked cake, cupcakes, brownies, and cookies. One may ask why there is an underground dessert bar underneath a bookstore, where there can be a bar that serves actual legal chems or booze to dose yourself on. In all honesty, it was once an illegal hideout for our gang, but as the gang opened up a patisserie as a front, they fell in love with making desserts, and many of these illegal hideouts turned into a mostly legal dessert bar and bakery. I sit in a corner where I quietly read from a comic I brought from the bookstore above and drink from a lavender latte while I wait for my guest to arrive. When Dylan arrives, he looks nervous. His hands twitch and his steel ring is around his right middle finger. I wave at him and he comes over. As he sits across from me, the waitress comes by to take our orders. We ordered several desserts, some lime chips, an orange soda, and a cranberry soda. At first Dylan is nervous someone will listen, until I point out that the dessert bar is empty. It is 11 a.m. on a Wednesday. There aren't any other guests. Privacy is assured by hiding in plain sight. As I sip on my orange soda and Dylan sipped on his cranberry soda, we discussed a few other subjects before we talked about what happened in Imperial City all those years ago. As Dylan explains, he fiddles with his ring, and I take notes as he speaks about his encounter in Imperial City. Dylan has been a hero for a long time, but this story took place as he was just starting out. Imperial City is full of darkness and blood-sucking, though usually of a political nature. What Dylan encountered all those years ago was a dark bloodsucker of a literal nature. An inauspicious start to his hero career, but one that interests me greatly. After my grandfather's death, Sentinel was in my care. Even though I knew how it was supposed to work, using it was something else. The ring was unobtrusive, almost fashionable, but the power it gave me was unlike anything I dreamed of. Suddenly things that were a physical struggle were easy for me to handle. Laps that usually took me 9 minutes to run took less than 22 seconds to run. I stopped getting tired from my chores, and I felt like there was no limit to what I could lift. As time went on, I learned how to draw out the strength Sentinel gave me, but more importantly, I learned how to turn it off, too. The ring gave me great strength, but it only increased strength and endurance that was already there. It would have been easy to become dependent on the ring's strength for all of my problems, but it felt like my grandfather's words were guiding me there. Better to increase your base level of strength, find out where your upper limits are at first before you break them. So I went on regular walks, went to the gym, helped out around the house as I prepared for college. Graduating from high school was an intense experience, and for a while, the time didn't feel real. It was just preparing for a future that was always coming, but at the same time was never real. Now it was here, it just felt unreal. It was easier for me to focus on improving myself and my skills with Sentinel than it was to think about my dorms and the many papers for college. So after my exercise routines, I would go into the woods to where I could bring Sentinel out in force without fear of scaring anyone else. My grandfather called Sentinel a sword, but I learned that was a bit of a misnomer. Even if its first form was a sword, the fact that I could change its shape at will, even making armor around myself, while I could use it as a sword, axe, or even a halberd. It was the most comfortable in my hand as a sword. But Sentinel could be in many pieces, and through experimentation, I learned that as long as I touched one piece of Sentinel, I could wield its power, and I could summon pieces of Sentinel to me, as long as I held on to at least one piece. I don't know why no one else before me he hasn't figured that little trick out, but it was one I was more than happy to exploit. For example, I learned that I could drop the sword and I could call the sword back to my hand like a hammer from Myth, at least if it's within 10 meters of myself. If it's beyond that, it feels a bit like something is missing from myself. Beyond 10 meters, it also doesn't fly back into my hand. It dissolves into mist and joins back into the rest of the Sentinel. I also wanted to finish up my part-time job in the 24-hour grocery store in Imperial City. The pay isn't super great, but savings comes in handy when going to a new place. Plus, it feels good to do something so normal. My father never really went to work, and it helped quiet my mind when I'm at work. The night shift is a great place to stack cans, lift heavy crates, and just being out at night helps me find a bit of peace. Before you ask how I avoided getting tired, connecting the Sentinel kept me from being tired. It was like getting a full night's rest and a cup of coffee all at once. Surprising how many more hours you have in a day when you can't sleep. But it was when I was working the night shift I noticed something strange. Working the night shift in a grocery store, you get used to weird things happening. I've seen an entire group of punk drag queens enter the grocery store, then head into the bathroom, and then they came out a few minutes later covered in pink dresses, makeup, and glitter, where they all bought a 4-pack of energy drinks before leaving, never to be seen again. That entire process took less than 10 minutes, which was very strange because the bathrooms need a key to open after 10 p.m. I've also seen people walk into the store talking to themselves the entire time, looking over every item in the store before leaving, not buying a single thing, and taking one of each thing from the samples plates. Some of them look homeless, but quite a few of them look like political figures. Some of them were even wearing purple. I learned very quickly not to ask why the governor of Imperial City kept coming into the bakery, take bite-sized cupcakes, while the live television showed the governor giving a speech. Just leave them alone, and they'll leave. Eventually. I've also actually seen normal families shopping for groceries at 1 a.m., where they all act completely normal, and they wouldn't be out of place at 1 p.m., but they're out at 1 a.m. These are the strangest people. They all act normal and they don't act out of place. So you wonder what is going on in their life that they have to shop at a 24-hour grocery store at 1 a.m., picking up jars of pasta with the addicts staring at the deboned chicken. So, at first, the customer was just another strange customer. A woman and her daughter walked into the store, swaying around while they walked through the store. Again, not too unusual. It's late at night, people tend to be tired. I watched as the mother and daughter walked down the alcohol aisle. The mother grabbed an aluminum bottle of blackberry wine, and she carried it in her hand, letting it drop for a minute as she walked down the aisle further before the bottle fell to the ground. That drew my attention as I began to walk down the aisle to make sure everything was okay, when I realized it wasn't just the bottle that fell to the floor. I saw that the hand was still attached to the bottle, but the mother was still standing. Her hand fell off and she was still walking forward. She kept walking forward. Her hand still twitching, the bones on the end were yellow, but curiously free of blood, but still wet with a thin layer of slime. "Are you all right?" I called up to the woman who paused and swayed, turning around to face me, where she responded, "I'm all right." Now that I had a clear look at her and her daughter's face, I felt my spine chill. Her face looked normalish, but it also looked like clay shaped into a human face, but starting to droop. My first thought was she was having a stroke as I reached for my radio to call in the vanguard, when I saw her eyes. Her eyes were clouded over and had no spark behind them, reminding me of my grandfather's eyes when he died. Her daughter's eyes were identical, but unlike drooping clay, her face was too tight and too tense. Her lips were pulled back, revealing all of her dry teeth and tongue dangling out of her mouth. Her eyelids were peeled back and her eyes were very dry, being both bugged out and shriveled in her sockets. Something was very wrong with them both. "Stay right there, I'm going to call the vanguard, we'll get you some help," I said as I pushed the emergency button on my radio. As the emergency line connected, but the woman spoke again. "Don't worry about us, we're not a bother," she said as she stepped towards me, with her broken ulna and radius bones pointing towards me, as her other hand gripped onto her daughter's hand. She took step after step towards me as I tried to explain what was happening. When her jagged bones stabbed into my shirt, I thought she was just confused and trying to reach out to me. "Just hold on, I'm getting you some help," I told her, only to have her step even closer to have the broken bones pushing into my skin. "Tell them it was a mistake. Let us go," he hissed at me, and for a moment I was confused. Why would she say a false alarm when both her and her daughter were clearly in need of medical attention? And as the bone kept sticking into my stomach, I realized what she was trying to do. She was trying to threaten me. Sentinel's power was flowing through me, so her bone didn't even break the skin, but still I wanted to help her. "Back off, we're getting you help," I told her as my hand was now on her shoulder, trying to keep her from getting even closer as I gave the address to the Vanguard technician, who told me someone would be there in 4 minutes. I nodded and I told the woman and her daughter, "They'll be here in a couple of minutes. Just wait here," I said as some of my strength was used to hold her back. I didn't notice that her daughter had something in my hand until it was stabbed into my thigh. Or rather, she tried to stab it into my thigh. The small blade broke off, cutting off my work shorts, and I could feel the scratch, but it was like being scratched by someone's fingernail. It hurts, but it doesn't quite break the skin. "How? Why did you do that?" I asked her, who only stared up with me with her eyes. I wasn't sure were actually seeing me. "What are you?" she asked in a voice that made me think I wasn't dealing with exoteric weirdos, but a more esoteric kind. That in my mind, my heart rate accelerated and the thought wiggled in the back of my mind. Kill them now. Don't say who they are. Make Sentinel into a sword, swing my blade, and their heads would be on the floor. They would not be a threat to me anymore. I pushed that thought back. I wasn't a violent person. Even if they tried to hurt me, Sentinel was keeping me safe. I want to help them, not hurt them. If I let myself choose violence instead of helping people, it would be too easy to let myself justify hurting other people instead of helping. I've heard enough stories from my mother about how my father behaved, and how his arguments started with a justification. He yelled at them because they cut him off in traffic. He followed them in the parking lot because they drove their car too close to her. He broke their tail lights because they were going to hurt someone else. It always started with a simple justification, something that sounded rational for a few seconds, but it would soon no longer need justification. They shouldn't have made me mad. They were assholes. They should have just sold it to me. Wouldn't have stolen it if they weren't charging so much for it. Something that might sound rational to yourself, but said out loud, it sounds like the most ridiculous thing ever. And then it becomes something more twisted. It became him bragging about stalking his teachers, about how he sent someone to the hospital who was too scared to tell the police who sent him there, where he came home washing blood off his knuckles and he wouldn't bother explaining what happened. It wasn't even worth considering because it happened so much. She told me a lot about how I reminded her of him growing up, and now I keep guarding my anger. Even in this moment where they're trying to hurt me, I am guarding my own anger. My first thought was to hurt them back, a thought I was ashamed to have, and I kept trying to focus myself as someone who's helping. Here I was trying to help someone who tried to stab me. If I couldn't protect myself, then could I ever protect myself? I shoved these angry thoughts down as I tried to force a smile. "Don't worry, Vanguard will help," I said as I let go of their hands, and they tried to tear at me. Tearing at my clothes and skin, I held them back, waiting for the Vanguard to arrive. Every swipe at me boiled my blood even more. I could feel the heat pound behind my eyes, and every cell in my body was screaming at me to fight back, to just reach out and snap their necks with my hands. It would be easy. I had the power to do so, and all I had to do was just reach out. Restraint is strength, not fury. Be strong enough to be gentle, I repeated to myself, hearing my grandfather's words echo as I did so. I kept my grip on their shoulders, holding them back as they started to aspirate black foam from their mouths and noses, as they struggled towards me before they finally collapsed, just as the Vanguard arrived. 3 medical technicians came into the store, rushing past me to feel the pulse of the collapsed mother and daughter. I stood back as they tried to revive the 2 slumped-over bodies. They tried chest compressions, adrenaline, and even tried the defibrillation paddles. It still didn't work. They remained still and their hearts didn't start. They only leaked more of that dark semi-solid where the needles injected, and more black foam aspirated from their lungs as the medical technicians tried to restart their hearts. After a few minutes, it was confirmed they were dead, as they were brought out of the store by body bags. The severed hand and wine were taken away in smaller bags. As they left, they had me fill out an incident report. Fun fact, emergency medical technicians Do not clean up the mess left behind by dead bodies. Even as I filled out the form and the technicians spoke among themselves about how odd it was, they did not share why it was weird to me. They just had me fill out the forms while one of them murmured that this was the 12th similar call they've had that night. When the EMTs left, I began to rope off the section of the store with the body fluids left behind on it. I was not trained to clean up biohazards, and that would be a problem for my boss to deal with because he wasn't picking up his phone. The store procedures for people like me was to rope it off with cones and pour the cleaning powder on it, so the smell was covered and people thought it was a normal spill. Biohazard cleanup is supposed to be done by management, who was home tonight and not picking up their phone, or by a professional biohazard team, which was managed by the owner. So that left the aisle in the weird halfway state of not really cleaned up, but just cleaned up enough to be a problem for any other possible customers that were coming in. Still, I only had a couple of hours left until the end of my shift, and I filled out the incident report and did my due diligence. Not even 30 minutes after the vanguard left, I had another customer come in. This one, a swaying man in a purple tie. His hair was prim and proper, and even though his suit was ruffled, it was clearly expensive and well cared for. His skin was pale, and he held his hand to his neck like he had a crick in it. He stepped up to my register for a moment, swaying as I waited for him to speak. I am used to seeing politicians in all sorts of states in the grocery store. Some of them behave just like how you expect a royal to behave. Others behave like a rabid possum that lost a fight against a rabid raccoon over a rabid squirrel. So a swaying member of the royal family standing before my register was nothing new or even that unexpected to me. "Evening, my lord. How can I assist you tonight?" I asked the royal I did not recognize, who asked one word. "Phone," he wheezed, barely even coherent enough to say, let alone recognize what it was. I pointed to the back of the store where the payphone was. "Just avoid aisle 4, it's not clean," I told him, just as he staggered down that exact aisle to get to the phone. "Let me know if you need anything, my lord," I called down the aisle as I continued to read over the employee handbook to see what we do in the case of a customer disturbing a closed-off area. As I read over the line saying to spread more cleaning powder, the automated doors opened again as another man entered the store. His suit was sharp, his tie was purple, and his hair proper, and he walked with the air of someone who was never questioned a single day in his life. But his face was identical to the man who came in before, right down to the look in his eyes and the same pale pallor. "Hello, my brother is a little lost, and I think he came into the store. Can you please tell me if you've seen him? He looks just like me," the royal asked me, and I nodded, pointing down where the payphone was at. "It should be on the payphone, but please, my lord, avoid aisle 4. That aisle is still not clean," I told the royal, who nodded at my words and began to make his way up aisle 3. "Thank you so much. We will be out of your hair soon," the royal brother said as he went up the aisle, and I kept reading for a few seconds. At first, I thought how strange it was to get two royals, one right after the other, and one of them even said thank you to me. At that realization, my blood ran cold and I dropped the employee handbook. I pushed the silent alarm that was calling the police, and it locked the automatic doors and silently dropped the gates over the glass cases. I felt Sentinel in my right hand wake up, metal sliding up my arm from my ring, forming my armor, and the sword extended in my right hand at my realization. There were very few moments in your life like that. Moments where you become certain that you are in danger. and not just in danger, but in immediate danger, and there's no way you are mistaking it for anything else. The moment that years of paranoia and fear all prepare you for. The moment that you are going to either be a hero or die trying. The second Royal thanked me. Royals don't thank peasants like me. They don't bother using manners with someone like me. I'm just a peasant to them, and thanking me would be a waste of breath, and in royal society, it is often seen as a sign of weakness, acknowledging even for a moment that the peasant did something special for you. I've seen all kinds of royalty in the store before. Even at their drunkest, where they are half naked and making out with the blobfish in the tanks, they don't bother to use manners with me. Whoever that second man was, he wasn't royalty. And if he isn't royalty and he's wearing purple, looking for the other man, then he's a threat. Now clad in my armor and my sword in hand, I headed down aisle 3, moving as quickly as I could. The armor isn't quiet, and trying to be stealthy wouldn't help at all. When I made it to the alcove where the phone was at, I saw 2 men on the floor, both pointing at each other, equally disheveled, and both of them were losing a lot of blood from a wound on their chests. Both of them are identical and both unable to speak. And when I saw the wound, what happened clicked in my head. A vampire, the kind that can create puppets from their dead victims in the form of ghouls, undead minions that last for a few days before they completely fall apart, and some vampires can even take the form of someone they drank blood from. Whatever this vampire was, it was trying to replace the royal, and now here I was interrupting the process, and I would have to figure out who was who. Kill them both. That thought pervaded my mind. The wisdom of Sentinel told me that was the case, that killing them both would fix my problems, and it was so strong. Every voice inside of Sentinel seemed to agree on that. That if it was a threat, I would have to kill it before it killed me. That realization hit me, and the wisdom came with it. If this was the advice that Sentinel was giving me, then I knew what I would need to do to find out who was real and who was the vampire. I calmed the storm in my mind, and I dropped the sword to the ground and kicked it past them both. If I was correct, I could predict the vampire's next choice. And sure enough, the man further from the phone lunged towards me faster than I could track, and his fingers dug deep into my forearms so tightly that even through the mental of the sentinel greaves I could feel the pressure. And the vampire opened its mouth to reveal the sharp fangs inside as it lunged for my neck underneath my long hair. I pressed my hand against the vampire's chest as there was the sound of something sharp pressing into the flesh and the steady drip of blood hitting the floor. I couldn't see the vampire's face from this angle, but I could definitely sense his confusion as he pulled back. His fangs were broken and his teeth shattered from trying to bite through my gorget, protecting me from the bite and hidden underneath my long hair. And my hand pressed against his chest, the sword was stabbed through. I called back the sword to my hand while it was pressed against the vampire. Naturally, this meant that the vampire was thoroughly impaled, and the sword was back in my hand as I let Sentinel take over a bit, slicing thoroughly right and left, leaving the vampire in 2 separate halves on the floor. The top half no longer looked like the royal, as it struggled to crawl away, while the legs kept twitching for a few moments, and the entrails squirmed on the floor like headless snakes. "You're not going anywhere," I said in a voice that I didn't recognize as I pressed the tip of the sword against the heart from the back. This felt familiar, like I've done it many times. knowing exactly where the heart would be and how to reach it from the back. I pressed my blade into the chest. It only took a few centimeters, and then the vampire stopped moving. I knew, deep inside of myself, that it was dead. I could hear the police rattle the front gates, and the royal was passed out as I let the armor and sword fade back into my ring. I was going to have a lot of incident reports to fill out that night. The guest has finished his drink and he waits for another. There is silence before he explains that his boss never bothered to install working cameras, but with two different incidents in the same night, one of them involving one of the lords nearly dying and him being unreachable, resulted in his boss being fired by the owner. The lord had no memories from that night due to blood loss, and Dylan soon after quit his job to focus on preparing for college full-time. I still remember the way it felt, knowing exactly how to kill the vampire, and it was easy, far too easy. I didn't even think about it. I just trusted Sentinel to know what to do, and it did. There's been times where trusting Sentinel had helped me. There's been times where trusting it harmed me. So ultimately, it became a challenge of knowing what to do. Do I trust the wisdom of those who came before me, or do I trust myself? It isn't an easy answer, and it's often a case-by-case basis, but I do know that I have to keep learning. My own skills, my own wisdom, is added to Sentinel, so I have to trust myself, and that, dearest friend, is one of the hardest things I've ever done. We continued to eat sweets for a while, and when I asked about him going to college in San LaSalle, the only thing he told me that it was a story for another time, and as we finished our food, we left at separate times and only left behind a single denarii to pay for the food and leave a silent reminder to the owners. We were never here, and it would be better to forget us, which will be easy for them when they don't ask for names. This is another story where I am lucky enough that one of the eyewitnesses to the events was able to share it with me. My friend is a familiar face. We met in San LaSalle a long time ago, but these events took place long before she ever met me. Her Kimru accent blends through even as we chat. Her normal turtleneck sweater is off and I can see the marks on her skin and neck. Alchemical symbols of sulfur, the cross of St. Peter, and pentagrams stained out raised from her skin. An ignorant or cruel soul would call them satanic. To someone who doesn't know anything about her, they may think they are tattoos. But knowing her for years, I know that these marks are not tattoos. They are scars. Scars made from the inside of her skin that were never allowed to heal properly. The marks of purple and red are from bruising that is never allowed to heal, keeping my interviewee in chronic pain. Marks that she often hides from the world that would be far crueler to her if they saw the marks that crisscross her skin. However, my friend is relaxed with me. We chose a library in a public place where we were able to have a quiet, private meeting for an hour. I'm still thankful to all of the services offered in Cathedral City, even if I'm not a fan of the Pontifex. I served tea from a thermos for us both, and we snack on sponge cakes from a local gas station. She rarely treats herself, but she will do so in polite company, and as we snack and drink tea, we discuss local news and catch up in each other's lives before my friend decides to speak about what happened. We both know that is the purpose of this meeting, but even knowing that, she wants to delay it just for a bit. She has not had a happy life. She has faced many hardships, but she is still determined to turn her pain and anger into something beautiful. She works full-time in one of the only secular addiction clinics in all of Cathedral City. She has helped countless people reclaim their lives, and during the weekends, she's often consulting or making art. And here I am, helping to transform even a small part of her pain she wants me to share, and what she wants to transform. I will not publish a single thing she does not want me to, and I look forward to meeting with her again.
When I was chosen for the project, it hadn't even had a name yet. But I was chosen due to how well I scored in every theology exam in secondary school. Almost 2 years away from graduating, and I was chosen to be an intern for Dr. Rosaline. I had already done work for her part-time in Cathedral College, and I was chosen due to my ability to be discreet, and even secret government projects need someone to shred papers, make coffee, and bring the donuts. After months of setting up an ideal lab deep in one of the many forgotten basements in the Undercity, they finally set up the experiment in the sub-basement of a morgue. By that time, they barely cared about keeping secrets from me. They just loved to share their deepest, darkest secrets with me. It might be part of my charisma, but more likely it's my father's devilish good looks. Project Bethany, they finally named it, was going to need bodies from the morgue above. Bodies that had no friends, no family, no one to miss them. The many John, Jane, and Jay Does of Cathedral City that simply go missing and are never missed. It wouldn't surprise me if some of these dead does were made on purpose. I wouldn't put that past Dr. Rosaline. But it was named Project Bethany after Lazarus of Bethany. They thought that Project Lazarus gave away too much about what their plans were, but Project Bethany gave just enough mystery that someone who didn't know anything wouldn't suspect anything, but someone who knew what it was about would immediately understand what it was about. I'm sure Dr. Rosaline took credit for my idea, but I stopped caring years ago. At this point, I just hope that she's alright. Project Bethany was an experiment to snatch a soul after it had been judged, and then bind the soul into a dead body. The theory went that when a body lost its soul to judgment, that another one could occupy the body. Why did they want this? They thought there could be some value in summoning the souls in a controlled format, and they could ask historical figures, or even their own saints, questions about the past, and about what the afterlife was like. They were fully funded by the Pontifex, and they honestly thought they were going to greatly expand their holy book by using unholy magic. I have seen many dark things in my life. I have held books in my hand written by witches, demons, dictators, and even politicians. There is a sort of evil in the book that I can recognize. The way the pages have to be written in a place that the sun, moon, and stars could never touch. Written in cruel words that would bring illness to those who read it. The book that the head researcher had was far darker than any of that. The book practically dripped sin even when closed. People dared not to look at it directly because it made them nauseous. Not that any of them could read it. It was written in a strange cuneiform that wasn't one I recognized, older than even Sumerian and Aramaic, a language that only the head researcher could read, and he set up the experiment to those specifications in the book, though I don't know why anyone in the cathedral trusted him. The head researcher was an old man with the skull of a bird on a leather necklace. His eyes had a deep, passionate fire, and he practically oozed authority. Someone who was powerful and who knew he was powerful, but not someone who was born into power. He was someone who was powerful, but also knew how far the fall from power was. Someone who, even though he lived in comfort, would never forget the pain of sleeping on the streets. The very same look in my father's eyes. But the head researcher was definitely not my father, nor did he know my father personally. No matter who I asked, the head researcher did not disclose his name to anyone. Even when I shook his hand, he made my skin crawl when I touched his hand. There was something deeply wrong and upsetting with this man. I don't mean that he was a creep, though that was definitely also true. There was just something wrong. I have met many terrible people throughout my life. People who killed their own parents for their next dose. People who slaughtered the innocent in the name of the law. Thieves who stole for survival. Thieves who stole because they didn't think it was theft. Those who enslaved others. Those who used and abused others for their own pleasure. And even the cruelest of humanity who had no reason for cruelty other than to make the demons blush. The head researcher's sins were far darker than any of that. The walls around him were written in prophecy and promise, like the palace walls of Belshazzar. Writing that no one else could even see, but the head researcher's eyes often glanced over the writing and he only ignored it, clearly bored from the words telling him price, payment, partition, pardon, punishment. Such promises formed and broken wherever the head researcher stepped, invisible to all but myself. His hands gushed with the blood of all those he had slayed. A murderer's hands often do not wash off the blood. Usually it merely stained the hands. The generals and tyrants may have so much blood that it drips, blood that no one else can see. His hands were flooded with so much blood that merely standing near him would flood up to my knees in the untouchable blood that no one else could see. Even if you don't feel it, you feel disgusting being near someone who must have slaughtered billions. And the worst part was his forehead. It was branded with many different crimes and titles. Most people go their entire lives avoiding getting a single sinful title. A mark of a sinner, so much that the angels and demons that guard the bridge of trials would know to weigh them down. His marks changed every time I saw him again, and they never had a chance to repeat. Murderer, cannibal, slaver, necromancer, traitor, deal-breaker, and on and on. And yet no one else was able to recognize it, and as dark as the head researcher was, he did not recognize who I was. Usually, someone with far less sins would recognize me as an omen, a warning, a danger, an angel to some and a devil to others. And as covered and soaked in sin as he was, he should have known who I was just by meeting me. And yet even as I shook his hand, he did not care enough to remember my name. In the eyes of those that judge, the head researcher was not yet a guilty man. His sins and crimes were far greater than by any human I had ever seen, and yet in the eyes of judgment he was not damned. His crimes were not yet greater than his kindness. It is because of this fact that I stayed with the experiment, curious what stakes someone like this would have in an experiment like this. If I left, I would have been in far greater danger, and I couldn't act as a balance to the danger. At that time, I felt no fear for myself. It was some of my darker days, the days where I was convinced I had no future. The future of the world was so bleak that death would come for me before I would have a true chance to grow up, and that my past was so dark I would have to spend the rest of my short life making up for it, and I would never be enough. I'm in a better place now, but that was my mindset, and why I stayed as the experiments began and I saw just how dark the head scientist could get. The symbols carved into the walls and floors were extremely detailed, calling up names so divine they hurt to try and read. And in the centre of the room was a single table, one meant to hold a person, almost like an operating table, but one not meant to hold any comfort. And they brought in the first patient, an old man who was dying with no family left, and who donated his body to science in exchange for a proper burial from the cathedral. I was never told his name, but I watched as he was brought in onto the table, and the only person allowed to see him was the priest. Through the viewing window I could see the old man's skin looked paper thin, but his breathing was weak, and the priest gave him his final rites, saying a prayer for the old man's soul as his heart rate slowed further, and he finally let out his last breath. His heart beat for the last time, and the time of death was called. And when that was done, the experiment began in earnest. A white sheet, written in golden versions of those strange symbols, covered the man's body, as the priest took one look at me and spat in front of me before leaving. I don't think anyone noticed. No one cared for the priest spitting at the intern. It was just another day for this obscure experiment for the church. When 30 minutes had passed, the head researcher began to play a tape that played the words inside the chamber. This part I did know a bit. The incantation could not be recorded in whole because it would mean its activation, so it had to be in parts with different parts recorded at different times and then edited together to play at the right time. This would allow the incantation to be recorded without triggering the experiment, but it would also allow the incantation to play without having to rely on something as unreliable as a person, and the spell would be spoken correctly every single time. An early example of techno-sorcery, but one of the more reliable uses of it. being able to copy and paste spells without human help, being able to keep it going indefinitely was something sought after by the esoteric arts for countless millennia. Whatever the spell said within the chamber, we couldn't hear it. The tapes only played in the room, and the intercom was off. But as the tapes played, we watched as the body underneath the sheet twitched and moved. There were gasps as the hands dropped and the sheet was removed. The body underneath sat straight up and the sheet dropped from its face. The face drooped, and the old man was clearly still dead. The heart monitor was flatlined, and his respiration was minimal, more out of a habit than sustaining life, and yet the man was back. Once he realized he was back, he started to scream. He screamed loudly enough we could hear it through the windows, and as he screamed, "Send me back, send me back, send me back," the old man screamed, which confused everyone there, except for the head scientist, who pressed the button for the intercom. "We will send you back, but you will need to answer some questions for us first." That sentence that answered none of the other scientists' questions made the old man shut up. He stopped screaming, and he continued to sit up straight, waiting for the head scientist's questions. He had no reason to think the head scientist was telling the truth, but wherever he wanted to go, he believed that the head scientist was telling the truth. "Can you tell us who you are and where you were born?" the head scientist asked. "Robert Oak. I was born around the year 2000 in Westshire Albion," Robert answered, while the scientists scrambled down their results. The man was old, sure, but he wasn't over 700 years old. And his voice was very different. When he was brought back, was he brought back wrong? "Excellent. Now, Robert, can you tell us how you died?" the head scientist asked, which brought a wince upon Robert's dead, drooping face. "I was mugged on the way to the public house. I never saw the mugger's face, but I remember the feeling of a knife between my ribs, and getting really sleepy before waking up to judgment." This brought a few more remarks from the scientists as they wrote it down. The man before us was not the same man who died less than an hour ago. He wasn't changed from dying and coming back. He was literally not the same man. A different soul in his body after his death. Somehow the head researcher found a way to plant a different soul back in the old man's body, but where was he getting them? "Thank you, Robert. And now the final question. If you can tell us where you came from, we can send you back." This question made Robert very uncomfortable as his eyes flipped to all of the walls. "Don't you already know where I came from?" "Of course I do, but I need you to say it for documentation purposes." "I can't say," Robert said, his head in his hands. Wherever he was from, he didn't want to say. Even if it was going to bring him back to where he came from, he wouldn't say. "I've heard enough, Robert. Enjoy Utopia for us all," he said, as he turned off the intercom and played a different tape. Another one we couldn't hear, but as it played, Robert convulsed on the operating table for a moment, before he stood still again. The second tape finished, and the head researcher took out the final tape. "Prepare for the worst, just in case," he warned us as he started to play the tape. So I didn't know how he wanted us to prepare for the worst. As the tape played, even though I couldn't hear it, I felt like I had heard it before. Like the tune you hear as a child, and even if you go years without hearing it, it's in the back of your head. You can sing along with it if you hear it, but if someone asked you to say the words, you couldn't. Whatever was on that tape, it was so close to my heart that it was making part of my brain itch. This time, the body took a long, slow breath, and the heart started again. It wasn't a regular sinus rhythm, and more like it was spasming endlessly, but it was close to life. The body sat up slowly, adjusting to the body much slower than before. I was certain the soul was different this time. This one was much more cautious, and unlike the one before, it didn't start screaming. The body kept glancing around, and the body kept breathing, and the heart kept spasming. This result seemed closer to what he wanted. "Hello there, can you tell us your name?" he asked, as the body who looked up at the speaker. And he shook his head. "I don't remember my name anymore. In Pandemonium, you lose your name. Slowly, but you do lose it. Flesh heals, scars fade, pain weakens. The torture passes, but the memories fade. In time, you forget who you were. All I remember is a few memories that are barely more than a dream to me. Dreams of a place called Earth." The head researcher smiled at this. I don't like the way he smiled. It was like he was going to have a chance to be cruel and he was going to use it. "Tell us about your dream. Do what we ask, and I promise we will keep you away from Pandemonium." The head researcher promised that again the body believed. Why did they believe him? Why did everyone always believe him when I could see he was a liar? Even when a liar tells the truth, they're still a liar. And I could tell deep in my bones, even though he was telling the truth, he could not be trusted. How do I know this isn't another torture of pandemonium? The body hissed, and the head researcher chuckled. Have you ever been tortured in a body that wasn't yours before? He asked, and the body thought before it answered. No. Then you know you can trust us. So tell us about your dreams of Earth, the head researcher asked, and the body spoke. I remember there were green forests, a white sky, a wine-dark sea, water clear that you could drink, gold that didn't bite when you held it. There was joy, sleep, soft beds. I could see tears in the eyes of the corpse. Not regular tears either. They were closer to black pus than anything, as the tears fell and the body twitched. Was it a dream? The body asked the head researcher, who shook his head. No, it wasn't. It was once your life. Do you remember why you were sent to Pandemonium? Or maybe what your sentence was? The head researcher asked the old man, who tilted his head as he thought. And he tried to recall what he did that damned him to hell, or what his exact punishment was. I was a sailor, a well-respected one, sought after by a king and a queen, a recently united kingdom. They had dreams of conquering a new world. They needed workers, labourers. I travelled down the coast. I took slaves. I told the king and queen they would make good workers. I led 3 ships across Oceanus, but the slaves broke out and killed us all before we made it to landfall. I don't remember my name, but I remember the pain. I remember the iron collar, the contraption to seal shut my mouth, leaving only my tongue sticking out, the branding iron on my back, the lashes from the whip and the switch. The rest of my men were killed quickly, while I was not given such mercy. They weighed me down with the iron chains, the same I used to carry them across Oceanus, and they threw me over the side of the ship. The heavy iron carried me deep into the sea, far from the light above. My lungs burned, and I was crushed under both the weight of iron and the weight of the sea. When I died, I didn't know I had died. I just remember falling deeper and deeper as everything grew heavier, and then I fell onto a sandy shore, the shore of a small sandbar that was being washed away by the ocean. My chains came with me, but in the bridge of trials the chains were even heavier. Every single link felt as heavy as the ocean. The only way off the island was a bridge that was barely standing. It was made from rotting plants and barnacles, but on the other side I could see safety. A land where I could be safe. A land that was visible underneath a full moon. Even with my chains, seeing the moonlight was something that reassured me. No matter how long you were in Pandemonium, you never stop dreaming of moonlight and sunlight. It's a hope that never diminishes, something that drives you to keep going, even under the weight of infinity. You have that hope. And it was that hope that drove me to take step after agonizing step across that broken down bridge. When I crossed the bridge of trials, I was also elsewhere. I remembered walking across the bridge, but I also stood before an infinite jury. But the infinite jury was also a singular judge. The witnesses behind me were all those I had known, and those I had never known but I had had an impact on. The witnesses were nearly as infinite as the jury. While I struggled across the bridge, so I also struggled in the courtroom. My crimes were read to the judges by one who stood against me, my prosecutor. Every crime read out made my burden on the bridge heavier. I could feel the wood bow under my steps, and I could feel the salt of the sea on my face. And in the court I had someone speak on my behalf, my exhaustion holding me down, while my own lawyer spoke to the judges, telling them my reasoning behind every sin, every choice, trying to argue I did what I thought was right. And as I made it halfway across the bridge, the judge gave me a choice. I could lighten my load if the good I created in the world outweighed the evil. When those words were spoken, my heart sank, along with my body, as I fell through the bridge, and I was still in front of the infinite jury. As I stood there, I was given my sentence. The sailor was silent for a moment, clearly remembering his sentence was very traumatic, but it was one he was willing to share with us all. I was told until I had lived through every lifetime that I stole, I would sail across the sea of blood in Pandemonium, dealing with trials and tribulations until I lived through every lifetime. It was explained to me that it wasn't just the lives of people I had enslaved, but those I had killed, and all the descendants of those I had stolen their lives from. Truly a countless number of lives. As I fell into that endless pit, I begged the judge for mercy, for a way to end my sentence early. They spoke as one. They told me that another way I could earn reprieve for my sentence was to sail my ship across the sea of blood, the same distance as the distance between worlds. The sailor held his head in his hands while he whimpered. I don't know which would be longer, so I fell for 9 days, thinking about my sentence. When I fell to a caravel made from bone and the sails made from skin, both were slick and sickening to the touch, and I would have to sail the ship myself across the sea of blood, an ocean that remained warm, and the blood would remain liquid until it splashed onto my ship, hardening into scabs and slowing my ship even more. I don't know how long I was sailing, but I was sailing for longer than I lived. The sailor finished as the head researcher wrote in his notes. Well, you're back in the land of the living now, and you've earned a bit of a reprieve. Serve me and do what I say, and I will keep you out of the sea of blood. For how long? For as long as you serve me, the head researcher said, and the sailor nodded his head furiously. After hearing his story, I was certain the sailor would have gone through 1,000,000 lifetimes before going back to Pandemonium for even a single second. The time to sail between worlds would have been a minimum of over 6,000,000 years. And paying back for stolen lives was a much more difficult thing to gauge. But if I was to make a rough guess, it would be a minimum of 100,000,000 years. The only way to lessen that sentence would be to return the stolen lives back to those it had been stolen from. Though I don't think that's what the head researcher was thinking about as he ordered guards to bring the sailor food and water. This does prove my hypothesis. A soul taken from heaven only wants to go back, but a soul from hell wants to do anything to avoid going back. That is going to help me a lot, the head researcher said as he continued his notes and more rooms were prepared. I was soon taken off the project, but there were dozens of rooms prepared, all of them full of bodies ready to take souls from hell. Every single one of them is eager for even a moment out of eternal perdition. I don't know how many were brought back in the name of the Pontifex, but I do know that the head researcher was looking for someone specific in Pandemonium. But there's hundreds of billions of souls in Pandemonium. He may be spending the rest of eternity looking for them, and never find the one soul he's looking for. Then maybe he'll find it sooner, and if he does, I shudder to think what he'll do with all those possessed bodies.
My friend stops speaking before she smiles again, trying to smile even in the face of adversity. We both know it's an ongoing problem, but by sharing this information with me, we can do something about what the Bethany experiment is doing. I don't have an easy answer, though. Does someone as evil and cruel as the sailor deserve 6,000,000 years sailing the sea of blood? Does offering the damned a reprieve offer greater good for the world, or am I denying some cosmic justice? Would releasing all of the possessed be worth it if I knew that every single one of the possessed are being sent back to endless punishment? Was offering them time on Earth even a kindness? Even if the sailor spends 10,000 years in a rotting body on Earth, that's barely a drop in the ocean of his punishment. It would barely be the amount of time that a person spends on a single daydream compared to an entire lifetime. It is questions like this that I pose to my friend, and she offers answers quickly and honestly. Taking a moment of reprieve can offer an eternity of hope. Even after all these centuries, the sailor remembers the sun and the moon. There is no sun, no stars, and no moon on Pandemonium. Even as he forgets his name, forgets he was human, and even while his soul and mind are crushed under the weight of eternity, he will keep pushing himself and keep sailing because he remembers the moon and the sun, and at the end of his sentence, he will see them again. That answer offers me some comfort as I embrace my friend and she puts on her sweater before leaving. Still, as much as she has offered me, the most valuable thing she offered me is knowledge that the Necromancer is here in Cathedral City. I will find you, you bastard. I know you're listening, but I will find you, and the world will know what you've done, and you cannot escape it through anonymity. This note I got from my pillow on my way to bed. The bed was in a hotel in National City, where no one knows who I am, let alone the fact that I'm inside the Sunset Republic. A quiet day of Digimon Go Fest with my mother and sister before heading back to the hotel alone. At first, I had no way of telling if the letter was from one of my friends or my enemies. Seeing the familiar stamp of a torch and a key on it, I relaxed as I picked up the letter. Sure enough, it was addressed to me. The return address was also from Autumn County. The date of service was strange. A date from 20 years in the future. The month and date were smeared, but I recognized the handwriting. Someone whose name escapes me at the moment, but one that has written to me before. I read over the contents and I understand why it was sent to me. Very few people have the ability to send such information to me from the distant future. The past holds advantage over the future in that regard. It's simply a matter of patience for the past to reach the future. I thank Vanth for bringing me this letter. She carries the messages of others, especially their last words. So even knowing that this hasn't happened yet, I know that the writer of the story is dead for their message to reach me. Still, they remember what I am seeking, and I will honor them by sharing their story. I know the future can be changed. It's the very nature of the future to be malleable. Whether or not sharing their story will change the outcome, I do not know. But knowing them, they want their final story shared, and I will honor it for them. That night, as I recorded and transcribed the story, even though there was another day of Digimon Go Fest to explore, and the night was quite warm, I shivered in the empty hotel. I was the only guest in the hotel, and the keeper is far from me, but as I wrote and recorded, I could feel the eyes of many on my shoulders as I transcribe and record, and I hope that those eyes are kind and not the eyes of the future, gazing back as I gaze forward. I write this record not because I hope someone will read it, but because I know someone will. After the 11th plague reached the Seven Cities Republic, the infection continued to spread, and the Seraphim and the Hunters Guild are trying to stop the infection where they can. But as they fight the infection in a more literal way, I'm helping the Vanguard by evacuating citizens from the cities into the strongholds. The strongholds are meant to keep the citizens safe from the infection, while our heroes fight off the monsters created by the sickness. Saving people isn't just good because you're saving people, it's also practical. Every life saved is one more ally and one less enemy. During the days of evacuation, it was near total chaos. A lot of screaming and yelling. I had people getting far too close to me, demanding answers I didn't have. Has the 11th plague reached River City? I don't know. Is it true that the Prime Minister has been infected? I don't know. Is it true that the League of Nations has declared it a Chicxulub event? No, not yet. It's still Megiddo. What do you mean, not yet? Get on the bus. Will we ever see home again? I don't know. That last question angered a lot of people. I remember one screaming woman with rage in her eyes and her hand on her hip, like she would pull a pistol on me when I told her I didn't know. Here I was just another armored bureaucrat trying to remove her from her family home. A generation ago, this may have happened before with the Vigiles Urbani, but now those days are gone. The Republic was trying to establish legitimacy where the Empire didn't have to. The Emperor could order people out of their homes. All we could do was go home to home and ask them to evacuate. Some people were desperate for the evacuation, and others were willing to stay home. And a rare few took it as a chance to yell their frustrations out at me and other members of the Vanguard. We weren't the problem, but we were the problem they could see. Some of them saw us as the actual problem since they never saw the 11th plague themselves. They only saw us and their anger and frustrations were aimed at us. yelling at us to give them answers we don't have, or to leave them alone, or to make the 11th plague go away, or they would yell at us that there was a conspiracy going on. So this woman was just another screaming face at me that I faced many times. Why don't you know? Isn't it your job to know? I'm not getting on that death bus unless you promise me that I'll have a home when this is done. I shook my head and turned away. If she didn't want to go, I wouldn't make her. This only made her angrier as she yelled at me as I walked away. I bet you never lost a thing in your life. You're worse than the Emperor. At least he didn't pretend to care about us. That part made me angry. I lost many things to the Emperor, and I joined the Vanguard because I enjoy helping people. Feeling everyone's anger at me when I try to help them hurts. To leave someone I can help behind because that's what they want hurts a lot. That was something I saw a lot in the streets of River City as we tried to evacuate people. Some governments forced evacuations. Others, like the Sunset Republic and us, tried to ask people. But the Sunset Republic was having a 95% evacuation rate, while we were lucky to get half of our people out. One of my friends theorized it was due to the country's history. The Republic of the Seven Cities has a long history of being forgotten or even lied to by their government. So this was just another plank in the pattern, while other places like Sunset had a long trustworthy history, so their residents believed them more often. I don't know if it was true or not, but I still remember the last bus out of the Riverfront district. Most of the seats were still open, and there was more Vanguard than residents in that bus. As the bus started driving towards the stronghold, I could see people on the streets jeering and throwing things at the bus. At first, I thought maybe they changed their minds, but when I saw their signs, my heart sank even further, and my faith in humanity dropped even more. I saw handmade signs calling us liars. I saw no quarantine signs. I saw signs calling us imperialists, and even signs calling us lambs to the slaughter. I turned away from the signs as the speaker on our bus warned everyone that this was the last evacuation from River City. Anyone who wants to be evacuated at a further date will have to join us at the strongholds. I couldn't hear them outside, but judging by what they were throwing at the buses, they didn't believe us at all. I knew there was a stronghold within the city where it was expected to pick up a lot of survivors in the near future, but I watched as the other buses left our convoy to head to their own strongholds. I knew some were heading to Outpost 13 beyond Isle City, some were heading to Black Moon Prison, and then there was us and one other bus, heading to Autumn County. More specifically, to the Crooked Cemetery in Autumn County. Over 5 million people had already been evacuated to the Crooked Cemetery, but we were leaving so many more behind. It was on the bus heading down the freeway that we got the news about Isle City. It had been over a year since the world saw its first confirmed case of 11th plague, so the news cycle was virtually non-stop speculation and rumors from all over the planet. Very few facts, while the people in charge tried to organize, and everyone speculated things to death. The news out of Isle City wasn't speculation. It was by one of the news helicopters showing the world about the evacuation progress in Isle City. We saw something disturbed the water and pushed waves towards the shores as something rose from the deep. I've seen leviathans and kaiju before. That was what I was expecting to see in this case. But this kaiju was very different from any that I've seen before. It pulled massive anchors along long chains, one in both arms. The face was like an anglerfish, if anglerfish had hundreds of eyes and coral growing out of its back. Its legs were like the tentacles of an octopus, with teeth inside each of the suckers as it pulled itself ashore. The skin and flesh squirmed along its bones, and even through my phone's weak screen I could see the cilia that was the telltale sign of 11th Plague infection. The 11th Plague had reached Isle City, and it was in the form of a kaiju. The creature continued to crawl ashore. Everywhere it touched, patches of its skin slogged off and coated the ground, growing gradually by consuming anything living around itself and adding it to its own mass. Animal, human, bacteria, every living cell was vulnerable, and it wasn't wasting time as it spread. In only a few seconds, with most of the beach covered, Hush ran onto the scene. Just the speed of her arrival was enough to create a sonic boom at the beach, pushing the plague beast back by a step, before she took her trident and stabbed it into the beast's chest, pushing hard, trying to get it back into the ocean. Hush was the strongest hero on Earth, more powerful than kaiju, and her fighting ability made her valuable to the coastal guardians of Isle City. I watched her outfight packs of kaiju, and against giants even larger than her. But this beast was nothing that new, even if it was sick. For a moment we watched Hush push the beast back into the ocean, and we had hope that the 11th Plague could be stopped. Except the beast stepped forward. Even as Hush braced herself and twisted her trident as she pushed harder, the beast stepped even further forward. The trident was still pushing into the chest, and even was pushing through the soft body, clear to the other side. And still the plague beast stepped further forward, now pushed past the blades of the trident as it slid up the pole. Before Hush could react, it swung its anchor chains around Hush's neck, pulling her down to her knees, choking her from the chains as her hands let go of her trident. Now the trident was in the hands of the plague beast. I remember seeing that moment, realizing how doomed we all were. The plague beast's corruption spread up the trident in seconds, coating it from the handle to the blades. The giant wound in its chest stitching itself in seconds. Soon not even a scar was left, as it lifted the trident up, while Hush was trying to remove the chain from her neck. We watched as the beast plunged the trident into her chest. Or rather, as it tried to plunge the trident into her chest. Even choking, struggling against the chain, she lifted one of her hands and she caught the trident by the blades, letting it stab her through her hand to hold it back from herself for just a few more seconds. I watched in stunned silence, wishing that something, anything would happen to help her. Maybe she would have a miraculous burst of strength, or maybe Birthstone would show up. Or maybe the military would fire a rocket into the kaiju, causing it to explode. Or maybe a good beast would rise from the ocean and plunge the plague beast into the ocean, never to be seen again. Hush would be patched up, miraculously free of infection, and we could go on preparing against the 11th Plague. I had seen many miracles in my life, but that day was not a day of miracles. The beast kept pushing, and there was a crack so loud it could be heard inside the helicopter. I watched in horror as I realized Hush's arm was broken, the bones peeking out from underneath the skin as the plague beast did the final push, the tips of the trident pushing into Hush's heart. Her hand now connected to it. She gurgled as she fell. The infection on the beach spread into her open mouth, and the infection from the trident plunged into her heart as the plague beast withdrew its trident, waiting for Hush to rise again. It took less than a minute before she stood on wobbly knees. Her wounds were patched with bone, and she grabbed her broken hand and tore it away from her arm as she raised it to her mouth and began to eat her own hand, crunching on the fingers and swallowing the bone, blood, and viscera with a smile towards the camera. The anchors dragged behind her, chains now like a long necklace, even though it was choking her only a few moments before. The same smile we had seen on Hush's face countless times still beamed towards the camera. The smile she gave when she was performing, or when she was saving people. The smile that said she was in control and that everything was going to be alright. Her broken arm, with the radius and ulna bones exposed, extended and sharpened into something more like twin blades, as Hush kept smiling while she ate her hand, staring directly at the camera. I watched as she snapped off one of her fingers, like it was a carrot, making the same noise, and everything being blurred as her now blade hand and struck at the helicopter while she smiled the entire time. We watched as the helicopter fell into a building, abruptly cutting off the camera feed. There was silence in the bus as the driver kept driving and we all quietly processed what we just saw. We had seen the 11th plague in the news before. We saw the plague carriers and the plague pits online, but watching the strongest hero in the 7 cities just fall and then join the enemy, that was like losing our anchor. The strongholds were supposed to be our last resort, a place where we would be safe while the Seraphim and the Hunters Guild saved us from the 11th plague. Seeing such a powerful hero fall meant that anyone could fall. Anyone could fail. The silence continued as there were no more updates from Isle City. There were a few updates mentioning a rampage, and then nothing. No news from civilians, no news from the Vanguard, no news from the Coastal Guardians, and no news from the military. We did get an update from Outpost 13. Path to Primeval was sealed. No one was going to be leaving Earth that way. The news from River City and those that we left behind were more of the same conspiracy nonsense. Supposed experts breaking the video frame by frame, trying to prove that the fight was faked, that there was no way Hush was actually defeated. Conspiracies about how the government caused her death because she was too close to the truth, and now they would politicize her death and how everyone in Isle City was actually in on it. The end of the world was here, and we still had stupid people insisting that the world wasn't actually ending, and we couldn't trust our own eyes. We kept driving to Autumn County, and by the time the morning arrived, there was no more news from River City. At least, not from Share My Day. There were still a few radio messages from the Stronghold telling us that we were safe, but most of the city had gone quiet. We were nearly at the Crooked Cemetery, deep within the corn, when we saw our first plague carrier. 3 meters tall with spindly legs and fingers longer than its legs, as it tried to run after our bus, easily avoided by the bus. As we got closer to the Crooked Cemetery, we saw more and more of them, but fortunately we made it to the cemetery before any got close. The cemetery stretched on for seemingly kilometers, but thankfully none of the dead could get close. When they stepped close to the iron gates, they got confused and wandered away. A few impaled themselves on the iron spikes, which caused them to freeze and slowly decay away. A unique property of the Crooked Cemetery that allowed it to be our stronghold. As we unloaded the buses into the cemetery, other members of the Vanguard helped civilians to their tents that they had set up over the graves. While they did that, I stared out into the dead beyond the iron fence when I saw 2 familiar faces. My mother and my girlfriend. I knew that they were infected, but I never dreamed they would march from Imperial City to Autumn County. I approached the fence carefully to stay inside when I saw them just outside. They had plague boils on their backs that were acidic enough to break through their clothing, but I could still recognize their faces. And worse, I could recognize their voices. The 11th plague let them keep their voices. Sometimes they moaned, sometimes they screamed, but usually they spoke, asking for help, begging for it, and sometimes, somewhere in their rotten brains, they still had enough of a mind to recognize people. Dylan, Dylan, please, just come out here, my mother asked, her voice soft but firm, like when I was a child. I shook my head, standing firm on my side of the fence. Please, Dylan, we can still be a family. All you have to do is join us, she whispered, and I shook my head again, letting my ring extend into a sword. Sentinel had served me loyally for years, and I could use the sword to slash at her head and leave them free of misery as I stepped forward when my girlfriend spoke up. Do you know why I was in the hospital when the plague hit Imperial City? Sandra asked me, and my hand paused. I knew that Sandra went to the hospital, but I never knew why. I just had the note that said she went to the hospital with my mother. Neither of them told me what happened, and by the time I found out, it was too late for them both. But I waited to see what Sandra would say. I'm pregnant. The doctors say it's triplets. Your mother took me because she wanted to keep me safe. From you. You lie, I told the plague carrier, who only shook her head, and she had the exact same smile that Sandra always had. The same smile that made me fall in love with her all those years ago. The same smile that told me that she wasn't lying, that she was just telling the truth, but that she had a lot more to tell me. We know you're dangerous and you're angry. When your mom found out I was pregnant, she had to take me to the hospital to make sure you wouldn't get angry at me, especially since I was fucking other dudes behind your back. Your boss, my boss, your best friend Kelhaj, all of them. Sometimes one after the other, sometimes all at once, and it felt so good to know that the triplets aren't yours. Stop lying to me, told the plague carrier as I felt the ring's anger fill me with the hero and the conqueror's fury. This insult to my masculinity was harsh, and there was no temperance from the past. It all had to come from me, but now it was my mother's turn to speak. You're a worse monster than your dad ever was. I would have had him beat me a million more times than deal with you for one more fucking single day. Every fucking word you said grated on my nerves. Every fucking need. You're a goddamn parasite, and you should have been cut out, so I could have lived the life I was actually owed, my mother said, and I clutched the sword. I knew my mother regretted my father, and she told me she never regretted me, but the plague carriers before me kept preying on my own anxieties and fears, and I couldn't give in. I knew they were expecting me to do something rash, but I couldn't figure out what they were trying to have me do, so I had to wait until I figured it out so I could avoid it. I'm still pregnant. Did you know that? They're still growing inside me, still kicking. I've been staying fed, and they'll keep growing. Soon they will crawl out of me and they will hunt for themselves. I've cheated on you every moment I've dated you. I never broke up with you because I knew you'd get angry. The son of a monster, He's always a monster. No matter what the 11th plague does to my children, I went to my grave happy, in my heart, that they will still be less of a monster than you. Sandra said, with my thoughts gone, as my sword swung for both of their necks. There was no blood as their heads fell from their shoulders, but even as their head fell from their shoulders, they still stood and watched as Sandra's distended belly burst open. From her stomach crawled 3 botchlings as they screeched in her voice. Their faces were skeletal, their teeth exposed, snapping towards the iron fence. Their umbilical cords are all still tied to the same placenta. Teeth grew across their skin, acting like hooks, allowing them to crawl and climb over their mother's body. Even as her body was torn up by the botchlings, crawling over her ruined body with her head on the ground. Still, Sandra stood as the striplets spoke in unison in her voice. I'm still pregnant. I covered my ears with my hands, their voices still echoing through, and it spread. All of the plague carriers now spoke with Sandra's voice. I'm still pregnant, and I still have many more babies to make. Voice echoed as I ran from the mall. The sword dissolved into mist, leaving the corruption outside the crooked cemetery. There is silence in the camp. Everyone tries to ignore me, but everyone knows now. That is what the plague carriers were hoping to achieve. They were going to make me look like a monster, and they would make sure that everyone saw me as a monster. Everyone thinks I'm a monster, that I was such a monster that my mother and girlfriend had to escape from me, right into the jaws of the 11th plague. They may not be saying anything, but I know it's from fear, not respect. I've seen that look many times. It doesn't matter if I tell them the plague carriers were lying. They figured I was the monster, so that's how they would always see me. I knew that they were lying. When I had a chance to relax, I realized that she said she slept with Kel Hodge. Kel is aromantic asexual, and he would never betray anyone's trust, not even at the cost of his own life. Even so, I cannot convince others. When I went to dinner, everyone moved away from me. They spoke in whispers when they thought I was gone, and things only returned to a lively atmosphere when I was gone. I'm sure there will be a discussion among the Vanguard leadership about what to do with me, but I will not let them make any tough choices. People need to know that there are no monsters in the Crooked Cemetery. If I leave, I can help others, and that is what I will do. So here I am, writing this letter, and I will leave it for Vance to bring my letter to my dearest friend, but only if I die. I cannot stay in the Crooked Cemetery, so I will find another stronghold. I'm still the Sentinel, and if anyone can survive the 11th plague, it is definitely going to be me. The letter abruptly ends here, with no clues about why Vance brought it to this version of me that is living in 2776, rather than the version of me that is living in 2800. Unless I'm no longer alive in 2800. But even so, there should be other versions of me that live closer to 2800. Hopefully? My own mortality aside, there is no clue about what caused the Sentinel's death. I am fairly certain that whatever caused his death, it happened at a much later date. What clue do I have on that? More letters arrived from me as soon as I finished recording. Some from Dylan, Others came from other survivors of the 11th plague. I will have more stories from Grave in the near future. A eulogy from those still living, but a memento for those that have died to bring it back to me. Whatever is coming in the near future, I know that we need to start preparing for it. Maybe we do, or maybe we don't have the power to change the course of history with the 11th plague. But I learned a long time ago, it's a really bad idea to wait for it to start raining before you build an ark.